Darkness replaced all light, and faint footsteps echoed from somewhere far away. In my name, in the name of Bai Lingshan, spatial illusion, open. A clear female voice broke the silence. Streams of white light gathered quickly, forming a glowing sphere that brightened the entire space. When the light faded, the surroundings became visible. Look here, dry trees, broken houses, a place that seemed abandoned for hundreds of years. Lan Yu's guidance, spirit tracking. A girl in white appeared faintly and threw something from her hand. It flashed and flew ahead, and she followed closely behind.
Xiao Bai.
Here. Over here. The guiding light flickered rapidly, then turned into a tiny girl floating before her like a little spirit. The signal from Lan Yu's guidance has arrived. Xiao Bai, capturing a spirit inside a virtual illusion is much harder than dealing with one in a half-sealed state. But don't worry, I'll help you. As the girl in white gave her command, the little light merged into her, allowing her to see the target more clearly. That light was her contracted partner, Jiu Yu Luoxua. All right, I'm counting on you, Luoxua. After applying, Bai Lingshan encouraged herself. For Yingsha, I must succeed. The determination in her eyes was unshakable. No one would have guessed that she was usually shy and unsure of herself. But this time was different. Her best friend Yingsha was waiting for her, waiting to be saved. In truth, she didn't understand this place at all, nor what she was about to face. Even Luoxua was someone she had only recently met. But all fear had to be set aside, because she knew this was a challenge unlike any other. Her name was Bai Lingshan, a new student at Xiangyu Vocational High School. Soon after arriving, fate chose her to complete missions for others as a contracted partner, all to save her dear friend Yingsha. Bai Lingshan walked down the narrow path and reached the other side of the small town. A gloomy mist gathered around, and from time to time, strange things fell from the sky. But what choice did she have? No, something was wrong. Bai Lingshan looked at the ground. The marks left by blades cutting through the earth and the faint figure in the red mist nearby, these were clearly traces of a recent battle. But how could an ordinary person enter a place like the Spirit Rune illusion?
Who was it?
Bai Lingshan tried hard to see the figure, but the red mist blocked her view. After a long while, the mist began to fade, and the person's face slowly appeared.
Han Qianfeng.
Bai Lingshan froze. The person she had been both afraid of and curious about was someone she knew, the new student who had left a deep impression on her, Han Qinfeng. Sensing a different presence, Han Qinfeng also noticed her. His once emotionless eyes turned even colder. It's you. They had never spoken in class before, yet now, within the Spirit Rune illusion, they saw each other in a new light. They met in class, recognized each other in the illusion, and in the future, something unexpected was bound to happen between them. Friends? Or enemies? It was now autumn in Tianqiang City. The wind carried a chill, and the rain fell endlessly. People began to wear warmer clothes as they went about their day. After several days of rain, the students who commuted to school were full of complaints. Oh no, it's been raining nonstop. The door of the fashion design class 1 was kicked open, and a frustrated voice echoed through the room. Don't be mad. The door did nothing wrong. The desk mate quickly said, trying to calm the person down. Most commuting students lived nearby, but with this terrible weather, being late had become normal. For students like Bai Lingshan, who lived far away, the dormitory had become her second home, so she was always one of the first to arrive in class. Xiao Bai, are you done with your drawing? Come on, let me see. After waiting for a long time, Yingsha, her best friend, couldn't hold back her excitement any longer. Wow, amazing! Yingsha looked at the clothing sketch in the notebook with surprise. The layout was clean, the lines were smooth, and the colors were beautiful. She couldn't believe a freshman could draw something like this. Then she looked at her own notebook. It was a messy blur of dark lines.
Xiao Bai.
Bai Lingshan noticed Yingsha's pleading eyes. Please help me. Yingsha handed her notebook to Bai Lingshan without hesitation. Just this once. Just this once? Bai Lingshan nodded quietly. She knew her friend too well. The drawing was a fashion design sketch, the main subject of their major, fashion design. By Ling Shan. A calm voice interrupted her just as she was about to pick up her pen. She looked up to see a boy in the school uniform, his expression cool and composed. His name was Han Chinfeng. His calm gaze made Bai Lingshan pause for a moment. It was a rainy morning on campus, yet the air felt fresh and peaceful. There were no loud arguments or worries. Every day was a new beginning. Even Han Chinfeng, who had seemed a bit intimidating yesterday, appeared gentler today. Bai Lingshan stayed silent, and Han Chinfeng's face remained calm. The quiet between them filled the space. Their eye contact naturally caught Insha's attention. She didn't sense any romantic tension, but rather a strange feeling that something was going on between them, something she didn't know about. Xiaobai, what's wrong? Insha trusted Bai Lingshan and wanted to understand what was happening. As for Han Chinfeng, her impression of him wasn't very positive. To Insha, Han Chinfeng wasn't the type to cause trouble, but he wasn't easy to deal with either. Not long after he arrived, he had competed for the class leader position against the self-proclaimed class boss. No one knew exactly what happened, but he lost the position. Because of that, the whole class had quietly put him on their avoid list. For cautious people like Insha and Bai Lingshan, it was best to stay away from someone like him. The thought alone made Insha feel uneasy. Have you thought about what happened yesterday? Han Chinfeng finally spoke after a long silence. He just wanted an answer from her. Only the two of them knew what that meant. No one else knew, not even Insha, and she must never know. Bai Lingshan looked at Han Chinfeng with longing. Insha could never imagine what had happened yesterday. When he carried the unconscious Insha out of the strange space, he not only saved her, but also calmed his own terrified heart. Yet the words that followed shattered Bai Lingshan's beautiful dream. Under the gloomy rain, the sky looked even darker. Han Chinfeng's expression was cold, his tone icy, as if he had shut out the whole world. That moment made Bai Lingshan feel a deep, unfamiliar fear. The man before her now was completely different from the one she had known. Content unavailable. Why are you here? As Bai Lingshan approached the place where everything began, Han Chinfeng, who was scanning the area, noticed her. She walked carefully toward him, feeling awkward when she saw him in his school uniform while she was still in her soft pajamas. Oh, because of the talisman, Bai Lingshan replied uneasily. After all, the person before her was someone she secretly admired. Honestly, I didn't expect you to come, Han Chinfeng said casually, clearly uninterested in anything beyond the talisman. He didn't comment on her clothes either. Even if you came, I doubt you could do much, he added. Bai Lingshan's heart sank. Just a moment ago, she had felt a spark of excitement, but now it faded away. The wind howled, and the sand swirled around them. The storm only made Bai Lingshan uncomfortable, while Han Chinfeng's calm presence somehow made her even more uneasy. Facing the talisman, Bai Lingshan felt nervous. She thought about what had happened the night before and glanced secretly at Han Chinfeng. Your name is Bai Lingshan, right? Do you remember what I told you the day before yesterday? Han Chinfeng asked as he finished subduing the wind and sand talisman and walked toward her. I told you before, not everyone can handle a talisman, he said, referring to her role as the holder of the Featherfall book. I don't know why Luoxue chose you, but the Featherfall talisman isn't right for you.
Why?
Bai Lingshan suddenly seemed to recall something. The reason? After seeing how you handled the last two talismans, do you really think you're ready for this? Human potential is limitless. As long as you're willing to try, recognition will come one day. Bai Lingshan's voice grew softer as she spoke, her eyes reflecting something she once loved deeply, something she gave up because of someone else's words. If the first step is taken in the wrong direction, no matter how hard you work later, it will all be in vain. Han Chinfeng's last words made Bai Lingshan stand still, lost in thought for a long time. Thinking about it again, Bai Lingshan drifted off. Others might have thought she was simply absorbed in her drawing. If the first step is taken in the wrong direction, no matter how hard you work later, it will all be in vain. Bai Lingshan sighed. If she had kept going back then, maybe she would be a different person now. But she had grown used to who she was, quiet and gentle. The Book of Falling Feathers, with its thrilling and challenging nature that seemed so unlike her, might actually be a new beginning. Han Qinfeng's live broadcast yesterday reminded her of her old self. Maybe the upcoming task of collecting symbols would lead her back to that path, or rather, to a new one filled with wonder and magic. The Wind Rose. Bai Lingshan looked out the window, imagining that mysterious road ahead. A faint flash of light streaked across the sky, making her heart tremble. She turned to glance at the spot she had been secretly watching all day, but Han Qinfeng was already gone. "Insha, I'm going out for a bit." Oh. Bai Lingshan didn't care about the self-study session anymore, leaving Insha sitting there in a daze. She rushed out of the classroom and ran downstairs, just as two classmates came in from outside. That was scary, like something falling from the sky. Yeah, haven't seen anything like that in years. Hearing their chatter as they passed by, Bai Lingshan stopped in her tracks, stunned. She had a feeling it was all over. Lost in thought, she didn't notice Han Qinfeng following close behind. The appearance of a detection charm is the first key to collecting symbols. "Look at you, your reaction is far too slow." Han Qinfeng's tone was calm, almost casual, but his words were not kind. He didn't slow his pace, simply walking past her. A wave of defeat washed over Bai Lingshan, leaving her pale and disheartened. Is this mysterious book of falling feathers really not meant for her? The Book of Falling Feathers? Falling snow? She thought of falling snow. She should ask her more about the Book of Falling Feathers. The weekend was the most anticipated time for students. The first thing Bai Lingshan did when she got home was lie on her bed and enjoy its warmth. But this time, she had something even more important to do, something about falling snow. She took out a 5-star box from her bag. Inside was a 4-leaf clover crystal that glowed softly. Falling Snow had once told her that if she ever needed her, she could write her name on the crystal and she would appear right away. As soon as she wrote the name, the crystal flashed and a beam of light appeared. From within the light, a silver-clad spirit, Falling Snow, emerged. Her delicate face was as pure as ice and snow, her silver hair flowing like moonlight. "Xiaobai, did you need me for something?" Falling Snow floated gracefully in front of Bai Lingshan, her eyes showing a hint of surprise. "Yes, I do." Bai Lingshan placed the box on the bed and sat cross-legged, looking ready to listen to a story. She didn't look at all like her usual nervous self. Suddenly, Falling Snow noticed something different. The surroundings had changed. Bai Lingshan quickly noticed her confusion. "This is my home. You can appear here without anyone noticing," Bai Lingshan explained. Falling Snow looked around thoughtfully and nodded. "This place is nice. That means I can teach you how to use charms. It will help you a lot when you start collecting them," Falling Snow said as she floated to the window and looked outside. Beyond the yard was a small forest. "Uh-huh," Bai Lingshan replied casually, not showing much curiosity. "Even though we can't use force like some others, if you use charms properly, that won't be a problem," Falling Snow said as she circled the room and returned to Bai Lingshan. Her words made Bai Lingshan's heart tremble slightly. A spark of excitement rose within her as she remembered that mysterious and thrilling dreamlike path. Strength combined with magic, that had always been her greatest dream. No one would have guessed that the quiet and gentle-looking girl was actually a true second-degree black belt. It was a secret she kept well hidden, because the title didn't seem to match her calm appearance. Even Insha, who spent most of her time at the dojo, felt a bit inferior to her. After thinking for a moment, Bai Lingshan suddenly understood. Really? Since childhood, she had loved studying different fighting techniques and had been quite the tomboy. But when someone once told her that girls should act more like girls, those words stayed in her heart. From then on, she became quiet and gentle, turning into the person she was now. However, after watching Han Qinfeng's recent match against Fengsha, Bai Lingshan had an idea. She wanted to follow Luoshua's guidance and explore this mysterious path. It wasn't just because Luoshua had chosen her, but also because she wanted to rediscover that thrilling feeling she once had. After all, collecting the talisman seals required strength and courage. To face this challenge well, she needed to truly understand the Book of Featherfall. What is the Book of Featherfall? Bai Lingshan took out the container for the talisman seals. It looked like an ancient scroll, and Luoxue called it the Book of Featherfall. Why do we need to collect the Featherfall seals inside it? This question Luoxue had expected her to ask. But how could she explain what the Book of Featherfall really was? It wasn't something that could be explained in just a few words. Well, Luoxue began, deciding not to explain everything yet. Instead, she would tell Bai Lingshan the story of why the Book of Featherfall had been scattered. That day, Luoxue stood before the Heavenly Lord, holding the Book of Featherfall in her hands. The Heavenly Lord was the ruler of Luoxue's realm. Luoxue was neither a god nor a spirit. "The great battle is coming," she said. "I will protect the Book of Featherfall so that no one can take or misuse it." "There is no need," the Heavenly Lord replied. "I command you to break it apart and scatter it across the human world." At first, Luoxue didn't understand, but soon she began to realize what he meant. "You are wise, my lord. If the book remains here, it will surely attract greed and unrest. But if it is hidden in the human world, it will be different. Still, my lord, why must it be broken apart instead of simply hidden?" she asked, puzzled. "It must be done as I have said," the Heavenly Lord answered. "At that time, the two nations, Tianyi and Heiyu, will each send people to help you collect the seals and rebuild the Book of Fallen Feathers, so you don't need to worry about that," said the Lord calmly, as if giving his final instructions. "Lord, do you mean I have to go too?" As soon as Luoxue said this, she realized how foolish the question sounded. "Yes. You may rest assured," Luoxue replied quickly, falling silent afterward. "In addition, you must find the person in the human world who can open this box. She will be your partner in collecting the seals." "Magic Star?" When Luoxue said this, Bai Lingshan looked at the box on the table and blinked. Magic Star. The box, decorated with a 5-pointed star, had already been mentioned by Luoxue. Its name was Magic Star, and as she had said, she was the one who could open it. But the Lord's words left Bai Lingshan puzzled. "Do you know Han Foam?" Bai Lingshan thought of the mysterious Han Foam, the one who had helped her gain a deeper understanding of herself. "I don't know him, but he feels somewhat familiar." "Who can say?" Luoxue shook her head, then paused to think. She remembered the crescent stone in Han Qinfeng's hand when he had captured the swift movement seal. It was no ordinary item.
Oh.
The weekend passed quickly, and soon it was time for classes again. During the day, Bai Lingshan followed her usual student routine. At night, Luoxue appeared to teach her about seal magic. Whenever a seal appeared, Bai Lingshan would follow Luoxue's instructions. She often met Han Qinfeng by chance and watched him capture seals, sometimes offering small bits of help. Time passed quietly, another week, another weekend. That night, thunder and lightning filled the sky for more than half an hour. Bai Lingshan was lying on her bed, scrolling through videos on her phone, completely unaware of what was happening outside. Ding! A message popped up on her screen. It was from Insha. "Xiaobai, the lightning outside has been flashing for half an hour, but there's still no rain. The color looks kind of pretty though." Bai Lingshan found the message a bit strange. She got out of bed and looked out the window. The moment she did, her vision blurred, and she almost lost her balance. Shaking her head, she thought she must have stared at her phone too long. Outside, the trees were being whipped by strong winds, and lightning split the sky again and again. Everything seemed normal, just the signs of an approaching storm. Bai Lingshan picked up her phone, ready to reply to Insha with "You're a bit boring," when a sharp crackling sound startled her. A deep blue bolt of lightning struck the ground. She was sure she hadn't imagined it. There was a flower-shaped mark, the kind that appeared on charms containing spirit energy. Luo Shui had once said that some charms held spirit beings, and the easiest way to recognize them was by looking for that flower-shaped mark. But shouldn't such marks only appear inside the spirit realm of the charm? Luo Shui had explained that when a charm contained a spirit, one had to enter its realm and defeat the spirit to claim it. Yet now, that same mark had appeared clearly in the real world. Crack! Another bolt of lightning hit the ground, and the flower mark appeared again. Ding, ding ding, 2 text messages arrived.
Xiaobai, surprise.
Xiaobai, it's a charm. Look what I found. Then another message came from Insha. The flower Mark Luo Shui mentioned, it's outside. By Ling Shan, reading the messages one after another, forgot her shock about what was happening outside. I'm coming. Just as she opened that message, the door to her dorm creaked open. It was already 11 at night. For a night owl like Bai Lingshan, staying up wasn't unusual, but there were 8 people in the dorm, and not everyone was used to fighting sleep with their phones this late. Seeing In Sha quietly slip in, Bai Lingshan tiptoed out with her. Xiaobai, there's really a charm outside, right? In Sha whispered. She knew it was late, but she couldn't hide her excitement. The charm had appeared. Just last weekend, In Sha had secretly gone to Bai Lingshan's house, planning to give her a little scare. But instead, she had witnessed something incredible. That day, Luo Shui had summoned the Featherfall book, which glowed and circled around Bai Lingshan. In Sha had seen everything clearly. Bai Lingshan had been troubled by the incident, so she told In Sha the whole story. To her surprise, In Sha was fascinated, and since she already knew Luo Shui, the two quickly became close friends.
It
seems so, Bai Lingshan said softly. Bai Lingshan felt helpless when she saw In Sha acting so nervously. It was the same kind of helplessness she felt when Han Chenfeng told her not to go somewhere, yet she still ended up going anyway. So, it turned out he really did find her troublesome. Xiaobai, didn't Luoxue say that spirit symbols only appear inside the spell illusion? The two of them walked into the laundry room, which had a great view through a large 3-meter-high window. From there, they could easily see outside. I'm not sure, but this should be a flower-shaped mark left by a spirit symbol, Bai Lingshan said, pointing at the faint blue flower pattern that had appeared on the floor for a few seconds. A flash of lightning struck the ground, startling both Bai Lingshan and In Sha.
then.
What should we do, Xiaobai? In Sha asked nervously, glancing at her friend who seemed uncertain. Maybe we should. Since Luoxue isn't here, let's just pretend nothing happened and go back to sleep, In Sha interrupted, tugging lightly on Bai Lingshan's pajama sleeve. Indeed, if Luoxue hadn't come to find her, and if she hadn't looked out the window, she might never have known about this strange event. Besides, she hadn't seen Han Chenfeng anywhere. The campus was a mysterious place. Several spell symbols had already appeared there before. All right, Bai Lingshan said after thinking for a moment. Just as they were about to leave, a sorrowful cry echoed from outside. Meow. Bai Lingshan's heart trembled. It was a cat. She turned and saw a small silver-gray kitten running frantically across the campus, chased by streaks of lightning striking down from the sky. Bai Lingshan loved cats. They were so cute. But how could there be a cat on campus? It's a cat, In Sha, she said. In Sha had heard it too, but both of them were puzzled. How could there be a cat here? They had been at the school for several weeks and had never seen a single cat before. Yet now, one had suddenly appeared, dodging lightning bolts as flower-shaped marks kept forming on the ground. 2 choices flashed through Bai Lingshan's mind. If she didn't help, the cat would be destroyed by the spirit symbol. If she did, she didn't know how to save it. Leave it to fate or take action. In the end, Bai Lingshan chose to save the cat.
But how could they save it?
Xiaobai, you're not thinking of. I can use a charm. On Bai Lingshan's right index finger was a ring with a special power. It could summon different charms from the Book of Featherfall. A purple light flashed, and the leap charm appeared out of thin air. The leap charm lets you jump farther than normal, Bai Lingshan said firmly, looking outside with determination.
Leap?
In Sha suddenly remembered something. Is that the one you used to jump onto a tree and got so scared you couldn't move? Last Sunday, under Luoxue's guidance, Bai Lingshan had practiced the leap charm in the woods behind her house. It was her first time using it, and she didn't really understand what long-distance jump meant. So she picked a fairly tall tree, aimed at the trunk, and jumped. To her surprise, she landed right on the tree trunk with ease. In Sha had shouted from below, while Bai Lingshan trembled up above. After that, she spent the whole afternoon practicing, so she wouldn't make mistakes again.
That was an accident, she said.
Oh, really? Insha grinned mischievously. She had never seen Bai Lingshan look that frightened before. How are you going to get down? Do you want the dorm matron to open the door for you at this hour? You're planning to use that charm? Insha reminded her that it was already late, and the dorm building was locked. Bai Lingshan pushed open the window and looked down. Their dorm was on the third floor, not too high but not low either. Each floor had a small ledge wide enough for 1 foot.
Still, she couldn't just sneak out like that.
She was someone who possessed the Book of Featherfall, someone who could use magical powers at any time. The leap charm 1 second, and it was ready. How about using it to save the cat?
She said.
Then, with a flash of purple light at her feet, she jumped out the window. The sight made Insha gasp in shock. Oh my gosh! Insha rushed to the window and looked out. Xiaobai really did what she said, no hesitation at all. Watching Bai Lingshan skillfully use the leap charm to hop from ledge to ledge toward the cat, Insha quickly pulled out her phone, opened her contacts, and tapped on Han Qinfeng's name. She had even marked it with a star, just in case. Over the weekend, she not only heard about the talisman but also learned that Han Qinfeng had risked his life to save her. Realizing that such a great person was right beside her while she had been guarding against him all this time, Insha couldn't help but change her opinion of him completely. There! Bai Lingshan shouted as she rushed down, only to discover something alarming. The lightning's target had changed. The electric current was now heading straight for her, and this was no joke.
Kitty!
Without thinking, Bai Lingshan jumped toward the little cat and caught it as it ran around in panic. But that brief pause cost her the chance to dodge. The lightning was already upon her. A bolt of lightning struck down, its roar sounding like a declaration of her end. She saw it clearly. The blinding light and the overwhelming pressure felt like death reaching out for her. She was sure she wouldn't survive. At that very moment, Black Feather Shield. The 4 words came suddenly. Just as the lightning was about to hit Bai Lingshan, a dark glow appeared above her. When the lightning clashed with the black light, a dazzling wave of energy burst out. Then, silence. The night sky still flickered with faint sparks, but Bai Lingshan was still standing there. Meow. The little cat's soft cries seemed to say, "It's okay now." Bai Lingshan slowly opened her eyes and looked around in disbelief. When the lightning came, she had been completely frozen. How could she have reacted in time? So how was she saved? Your skills are weak, but your courage isn't. The voice came from a distance. Bai Lingshan turned toward it. That voice. It's him, she whispered, watching as Han Qinfeng appeared beside her in just a few seconds. That moment had terrified Insha. From the instant the lightning struck toward Bai Lingshan to Han Qinfeng's sudden appearance, her mind had gone blank. Only when she saw that Bai Lingshan was safe did she finally breathe again. The two stood close together, talking quietly. Insha wished she could hear what they were saying. Han Qinfeng had moved to Bai Lingshan's side in just a few steps, his voice low, as if scolding her for acting recklessly. Thank you, Bai Lingshan said, grateful for his timely rescue. Without him, she would have been struck by the lightning. The glow from the crescent stone in Han Qinfeng's hand faded, leaving only a cold look in his eyes. Did Luo Shui ever tell you about the dangerous type of real-seen spirit talismans? Or do you think I came here to save you? Bai Lingshan didn't answer. She just looked at the cat in her arms. The little silver cat had a pair of blue eyes and looked a bit strange, but since it was still a cat, it was just as cute. Bai Lingshan, did you hear what I said?
Huh.
Oh, yes, I heard you. Bai Lingshan blinked at Han Qinfeng with a confused look. Seeing her like that, Han Qinfeng couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Earlier, when Han Qinfeng got a call from Insha, he was surprised. Insha told him that Bai Lingshan was trying to capture the powerful lightning talisman spirit outside. Han Qinfeng was speechless. The first thing he did after hanging up was use a swift move talisman to teleport there. The moment he arrived near the scene, he saw Bai Lingshan standing there blankly, being struck by the lightning spirit's electric whip. Now, however, Bai Lingshan looked calm and unbothered, as if Han Qinfeng had interfered for no reason. At that moment, an unusual cloud was forming high in the night sky. The strange sight drew everyone's attention. Blue light, gray clouds, and a flickering shadow. The strange phenomenon happened to be right where Bai Lingshan could see it best. She saw the shadow swaying, about the size of a person. Suddenly, the shadow flashed and appeared right in front of her. It seemed that if it waved the mist around its body, that mist could swallow her whole. Bai Lingshan, watch out. Without wasting words, Han Shinfeng acted immediately. Bai Lingshan reacted quickly too, dodging the shadow's attack, but the cat in her arms was frightened. The little cat struggled and broke free from her hands.
Kitty,
What are you doing? Han Shinfeng grabbed her as she tried to chase after the cat. In this situation, he really couldn't understand what she was thinking. Startled by a sudden grip, Bai Lingshan almost countered with a defensive move. But she hadn't practiced that in a long time, so instead, she just turned her hand and caught the one holding her arm. Fair-skinned, no, wait. Bai Lingshan quickly pulled back her hand. The person in front of her, wearing a school uniform, was none other than Han Shinfeng himself. Seeing Bai Lingshan frozen in surprise, Han Shinfeng suddenly realized something and instinctively let go of her hand. Boom, boom. The thunder grew louder and louder. Both of them looked up at the same time. Blue light flashed within the gray clouds, and then, all at once, both the clouds and the light vanished. The sudden change from brightness to darkness made their vision blur for a moment. When their eyes adjusted, they saw a man holding a long whip standing before them. The man radiated a powerful presence, making Bai Lingshan shiver slightly. Hidden behind the dormitory building, Insha saw everything clearly. The man in red, surrounded by lightning, had appeared from that burst of blue light.
click.
With a quick motion, Insha captured the strange man on her phone. Now, she was worried about Bai Lingshan's safety. Han Shinfeng stepped closer to Bai Lingshan, and together they watched the figure who had descended from the sky. He's here, Han Shinfeng said calmly, taking a ready stance as if he had planned for this. Bai Lingshan, still unsure what to do, asked nervously What should I do? Strength meets strength. The man in red spoke in a deep, sorrowful voice that echoed around them. A flicker of emotion passed through Han Shinfeng's cold eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Strength meets strength. Strength meets strength. The man kept repeating the phrase in the eerie silence. Bai Lingshan stood frozen, and even Han Shinfeng dared not make a move. Strength meets strength. Suddenly, a dark glow spread from the man's body, and his presence grew stronger. His voice turned fierce. Even against the weak, I remain strong. Bai Lingshan's head buzzed. The dizziness she had felt earlier in the dorm returned. She shook her head slightly, and when she opened her eyes again, everything around her had changed. Meow, a cat's voice. Now Bai Lingshan was in a completely white space. In that endless whiteness, only she and a cat remained. A silver-gray cat. It looked familiar. Brother Ollie, look. A young voice called out to her. In the white space, the cat moved like a paintbrush, leaving behind colors and shapes wherever it walked. Now, the space was no longer white. Bai Lingshan could clearly see that it had turned into a peaceful paradise protected by nature, and in the middle stood a man and a woman. Congratulations, you're an adult now. The man smiled kindly at the girl, and she nodded happily. If those poisonous insects don't appear 3 days from now, our generation will be safe again. By then, will you come to my wedding with Brother Xian? The girl looked very cheerful, but the man's expression carried a hint of something unspoken. He paused before answering. The fairyland-like scenery and their unusual clothing amazed Bai Lingshan. But one question filled her mind. Who were they? It was said that where poisonous insects lived, the undead would also appear, and both brought destruction to all living things nearby. A certain place became forbidden because of these creatures, forcing nearby villages to move away. The ancestors of Baiao village discovered a secret method and made a sealing pact with the earth god. For 100 years, as long as the oath was kept, neither side would appear, and the villagers would live in peace. But if the oath was broken, one side would emerge to punish the other, and the consequences would be severe. The dead would not complain, and the living would raise the next generation. No one could escape this fate. Each generation had a special treasure that could stop the pact for 10 minutes. But with every good power came a bad one. Mi was the priestess who protected the village in this generation, and she was the keeper of the treasure. Yet this time, the oath was broken again. In the end, Mi used the treasure and finally gained forgiveness. She thought everything was over, but the treasure's hidden curse erased everything that had happened during those 10 minutes. Now she knelt on the ground, her strength completely gone, facing only merciless destruction. Mi watched helplessly as her people fell one by one. She finally understood why no one ever spoke of the treasure's curse, because everyone who knew the truth had already perished. She once believed the treasure was her hope, but she was wrong. It was nothing more than an object for sinners to make their final repentance. If only she had acted sooner when things first went wrong, perhaps none of this would have happened. She had lost all will to live.
Mi.
At the moment of death, Ollie blocked the attack that was meant to take her life and fell in front of her. Seeing him collapse felt like a heavy blow to her head. Mi moved her stiff body toward him, her trembling hand reaching out to Ollie. Mi, don't be sad. Don't blame yourself. None of this is your fault. Lying on the ground, Ollie felt dizzy as numbness turned into sharp pain. Mi's hands shook badly. She didn't know if it was from witnessing the cruel fight or from seeing the wound in Ollie's abdomen. She lifted his upper body, resting his pale face against her shoulder. Her lips trembled so much that she couldn't speak. Mi, you must live well. The creature follows sense.
Take this.
His blood-stained hand tightly held a beautiful red pouch. Raising it took all his remaining strength. Seeing him use the last of his life to hand it to her, Mi's tears flowed uncontrollably.
Why?
Why did you do this? Mi couldn't understand why he had stepped in front of her to take the fatal blow. If he hadn't appeared, she would have been the one lying in the pool of blood. Ollie called her name weakly. His consciousness was fading fast, his breathing shallow and weak as blood kept flowing from his wound. Death was pulling him away from her. I hope you can be happy, Mi. And to be happy, you must live.
I'm afraid.
I can't protect you anymore. Be strong. The road ahead will be bright. Ollie. Mi, happy birthday. Outside the village, in the grass, I left a gift for you.
Hey.
By Lingshan. Wake up. Han Chenfeng put away the lightning talisman and came to Bai Lingshan's side. The cat beside her kept circling anxiously. What happened to me? Bai Lingshan opened her eyes, looked around, and stood up unsteadily. What's wrong with you? How could you just faint like that?
Mi?
Bai Lingshan pointed at herself in disbelief.
Han Chenfeng stayet silent.
Right, that spirit charm. Did you collect it? What do you think?
Oh.
Remembering the dream she just had, Bai Lingshan's mood suddenly grew heavy. It's getting late. Go back and rest. You still have class tomorrow. Seeing that Bai Lingshan wasn't feeling well, Han Chenfeng didn't bother to scold her. Bai Lingshan nodded in response. Ali took his final breath, and Mi finished her last prayer. Brother Ali, thank you. There is no greater sorrow than realizing the value of something only after losing it. Meow, when Mi parted the grass, tears once again filled her eyes. Brother Ali, I really want to raise a cat. Soft, tiny, and so cute. Like you? You're so annoying. What once seemed like simple fun had now become a cage for her emotions, leaving her in pain. It was a cat, a small, silver-gray kitten, soft and fluffy, truly adorable. Mi held the kitten close, feeling the last trace of warmth left by Ali. At that moment, she finally understood who had truly cared for her. At the edge of the forbidden land of poisons lay Baiyao village, a place of clear mountains and pure waters, as if blessed by the gods. The village was small, with just over 100 people. The men farmed, the women wove, and life went on much like anywhere else. Yet Baiyao village was home to a unique lineage, the priestesses.
Mi.
I came to see you. Yenli called out as he stepped into a small courtyard surrounded by bamboo fencing, carrying a basket of fish. Brother Ali, the young girl, who had been checking herbs on a wooden rack, looked up in delight. What had he brought this time?
Fish.
What a big fish. The girl's face lit up with excitement. Yenli always seemed to bring her the things she liked most. But now, the girl was already engaged to the village chief's son. Their marriage was arranged to unite the chief's family with the priestess lineage, ensuring the continuation of both families and the prosperity of Baiyao village. Because of this, no matter how much Yenli cared for her, he could only remain an outsider. Look at Mushuan. Then look at yourself. What right do you have to like her? Can you even protect her? Faced with his friend's scorn, Yenli knew the truth of his situation. Yet, unable to let go, he still found excuses to visit her, bringing small gifts whenever he could. In the village, where a line of priestesses existed, there were always strange things different from other places. On the surface, Baiyao village looked peaceful and calm, but it hid a terrifying secret. Beneath the ground were countless bloodthirsty poisonous insects sealed away. When Baiyao village was first built, a powerful saint-level sorceress used her great power to summon the earth god Sasifa. She made a 100-year contract with him to seal those harmful creatures and pass down the priestess bloodline. Although the seal was strong, it was not perfect. The sorceress wanted to protect the people, but because of human greed, she created another seal. If the villagers failed to follow the rules and protect the sacred pond, the second seal would activate, releasing the poisonous insects. Those bitten would die and turn into walking corpses, who would then attack the villagers as punishment. Thus, a rumor spread. Within 100 years, if the oath is kept, peace will remain. If the oath is broken, one side will appear to bring punishment, and the consequences must be borne. But one day, it really happened. Brother Xian, are you leaving? We promised to face everything together. Let go. Mu Xian's cold departure broke the girl's heart. She didn't know what to do. Then she remembered. The saint-level sorceress had left behind not only 2 seals, but also a treasure that could change fate. She finally recalled it. That treasure had once been seen as useless, meant only to remind people of their mistakes. But now, she saw the poisonous insects attacking, the villagers turning into monsters, and the people she loved dying.
Xiaomi.
It was Yenli. He used his own life to save her, who had lost all hope. At that moment, she remembered her grandmother's words and the fortune stick she once drew. The one who truly cares for you will appear at the final moment. Back then, she didn't understand those words. Now she finally did. After Yenli's death, she had nothing left. She gave up her position as priestess and, carrying the little cat he left behind, walked toward the place her grandmother once mentioned, the home of a god who ruled over souls. Last night, the sky wept because of an unwelcome visitor, pouring rain as if to express its anger. It only began to calm down by morning. Where is she? When Han Chenfeng walked into the classroom, he immediately noticed In Sha sitting alone. Usually, whenever he came in, Bai Lingshan would look up at him, but today she wasn't there, and it felt like something was missing. In Sha, who had been drawing, realized Han Chenfeng had arrived. Her eyes lit up, completely different from how frustrated she had looked just moments ago while struggling with her homework. Xiaobai took the day off, In Sha quickly said. Last night, she had watched Han Chenfeng's battle with the spirit of lightning in person. Now, seeing him up close again made her a little excited.
Oh, Han Chenfeng nodded tactfully.
When he saw the teacher on duty enter the room, he naturally sat down in Bai Lingshan's seat. His casual attitude surprised In Sha. What are you doing? She exclaimed when she saw him sitting there. Han Chenfeng remained calm, which only made her more flustered. As the teacher walked in, In Sha lowered her voice. Who told you to sit there? The teacher's here. Han Chenfeng replied quietly, his tone calm. In Sha wasn't unreasonable. The teacher on duty was just checking the class, which was normal during study time. And since Han Chenfeng was so handsome, she couldn't really bring herself to scold him. Looking at him up close, In Sha felt almost dazzled. He wasn't just good-looking, he had a great figure, and even when he fought, he looked effortlessly cool. She almost wondered if what she saw last night had been just a dream. The teacher checked the class for a few minutes and then left. Even after that, Han Chenfeng didn't move from Bai Lingshan's seat. Instead, He started looking at the books on her desk. A blue notebook caught his attention. The cover showed a dark shade of blue, with two distant patches of land, one near the bottom right corner, the other at the top left. Between them, pale gray clouds blocked the path that might have connected the two. Han Chenfeng picked it up and opened the first page, without thinking. Today is the first day of school. I'm really happy to be in the same class as Insha. Military training is strict, but I kind of like it. He thought for a moment, then turned to the second page. The Book of Falling Feathers, Spells, Snowfall. 3 words, 3 punctuation marks, then 2 blank lines, as if something had been left unsaid. On the 4th line there was only one name, Han Chenfeng. When he saw this, Han Chenfeng paused for a moment, surprised to see his own name written there. On the 3rd page, there was only one sentence. Bai Ruoyin, keep it up. Bai Ruoyin, Han Chenfeng whispered softly, as if puzzled by something. Have you seen enough? Yin Sha asked sharply. She had noticed when Han Chenfeng took Bai Lingshan's notebook, but she hadn't stopped him. She simply hadn't expected him to read it so seriously.
Who is Bai Ruoyin?
Han Chenfeng asked, confused but curious. Yin Sha looked indifferent as she answered. Xiao Bai?
Han Chenfeng Froos.
Her? Isn't her name. He suddenly realized something important, his face showing surprise. Bai Lingshan? He remembered asking her name before, and thinking back to how he had always called her Bai Lingshan, his expression turned awkward. Could it be that he had been calling her by the wrong name all this time? Bai Lingshan? Yin Sha looked puzzled, but when she saw his embarrassed face, she couldn't hold back her laughter. Yes, it's Bai Lingshan. Look, her name is even written in the textbook. Yin Sha opened a book to show him, then put it back. Now Han Chenfeng felt completely defeated. Being teased by Yin Sha left him speechless. That's what you get for reading her diary, Yin Sha said proudly. Confused now, aren't you? Who's to blame? She found his bewildered reaction quite amusing. Hey, let me show you something. Yin Sha mysteriously took out her phone, swiped a few times, and held it up to him. Han Chenfeng looked at her, puzzled again. How did you do that? He asked. He wasn't very familiar with phones yet. Yin Sha showed him a photo. It was taken at night on campus, showing Han Chenfeng fighting a spirit with lightning speed. Yin Sha had a real talent for photography. Every shot captured his most impressive moments, especially one where he used the black feather arrow. In his eyes, the arrow moved as fast as lightning itself. Yin Sha was also surprised she managed to capture it, since when she took the photo, she hadn't even seen where the black feather arrow had come from. Han Chenfeng was surprised and amazed by this magical phone. It could not only make long-distance calls, but also record past events. Sasha, I went back to get something just now and noticed Xiaobai acting a bit strange. I asked her what was wrong, but she didn't say anything. A roommate who had just come from outside the classroom walked up to Yin Sha to report the situation. From her expression, it was clear that something had happened. Yin Sha was worried that Bai Lingshan might be in trouble, so she returned to the dormitory. It had only been a few minutes, but when she reached Bai Lingshan's door, she noticed it was locked. Looking through the small window, she saw that Bai Lingshan wasn't inside. There was only one path between the dormitory and the classroom building, and she hadn't seen Bai Lingshan along the way. What was going on? Ding, ding, ding.
Her phone rang.
It was Han Chenfeng. Yin Sha, where are you? Xiaobai isn't in the dorm. Did she go back to the classroom? Seeing that it was Han Chenfeng calling, she answered right away. Bai Lingshan is outside. Han Chenfeng's voice was calm, but his words raised questions immediately. Outside? What is she doing outside? Yin Sha asked in surprise. I don't know. How do you know she's outside? Did she call you? I saw her outside. Hearing that, Yin Sha was stunned. Outside? You're outside too? It's only been a few minutes. Did you fly there? She had only been back in the dorm for a few minutes, and just a moment ago, Han Chenfeng had been in the classroom. There was no way he could have gone out and found Bai Lingshan so quickly. It didn't make sense. Bai Lingshan fainted. Han Chenfeng said simply. What? Yin Sha gasped. She wished she could rush over immediately. Where are you? I'll come find you. There was silence on the other end for a moment before Han Chenfeng replied softly, Near the supermarket. His answer was too brief, so Insha had to guess. The supermarket? Hibaiwi? After a few more minutes of talking, Insha figured out the location and got ready to go. Meanwhile, after ending the call, Han Chenfeng put his phone back in his pocket and looked at Bai Lingshan, who was lying on a wooden bench near the supermarket. The bench was there for people to rest. At this hour, most students and office workers were already busy, so the street was almost empty. Bai Lingshan lay fainted on a wooden chair, wearing her school uniform, her long hair flowing down like a waterfall. She looked as if she were asleep, but her mind was clear. She just hadn't opened her eyes. In her dream, she saw a young girl with long hair touching the ground, dressed in a red gown that brushed the floor, her face covered by a veil. The girl looked only 12 or 13, yet her presence felt powerful and commanding. The girl told her that danger was coming and that she had been sent to deliver a message. The way to solve it was hidden in a dream about me. When Bai Lingshan asked who had sent her, the girl only said that the person held great power and could not be named. Now, pretending to sleep, Bai Lingshan was thinking about this.
Me?
The dream about the priestess. Bai Lingshan murmured as she slowly opened her eyes. Still lost in the red-dressed girl's words, she gradually noticed the world around her. The road, the buildings, the greenery. When she saw all this, she was stunned, her eyes widening in shock. What was going on? Wasn't she in her dorm just a moment ago? You're awake? Han Chenfeng asked when he saw her move on the wooden chair. Bai Lingshan was startled to see him. Why are you here?
Han Chenfeng looked confused.
Shouldn't I be asking you that? Bai Lingshan was speechless. He was right, but how had she ended up here? Insha will be here soon. Let's wait for her, Han Chenfeng said.
Insha?
Bai Lingshan frowned. Had Insha taken leave? At that moment, Insha had already arrived at the entrance of the He Bai Hui supermarket. As she took out her phone, she glanced at the nearby wooden bench. She dialed Han Chenfeng's number. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Hello, the number you have dialed is not in service. The automated message played, and Insha hung up, puzzled. What's going on? She muttered, dialing again, but the result was the same. 15 minutes had passed since Han Chenfeng had last tried to call her. She hadn't shown up, and there was still no reply. Seeing Han Chenfeng's worried look, Bai Lingshan said, Maybe I should call Insha. She might have taken leave. Han Chenfeng nodded, and Bai Lingshan began dialing Insha's number. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Bai Lingshan looked at her phone in surprise as the same message repeated again and again. It didn't go through, she said softly, puzzled but not too concerned. In Han Chenfeng's pocket, the crescent-shaped stone kept flashing with light. He looked around carefully. From his experience, the glowing stone could only mean one thing: a charm had been activated. What a surprise. Is it another real-world vision? Meanwhile, Insha kept trying to call but got no answer. Gradually, she stopped relying on her phone and began pacing around the wooden bench, still unable to find Bai Lingshan or Han Chenfeng. Frustration grew in her heart. Not far away, a pair of eyes had been watching her quietly for some time. A girl dressed in a red shrine maiden outfit stood there. Her long black hair flowed down her back, and at her waist hung a small, old red pouch. In just a few steps, the girl was standing right in front of Insha. It's you? The girl's voice was soft and clear, but her face showed confusion as she looked at the stranger before her. Her sudden appearance was like that of a ghost, startling Insha, who hadn't been prepared at all.
Who? Who are you?
Insha asked, her eyes wide with surprise. The girl didn't answer. She seemed lost in her own thoughts, studying Insha from head to toe as if searching for something. Then, tilting her head slightly, she noticed the hair tie on Insha's head, a black band decorated with 3 small blue cloth petals shaped like tiny rabbit ears. So that's it, the girl murmured, as if remembering something. Insha realized the girl was staring at her hair tie and recalled how she had borrowed it from Xiaobai that morning after losing her own. Still, she couldn't make sense of the girl's reaction.
Who are you?
Insha asked again, trying to sound brave. The girl suddenly twirled, lifting her skirt slightly as she spun gracefully, like a dancer showing her light steps. As she turned, a faint glow rippled out from beneath her feet like waves on water. Shah's eyes widened as she caught sight of something unbelievable. A flower-shaped mark, she gasped. At the same time, the crescent stone in Han Qinfeng's hand began to shine brightly, yet he noticed nothing unusual around him. The calmness of his surroundings felt strange, and suddenly, he understood what was happening. By Lingshan, open the spirit talisman illusion. Han Qinfeng realized that the glowing crescent stone signified the presence of a talisman. Since everything around him seemed peaceful, it couldn't be a real-world talisman. It had to be an illusion created by a spirit talisman. Before Bai Lingshan could respond, Han Qinfeng continued, Shah is in danger. Hearing this, Bai Lingshan immediately took out the lawn feather token, preparing to open the gate to the spirit talisman illusion. The lawn feather token was not only used to capture talismans, but could also open the entrance to the spirit talisman illusion. As Bai Lingshan opened the gate, the girl in the red dress, who was the spirit of the talisman, instantly sensed it. The girl smiled gently at Shah. Sister, shall we play a game? Seeing the mischievous look on the girl's face, Shah had a bad feeling. What game? She asked nervously. The air felt eerie, and the streetlight beside the wooden bench flickered. The girl smiled sweetly and said, Hide and seek. As soon as she spoke, Shah saw the world around her begin to change rapidly. The scene twisted and turned until it became a maze. A chill ran down her spine. See, can we not play? Shah asked, realizing how frightening this was. Sister, hide and seek is fun, the girl said with a bright smile, as if it were just an innocent game. Shah forced a smile, but her face felt stiff. In the next moment, the girl's figure vanished before her eyes. Oh, come on. What is this? I'm supposed to be in class. Shah shouted angrily, sounding half-crazed. Just my luck. Can't even walk without falling into trouble, she muttered, glaring at the endless walls blocking her way. Trapped in this strange place, she could only sigh in frustration. The spirit talisman illusion was vast, far more than a small area. It first trapped Shah, the uninvited guest, before turning its attention to the others. Bai Lingshan and Han Qinfeng moved forward together. Although they had entered the spirit talisman illusion, their surroundings still looked like the front of the He Bai Hui supermarket. The wooden bench remained in place, and only one of the 3 streetlights beside it was lit. The so-called 3-branch streetlight refers to a main pole with 3 smaller branches, each holding a light bulb. That's what Bai Lingshan calls a 3-branch streetlight. Suddenly, an eerie feeling filled the air. A silver-gray cat quietly walked toward Bai Lingshan and her companion. Wherever its paws touched the ground, faint flower-shaped marks appeared. Some people are said to walk on lotus flowers, but this cat left flower patterns with every step. Its entrance was grand, showing its mysterious power. As the cat came closer, a misty light surrounded it. Within seconds, a girl dressed in a red shrine maiden outfit stepped out, her feet landing on the flower-shaped marks. A spirit charm. Bai Lingshan recognized the girl's identity from the marks. Beside her, Han Qinfeng also noticed something strange. The cat from yesterday, he said. Bai Lingshan suddenly understood. The girl walked toward them with a gentle smile. A sister came in just now. I played a little game with her. Would you like to help me find her? She said brightly. With a wave of her hand, a maze appeared on the ground beside her. She pointed mysteriously toward its entrance. Shah, Bai Lingshan said, frowning. From what Han Qinfeng had mentioned earlier about Shah being in danger, she knew the sister must be her. She looked at Han Qinfeng, waiting for his response. If you think it's a trap, maybe your brother here should go in first to check, the girl said sweetly, tilting her head like a friendly neighbor. Han Qinfeng turned to Bai Lingshan. Why don't you go first? Shah is your friend, after all. His slightly flattering tone surprised her.
Me?
Bai Lingshan pointed at herself in disbelief. Seeing Han Qinfeng nod meaningfully, she murmured, Go in. Both of them looked toward the maze entrance. Bai Lingshan blinked in confusion. Shah was inside. Maybe she could find her if she went in. Clenching her fists, Bai Lingshan gathered her courage. All right, I'll go find her, she said, running straight toward the maze. Han Chenfeng was stunned. He hadn't expected her to actually go. What are you doing? He shouted. Han Chenfeng suddenly called out to Bai Lingshan. She turned around, puzzled, and asked softly, Aren't we going in? Han Chenfeng looked speechless, as if he couldn't believe what she was thinking. I'm asking you, he said, glancing toward the girls standing beside the maze. What is she? She's a spirit charm, Bai Lingshan replied. And you? What are you here for? He continued. Bai Lingshan paused to think.
I'm
looking for someone. In Sha is inside the maze. I need to find her. Then she hesitated again. No, she's a spirit charm. I'm here to collect charms. How do you collect them? By defeating the spirit charm and taking its seal, she answered after a moment. At least your memory still works, Han Chenfeng sighed, relieved that she remembered how to collect charms. Bai Lingshan frowned, realizing something was off. Weren't you the one who told me to go in? She asked, confused. She had thought he had a plan, but now it seemed he had just tricked her. If I tell you to go in, you just go? Since when do you listen to me so easily? Han Chenfeng said. She remembered how, in the past, he had told her not to rush into battles, but she always did anyway. He didn't even want to bring it up again. He had thought she was bold, but now she just seemed naive. A spirit charm is just a spirit charm. Stop overthinking and be careful, Han Chenfeng said seriously, his presence suddenly growing stronger. Bai Lingshan froze for a moment. If you go in now, you won't find her, and you might not come out either. To end the illusion of a spirit charm, you must defeat it. Only then will everything reset, and Insha will appear on her own, Han Chenfeng said, his sapphire eyes deep and calm, as if holding countless strategies. Talking too much only causes trouble, the girl said coldly. The moment Han Chenfeng moved closer, she vanished. When he landed, a huge birdcage appeared around him. Yes, Han Chenfeng was trapped inside it. He stayed calm, carefully studying the cage that held him. Everything had happened so fast that Bai Lingshan still hadn't fully processed what was going on. Sister, look, this is much better now. The young girl appeared again, standing very close to Bai Lingshan, who stepped back in surprise. When she came to her senses, Han Chenfeng was already trapped inside a birdcage. Even in her frustration, she found the sight strangely funny. Sister, why don't you come with me somewhere? Bai Lingshan froze, a thin layer of sweat forming on her forehead. Go somewhere again. This spirit. Although the spirit looked full of expectation, her eyes were dull and lifeless. Eyes are said to be the window to the soul, yet her empty gaze and forced smile felt unsettling. What should I do? In her dream, the mysterious girl had said that the spirit's dream could help her overcome her troubles. That dream was about the spirit, and the one called the Flash Spirit.
Han Chenfeng.
The Flash Spirit was with him. Can you let him go? Bai Lingshan tried to find the right words, but the tense atmosphere made it hard to speak. I need to talk to him, you. She wanted to ask the spirit to release Han Chenfeng, but even she didn't believe it would work, so she awkwardly changed her words. Han Chenfeng quietly watched the two of them, confusion slowly showing on his face. Can I talk to him for a moment? Bai Lingshan asked carefully, hoping for even the smallest chance that the spirit might change her mind. The spirit blinked her dull eyes and hesitated for a moment. You may. Her calm reply made Bai Lingshan even more uneasy. After a short pause, she walked closer to Han Chenfeng's cage, glanced back at the spirit, and whispered to him, Your Flash Spirit. Can you release it? Flash Spirit? Let it out. I think I have a way to try something. In her mind, Bai Lingshan recalled the dream girl's words. If the Flash Spirit appeared, the spirit before her might remember the past, and their situation could change. Han Chenfeng didn't fully understand, but the moonstone on him glowed, and the Flash Spirit appeared. What way? He asked. Just release it. You don't need to do anything else. The story from her dream replayed in her mind. Xiaomi, Yanli, how Yanli had sacrificed himself to protect her, and how Xiaomi had searched for him all her life. In the end, They met again as spirits, bound by fate, but with no memory of their past. When they were reclaiming the Extreme Flash spirit talisman, Xiaomi, who had taken the form of a cat, found him. But he attacked her without mercy, because spirit talismans were said to be beings created from charms, with no memory or emotion of their own. Since they had no memories, how could they recall the past? The girl from the dream had said that by revisiting a spirit talisman's past, there was a chance to awaken its original memories. Luo Shui had also mentioned that spirit talismans were once real people, so the method should be correct. Therefore, Bai Lingshan's plan was to use the Extreme Flash spirit talisman to awaken Xiaomi's lost memories, following the Dream Girl's method. That way, they could escape danger. The spirit talisman stared blankly at the suddenly appearing Extreme Flash spirit talisman, stopping all movement. Strangely, even the huge birdcage trapping Han Chenfeng began to crack slightly. Han Chenfeng quickly noticed something unusual. The moonstone in his hand glowed, and several feathered arrows shot out. The birdcage shattered, and the spirit talisman was almost hit. Han Chenfeng withdrew the Extreme Flash and faced the spirit talisman directly. The sudden change left Bai Lingshan confused. She truly didn't understand what was happening. The Extreme Flash spirit talisman was taken back, and Han Chenfeng suddenly began fighting the spirit talisman. Everything was completely different from what she had imagined. Wasn't this supposed to be resolved through a dream? Had she misunderstood something? Bai Lingshan looked toward Han Chenfeng and the spirit talisman. The spirit talisman seemed distracted, giving Han Chenfeng the upper hand again and again. A maze appeared, and Bai Lingshan saw Yin Sha's confused face.
Yin Sha,
She called, running toward her.
go.
Open the gate of the spirit talisman illusion.
Han geen ving goted.
He was buying Bai Lingshan a chance to escape. The spirit talisman's strange expression vanished in an instant, and in its best state, it knew everyone's weaknesses. Han Chenfeng couldn't be sure they would all make it out safely, and defeating the spirit talisman was impossible. Okay. Bai Lingshan didn't ask more. She unfolded the blue feather of gathering, and a burst of light opened a portal connecting the spirit talisman's illusion to the real world. What about you?
Go.
Take Yin Sha and leave first. Seeing the spirit talisman slowly regain its senses, Han Chenfeng worried that if they delayed even a second longer, none of them would escape.
All right.
Bai Lingshan agreed quickly, took Yin Sha's hand, and disappeared into the light. In an instant, they were gone, leaving only silence behind. After stepping out of the spirit talisman illusion gate, they appeared at the entrance of a supermarket. Yin Sha sat weakly on a bench nearby. Oh my, we finally made it out, she sighed. Yin Sha had no sense of direction. Bai Lingshan had known that since childhood. If the spirit talisman trapped her in a maze, then... Bai Lingshan suddenly remembered how Han Chenfeng had been trapped instantly when he attacked the spirit talisman. Han Chenfeng was still inside. Bai Lingshan opened the illusion gate again. Xiaobai, what are you doing? Yin Sha asked in confusion. Han Chenfeng is still in there. I have to go back.
Hey.
You! Before Yin Sha could finish, Bai Lingshan disappeared, leaving her sitting there in frustration.
Xiaomi.
The first thing Bai Lingshan did after entering was call out the spirit's name. Hearing her voice, Han Chenfeng looked shocked, not because of what she said, but because she had come back again. Xiaomi, do you want to protect me? Then become my talisman and guard me. How about that? To know someone's weakness and every move meant the spirit talisman understood everything. The talisman note said, to know both yourself and the spirit within the illusion is to hold the power of the Star Guardian talisman. Bai Lingshan, are you silly? If the talisman listened that easily, would we even need to fight it? Han Chenfeng said helplessly. Bai Lingshan looked innocent. But to everyone's surprise, the spirit suddenly appeared in front of Bai Lingshan, as if she had been waiting for those words for a long time.
All right, the spirit said softly.
Her eyes shone with hope. Finally, she could protect someone. The Star Guardian Xiaomi didn't need to be defeated. To win her over, one only needed to acknowledge her. Long ago, someone had given their life for her, and her only wish since then was to protect others. Yanli's memory no longer existed in Xiaomi's world, but the moment Bai Lingshan shielded her from the lightning attack overlapped perfectly with that old memory. When Bai Lingshan accepted her, Xiaomi's wish was fulfilled. A glowing mark appeared on Bai Lingshan's wrist, the special sign of the star guardian Xiaomi. Han Qinfeng noticed it. Xiao Bai Yu. Insa ran toward them as soon as she saw Bai Lingshan and Han Qinfeng appear. Then she turned to Han Qinfeng. Did it work? In Insa's mind, taming the spirit talisman had to be Han Qinfeng's achievement, since the spirit was a challenge far beyond what they could normally overcome. Bai Lingshan also realized that dealing with the spirit charm was not as simple as defeating it to reclaim the talisman. She noticed that Han Qinfeng, who was clearly more skilled in both combat and quick thinking, still couldn't handle this spirit charm. The mysterious girl from her dream had given her a hint that seemed useless at first, yet somehow changed the situation. When Bai Lingshan wrote all this down, she could only admit that she had underestimated everything. The path that looked so full of hope was actually full of danger. Bai Lingshan reclaiming the Star Guardian talisman. What a complicated story, Han Qinfeng said with a look of disdain. Guess it was just luck. I'm leaving first. I didn't get a leave note. Before Yin Sha could respond, Han Qinfeng had already turned and walked away. Xiao Bai Yu. Yin Sha looked at Bai Lingshan, not knowing what to say. She truly hadn't expected Bai Lingshan to be the one who reclaimed the talisman. It's a long story, Bai Lingshan replied, not wanting to explain what had happened. She herself didn't fully understand it. Who was the girl in her dream? What were those memories? And why did the spirit suddenly become so gentle at the end? It was all too strange. Seeing that Bai Lingshan didn't want to talk, Yin Sha suddenly remembered that class was still in session and tugged at her sleeve. Let's go back. Oh, right, Xiaobai, are you going to class?
Yin Sha asked.
Bai Lingshan quickly came back to her senses. Yes, I'll go. I just need to stop by the dorm first, she said, starting to run. The next class was about to start soon. Yin Sha quickly grabbed her arm. Why are you going back to the dorm when you're already in your uniform? Yin Sha asked in surprise. Bai Lingshan froze, looked down at her uniform, and remembered she had been heading to class that morning. But somehow, she had dreamed of the girl in red and then woken up at the entrance of the supermarket. Just as she was about to agree that Yin Sha was right, she noticed her messy hair. My hair, she said, lifting two loose strands in front of her face to show Yin Sha. Yin Sha sighed helplessly. Bai Lingshan's hair had been the same for years, only trimmed a few times, always tied with a simple band, never styled differently. Yin Sha sometimes thought about giving her a neat, short haircut while she slept. How about I braid your hair for you? Yin Sha suddenly had a bright idea. Can you do it? Bai Lingshan had been friends with Yin Sha for over 8 years. She knew Yin Sha was not as meticulous as other girls. Although Yin Sha now had long hair, it was the first time she had kept it at waist length. Of course, Yin Sha said confidently. She turned behind Bai Lingshan. Bai Lingshan watched in disbelief as Yin Sha worked on her braid, fingers constantly pulling her hair into layers at the back of her head. Although she wasn't very skilled, it seemed like she had practiced before. A few minutes later, Yin Sha finished her big braid. Click! A camera shutter sound captured Yin Sha's braid on her phone. Look, what do you think? Yin Sha proudly handed her phone to Bai Lingshan. The photo of her braid was not only a pretty hairstyle, but also her first time showing her achievement to others. Not bad, Bai Lingshan said surprised. She wondered how Yin Sha, who usually didn't care much about dressing up, managed to do this. She flipped through the photo album. Most of the recent photos were taken at night, so she didn't look closely. Suddenly, she saw a bright photo and looked up. It was Han Qinfeng, yes, Han Qinfeng. He was doing homework at his desk, and Yin Sha had taken a sneaky photo. Bai Lingshan felt a bit guilty and quickly flipped back. The braid. Yin Sha glanced at her phone, seeing her perfect work.
See?
Looks good, right? Next time, I'll braid one too, Yin Sha said happily, touching her bangs. Bai Lingshan felt a little awkward and returned the phone to Yin Sha. Her expression was hard to describe. She didn't expect her to secretly take photos of him. They walked closer to the school. Let's go out this Sunday, Insha suddenly asked Bai Lingshan as they neared the school. How about the amusement park? Insha seemed to have already planned it and was just waiting to tell Bai Lingshan. Invite Han Chenfeng too. Invite him? For what? Bai Lingshan was surprised. Insha winked playfully. Invite him. Just friends. You see, he's not an ordinary handsome guy. The charm. Insha pointed to the sky. Thinking of Han Chenfeng's cool pose during the battle with the lightning charm spirit, she admired him as a cool guy. White Lingshan didn't think much about it. As for Han Chenfeng, although she now looked up to him again because of that path, she felt he looked down on and was dissatisfied with her. As for friends, maybe she didn't really value friends like them. Whatever, White Lingshan said casually, replying to Insha. Seeing her indifferent expression, Insha suddenly acted cute. Sha Bai. Insha's sudden change in attitude startled White Lingshan. I think I quite like him. Can you help me ask him out? White Lingshan pointed at herself in surprise. Later, Insha considered the situation. It was unlikely that White Lingshan could arrange to meet Han Chenfeng, so if she wanted to meet her idol, she had to do it herself. Just nod when the time comes, I'll handle the rest, Insha said. For her, if she wanted Han Chenfeng to agree, her little white had to go. She hadn't seen anyone else in the class who was close to Han Chenfeng. When they entered the classroom, it was noisy and lively, with students scattered around. It was clearly break time. After sitting down at her desk, Yan Xiaoqiu, sitting behind Insha, came over. Xiaobai, you're really back. I feel safe now. What do you mean? Insha turned around, surprised. White Lingshan listened to Yan Xiaoqiu talk about something related to her and looked over curiously. The teacher said last class that this lesson, a few students would need to go to the blackboard to draw something. Yan Xiaoqiu opened her textbook and flipped to a page with pictures. The book was about fashion design. Today's first and second lessons were combined fashion design classes, but before the first class, Insha had gone to find White Lingshan, so neither of them knew what would happen in the next lesson. Students who are afraid of being called on by the teacher are the most worried. Xiaobai, I think we came back too early. Maybe we should go out again, Insha said, noticing the pictures of different collar designs in the design book. She grabbed White Lingshan's sleeve, showing she was about to stand up and leave. Collar design. White Lingshan was also surprised. She was really worried she might be called on by the teacher. She hesitated and glanced at the blackboard. White Lingshan, can you come out for a moment? One thing after another, White Lingshan looked blankly at Han Chenfeng standing beside her.
Han Tianfeng looked calm.
When he saw her hear that, he walked toward the door. Are you looking for me? White Lingshan felt confused and a bit surprised, but what was unexpected was that he usually wouldn't openly look for her in the classroom. Are they close? Yan Xiaoqiu asked, noticing the situation and feeling surprised. Of course they. Insha immediately thought of the matter of them collecting talismans, but only she knew about it in the whole classroom. If she accidentally revealed it, it might cause trouble. They sometimes discuss studying, Insha explained hesitantly, lowering her voice. Discuss studying? That's quite rare, Yan Xiaoqiu said, half believing and half doubting, as she looked toward Han Chenfeng and Bai Lingshan walking out the door. Yan Xiaoqiu liked to know what's going on. She knew about most people in the class, except Han Chenfeng. To her, Han Chenfeng was a good student, but also shy and introverted, often keeping to himself. It was rare for him to talk to others. She didn't expect him to be so close to the quiet and reserved Bai Lingshan. Bai Lingshan was quiet and shy, while her best friend Insha was outgoing and bold. Yan Xiaoqiu once found this interesting. After Han Chenfeng left the classroom and reached the corridor, which was just outside their classroom door, on the right turn of the corridor, they found it best to talk there to avoid being overheard. As Bai Lingshan stepped out of the classroom, she felt a wave of nervousness and unease. The nervousness was because Han Chenfeng suddenly called her out, and the unease was because she wondered if it was Han Chenfeng who called her. She didn't understand why Han Chenfeng acted this way, and that made her anxious. Han Chenfeng remained silent, staring at Bai Lingshan for a long time, making her feel uncomfortable and frozen in place. Why did you call me? Bai Lingshan broke the silence. Han Chenfeng slightly raised his hand, pointing to her right wrist. Raise your hand. Huh? Bai Lingshan was surprised and slowly raised her hand, looking confused. Soon, she noticed a faint pattern on her wrist. At that moment, Han Qinfeng took out a crescent-shaped stone from his pocket. When the yellow crystal crescent stone touched the faint pattern, the pattern glowed with a golden light, and the crescent stone also shone with a bright light that Bai Lingshan somewhat understood. Her heart filled with fear. She remembered that glow, meaning that a talisman spirit had appeared. "I'm not a talisman spirit." Suddenly, Bai Lingshan quickly explained herself. She didn't want the glow of the crescent moonstone to cause Han Qinfeng to mark her as a spirit. However, because of her words, Han Qinfeng, who had been calm, showed a hint of difficulty. Spirit? She hadn't expected that.
Han Qinfeng secretly smiled.
I understand. Han Qinfeng thoughtfully put away the crescent moonstone, then looked back at the faint pattern on Bai Lingshan's wrist. No wonder the spirit listens to you. You already marked it, Han Qinfeng said softly, seeming to understand the principle. But this was beyond Bai Lingshan's understanding. What? Bai Lingshan asked, confused. According to the books, to reclaim a spell with a spirit, you need to defeat the spirit or have it choose you. Clearly, the Star Guardian spirit had chosen Bai Lingshan without him knowing. I find it strange. How do you know that the extreme flash spirit can? Before he finished, he sensed someone approaching them. In front of both of them, a tall boy about 180 centimeters came over, wearing glasses, looking very scholarly. What are you doing? His voice was cold and strict. Bai Lingshan was a little surprised by his fierce look. Just as Bai Lingshan was about to explain, another person appeared. So, it's the senior. What are you doing here? A sweet voice and a cute face. It was Ling Yusi, someone from her class. Xiao Bai, you're here. Class is about to start. Go back quickly. Ling Yusi quickly signaled Bai Lingshan with her eyes, telling her to leave this trouble spot. The senior in front was a real student council senior, known for being strict. If Ling Yusi hadn't been watching out for someone, she wouldn't have seen this scene. Oh, okay. Bai Lingshan snapped out of her daze, feeling guilty, and nodded repeatedly. She missed the senior and Ling Yusi, then hurried back to the classroom. It's better to leave now. Do you know her? The senior asked Ling Yusi, who had been trying to cover for them. Ling Yusi responded sweetly and obediently. She's in my class. At the very moment Han Qinfeng entered the classroom, the senior still cast a stern warning look at him. At this time, only the senior and Ling Yusi were left in the corridor. During the meeting, we talked about early dating and strict investigation. The senior immediately brought up what was discussed, causing Ling Yusi to startle. Early dating? How do you know? Maybe they're just classmates studying together. Studying together? Isn't that outside the classroom? It could be something else too. Ling Yusi felt a bit helpless, as she didn't really know much about these people's affairs. A boy and girl spending time alone. What else could it be? Senior, I think you're just being too sensitive. Look at us. Isn't it the same? Hearing this, the senior thought there might be some truth, but he still kept a cautious attitude. Don't think I'll go easy just because they're in your class. I remember what they look like. Next time I see them, I'll mark it down. The senior's face remained serious, acting like a fair guardian, which made Ling Yusi a bit annoyed. So, if we meet again, you'll also mark it down? Ling Yusi deliberately teased the senior, straightforward as always. Ding ding ding, the school bell rang at that moment. The senior hesitated for a moment and then nodded at Ling Yusi. Different. Go to class. Ling Yusi rolled her eyes at the surprised senior and walked back to the classroom. Different? It's really different. The student council senior guiding a junior girl, teaching her properly. Ling Yusi muttered to herself, repeating what she often heard from the senior. Bai Lingshan saw Ling Yusi storm angrily and wanted to say something, but Ling Yusi just complained. Wooden head. What? Insha was also surprised. Seeing Bai Lingshan's strange expression and then Ling Yusi's look, she wondered what she had missed. Xiao Bai, what's going on? Even if Bai Lingshan didn't want to tell her, Insha was very curious. Come on, tell me. She tugged Bai Lingshan's arm, begging her to explain everything. Insha, huh? When Insha heard someone calling her, she immediately turned around, but the person calling her wasn't unfriendly. It was the art teacher, Chao Xiaowei. Yan Xiaoqiao Han Chenfeng. And that classmate Wu Tong, right? During Chao Xiaowei's class, the students who daydream or zone out are the ones she pays the most attention to, and she tends to favor them. Why is it me? Yan Xiaoqiao looked at Bai Lingshan in front of her with a surprised expression. Yin Xia, with a loud, wow, realized she hadn't checked the almanac before leaving home today. Either she was cursed by a spirit or called out by the teacher. As for Han Chenfeng, his desk mate Wu Tong looked at him with resentment and could only pick up his textbook and stand up. Those called, come up and draw the hairstyle we discussed earlier in class. Han Chenfeng didn't hesitate at all. He went to the blackboard. The earlier you arrive, the more choices you have. The first spot on the left was his usual seat. Wu Tong sighed and followed Han Chenfeng over. I'm here. Wu Tong chose a seat near Han Chenfeng, planning to do a big drawing on the board, but Yin Xia quickly pulled him away. Go away, I'm here. She playfully stuck out her tongue at the confused Wu Tong. The 4 students took turns coming up, but except for Yan Xiaoqiao nervously sketching lines, the other 3 didn't move at all. Yin Xia, Wu Tong, Han Chenfeng, 3 wooden sticks trying to stand tall. Bai Lingshan, watching from below, was secretly worried for them. Why aren't you drawing? Yin Xia kept glancing at Han Chenfeng's hand holding the white chalk. But Han Chenfeng just held the chalk on the blackboard without moving it. Seeing his calm expression, Yin Xia was confused. You can't do it, right? She suddenly understood. How could a troublemaker like him be related to this? Or maybe she had overly idealized him. With that calm look, I thought you had no problem. Turns out you can't do it either. Realizing the reason, Yin Xia felt her hope fade and helplessly complained about Han Chenfeng. She then looked at Wu Tong, who was seriously poking at the chalk on the other side, but from this distance, she couldn't see. Can you do it at all? Yin Xia asked in disbelief.
Han Chenfeng glanced her.
I didn't attend the last class, he replied casually. Does he really not know? Or is it something else? Probably not. But right now, his mind wasn't here. His thoughts were entirely on Bai Lingshan, trying to understand why she knew about the Spirit Flash talisman interfering with the Star Guardian Spirit's consciousness, and why the Star Guardian Spirit chose her. So he had no mood to draw. Teacher. Unexpectedly, a voice came from the front of the classroom. It was Han Chenfeng. Han Chenfeng turned around and called out to Chao Xiaowei, who was walking in the classroom. Chao Xiaowei looked curious. Teacher, I don't know how, Han Chenfeng said, lowering his head slightly, looking like a child who realized he had made a mistake. How come you don't know? Chao Xiaowei asked, but Han Chenfeng remained silent, still looking down. This scene surprised not only Yin Xia, who was nearby, but also Bai Lingshan, who was sitting under the podium. I think your drawing on the homework looks good. Are you nervous? Chao Xiaowei asked. Han Chenfeng thought for a moment, then nodded in response.
Cao Xiaowi not that bắc can li.
Han Chenfeng left a quiet impression as a shy and humble child. Come down now. Your homework looks good. Keep it up, Chao Xiaowei said with a gentle smile, showing he believed in Han Chenfeng. Thank you, teacher, Han Chenfeng replied politely. Han Chenfeng's respectful attitude made Yin Xia, who was looking at the blackboard, feel surprised and a bit doubtful. What's going on? Yin Xia rolled her eyes, feeling like she could give herself full marks. Learn from him, Wu Tong whispered to Yin Xia, nudging her with his arm while Chao Xiaowei wasn't paying attention. Yin Xia almost dropped her chalk in surprise. What are you doing? Yin Xia asked, just as Wu Tong looked at the teacher with a pitiful expression.
Teacher.
I can't do it either. Wu Tong tried everything, even acting cute, hoping Chao Xiaowei would say something to him. Come down now. Chao Xiaowei didn't expect Wu Tong to act like that and looked at him with a look of dislike. Go down. Thank you, teacher, Wu Tong said happily, as if he had found gold in the sand, jumping and running back to his seat. Besides Han Chenfeng and Wu Tong, Yan Xiaoqiao had finished her last stroke and happily walked down. So, only Yin Xia was left in front of the blackboard. Yin Xia felt helpless and speechless. She couldn't do the acting cute like Wu Tong, and Han Chenfeng suddenly lowering his head was. Forget it. Yin Xia thought she could handle it. Come on. Just as Yin Xia was about to turn around, Chow Xiaowei gave her a way out. Insha, you come down too. With a way out, Insha didn't hesitate and quickly left. Happy, Insha also felt she was helping the teacher. Chow Xiaowei's class time can no longer be delayed. It has been 10 minutes since the bell rang, and in those 10 minutes, four people managed to draw a picture that looks like a collar. She feels she was too careless in choosing people. When passing by Lingshan's desk, she glanced at Lingshan, who was watching Insha. She then walked onto the podium. Based on these recent assignments, some students have done quite well. I didn't call on anyone to come to the blackboard this time, hoping to give others more chances. Chow Xiaowei hesitated for a long time. She believed she could now be certain about one thing. Lingshan, Yan Xiaoqiu, Tianyu, and Han Chenfeng are all performing well, she said, her gaze gentle as she looked at the usually innocent Lingshan. The class representative has never been decided. Let's choose Lingshan. Lingshan was stunned when she heard this. She really didn't expect it. She felt like she hadn't done anything to deserve this recognition from Chow Xiaowei. A lucky break? Class representative. Yan Xiaoqiu then poked Lingshan 3 times and congratulated her with a raised eyebrow. Insha also looked surprised, while Lingshan was a bit confused. She didn't like being the class representative. She just wanted to quietly maintain her gentle persona. As for other performances, she left them all to the task of collecting charms. Just as Lingshan was about to refuse, Tianyu spoke first. Teacher, that's not fair. Lingshan asked for leave last class. How well did she do her homework? She doesn't take every lesson seriously. How can you make her the class representative? Tianyu was very eloquent, and almost no one in the class didn't know her. As soon as she spoke, her reasoning was convincing. However, Chow Xiaowei, the teacher, was unaware of this. Does choosing Lingshan have anything to do with her asking for leave last time? Chow Xiaowei was confused by this sudden complaint. If the teacher chooses Lingshan, isn't that setting a good example for us by taking leave or being a role model? Tianyu straightforwardly explained her point about Lingshan's leave last class. She always disliked teachers showing favoritism. Hearing this, Lingshan was stunned, and Chow Xiaowei was even more surprised. Tianyu's words made sense. At that moment, it was as if the same logic was used when the homeroom teacher chose Han Chenfeng as class monitor. Tianyu used the same reasoning to bring down Han Chenfeng and became the class monitor herself. So, who should I choose then? Chow Xiaowei questioned. Tianyu looked serious, as if she was carefully considering her answer. Anyway, it doesn't matter if it's Lingshan or someone else. Yan Xiaoqiu is good, and the teacher even let her go on stage to draw the collar. At this moment, the classroom was very quiet, with only a few intense looks exchanged. Among them was Yan Xiaoqiu giving Tianyu a cold, sharp stare. Lingshan didn't have much influence over the class representative choice, so she just quietly looked at her book. Chow Xiaowei, as the teacher, wanted to choose someone he liked as the class representative, but also had to consider Tianyu's opinion. After much hesitation, he gave up on Lingshan and chose another good student who made no mistakes in class, Yan Xiaoqiu. Half an hour later, Chow Xiaowei finished his lesson. Class was silent during the lesson but lively after it ended, which was normal for students. Xiao Han, what are you thinking? You weren't paying attention the whole lesson, Wu Tong said as soon as class ended, taking the lead in talking. Han Chenfeng put away his books and immediately thought about what to do next. Ask for leave. Are you going to leave me here alone again? Wu Tong was surprised. I thought sleeping in class was already bold enough, but your leave request is even bolder. Seeing Han Chenfeng about to leave again, Wu Tong quickly protested. You're really ignoring your studies, Wu Tong called out, attracting the attention of everyone in the class. Others might not know, but Wu Tong, as Han Chenfeng's desk mate, knew very well. Han Chenfeng often took leave or sneaked out of class. Today, he had just skipped a class and now was asking for leave again after a design class. It's different, Han Chenfeng replied helplessly. Otherwise, there would be more gossip in the class. I have something important to do when I ask for leave, but you just sleep in class because you don't want to listen. Suddenly, Ling Yusi, who was eavesdropping nearby, remembered something and turned to Han Chenfeng. Han Chinfeng, what do you mean by it's different? Han Chinfeng looked at her in response. Literally, he said, then left the classroom. Bai Lingshan listened in secretly the whole time, but didn't react. She just flipped through her blue leather diary, lost in thought. The geese fly south to escape the cold. Han Chinfeng came here because of the Book of Falling Feathers. Recover the Falling Feather Talisman, reassemble the Book of Falling Feathers, and then return to his hometown. That was Han Chinfeng's most important task. Studying here was just to adapt to local customs. His hometown is very far from here. If it weren't for the Book of Falling Feathers, he might never have come to this place. Chaxiang City is a lively and prosperous city. In the month he has been here, he has gradually become familiar with it. After leaving school, he walks for 20 minutes to a small street where there is a small shop open daily. The wooden door has a vintage style, and glass wind chimes sway in the breeze outside the window. Through the window, he can clearly see the flowers and plants inside. The Love Flower Shop, true to its name, is a well-run, legitimate flower shop. A month ago, the owner of the shop changed. It was during the Qixi festival, a busy time for flower buyers, so Han Chinfeng didn't come here to find her then. Now, faced with a confusing matter, he has come back again to find that person. That person is Qing Si Linglong, who was another visitor here at that time, and also his partner. He pushes the door open and surveys everything inside the shop. At that moment, Xiao Run, an employee busy arranging flower pots, notices Han Chinfeng entering.
Hey,
Classmate, do you want to buy some flowers? The Love Flower Shop has the widest variety around, Xiao Run says with a smile as he approaches Han Chinfeng. Seeing Han Chinfeng in school uniform, he feels a bit suspicious. Han Chinfeng nods slightly in response and asks, "Hello, is the shop owner here? Are you looking for our boss?" Xiaoran looks surprised but quickly feels guilty. Our boss just went out. She should be back soon. If it's not urgent, you can sit here for a while, he adds, pointing to a bench nearby. Han Chinfeng came here to find Qing Si Linglong, so he must see the owner. All right, Han Chinfeng replies gratefully, sitting on the bench and looking at the various flowers around him. The flowers are blooming beautifully, colorful and vibrant, something he has never seen in his hometown. But compared to the short-lived flowers here, he prefers the eternal black flowers from his hometown. Classmate, aren't you supposed to be in class at this time? Xiaoran checks the clock. It's exactly the time students usually have lessons.
Han Chinfeng feels a bit awkward.
I've taken a leave, he says simply, without adding anything more. Taking leave from class feels increasingly unnatural for Han Chinfeng. Upon hearing the voice, Han Chinfeng looked up. The voice was very familiar, definitely Qing Si Linglong. Oh, I've been so bored all day here. No one to play with. A girl in a green dress stretched lazily and strode out. She looked like a sleepy cat just waking up, beautiful and charming, with messy dark green hair.
See?
I even started hallucinating and thought I saw a black moon, she said sleepily, turning to go back to sleep. But then she paused, realizing something was off, and looked again carefully. Han Chinfeng raised his hand to greet her, as if to say, "You're not imagining it. This is real." Black moon. The girl exclaimed in surprise, rushing over to Han Chinfeng and poking his arm. Han Chinfeng, he reminded her, noticing her wide-eyed look, as if she was looking at a monkey. How did you come here? Qing Si Linglong didn't expect him to appear, especially so quickly.
Come with me.
Knowing that Xiaoran was nearby and that she couldn't say much, she pulled him into a small room. Black Moon, are you here to find me? Inside, Qing Si Linglong opened another door. It was a magical door shining with bright light, and suddenly the surroundings changed. A peaceful paradise, the Spirit Flower Palace. Butterflies fluttered, and flowers bloomed brightly. I am Han Chinfeng, he emphasized his name again. Qing Si Linglong was surprised when she heard it. Yes, Lord Han Chinfeng, she replied. Han Chinfeng felt a bit helpless at her strange tone. We're classmates, he explained. Now he was familiar with the environment here and had accepted his identity. He was Han Chinfeng, a new student at Xiangyu Vocational College, called a classmate. When asked why he thought that, he answered that many people had called him a classmate before. Classmate? Qingxi Linglong didn't understand the reason, only knowing he was very immersed in his role. Life is good, and I'm having fun, Han Chenfeng thought about how Qingxi Linglong acted when he first arrived. Do you remember why you came here? He asked. Qingxi Linglong remembered the Book of Falling Leaves, but she didn't like being told what to do, nor did she enjoy collecting boring falling leaf talismans. Is it just to find me? Qingxi Linglong's face suddenly changed in an instant, showing her dislike for the so-called Han Chenfeng in front of her. She walked into the Spirit Flower Palace and immediately sat on a flower swing, swinging back and forth fearlessly. Han Chenfeng stood alone nearby, watching her silently. Han Chenfeng came to see her not for this, but to ask about his doubts regarding the spirit charm spirit he encountered at the Star Protector amulet. Of course not, Han Chenfeng sighed softly. It's been a month here. 8 talisman numbers, 30 days, and a total of 104 falling feather books. He waved his finger, causing 6 talisman numbers to float uncertainly in front of him. Qingxi Linglong looked over. The chances are too low, Han Chenfeng said gloomily, clearly unhappy with the progress of collecting the falling feather books. What about Luoxue? Has she done anything? Qingxi Linglong's eyes swept over the floating talisman numbers in front of Han Chenfeng. 8? Not bad. As she spoke, she grabbed the swing's sides with both hands, then pushed off the ground with her feet, swinging backward with force. At this moment, Qingxi Linglong caused the swing to form a perfect, symmetrical arc. Her light-hearted words, however, made Han Chenfeng's face suddenly change. Not bad. The normally serious Han Chenfeng looked incredulous, but Qingxi Linglong still happily swung her swing. Getting 2 from you shows Luoxue's contract person is quite powerful, Qingxi Linglong said boldly, swinging her legs again to draw a straight arc. Han Chenfeng smiled with shame, thinking of Bai Lingshan reclaiming the Star Protector. Qingxi Linglong was having a lot of fun on the swing and talking cheerfully. How does it feel? It seems you already know, Han Chenfeng said. There were no swirling falling feather books around him, only scattered talisman numbers. Clearly, Luoxue had chosen someone else. But hearing Han Chenfeng say this, Qingxi Linglong looked relaxed, her beautiful face full of pride. Who do you think I am? Her smile was full of confidence, a sign of her knowledge, and the glory of being all-knowing. Even if she never left her house, she still had the ability to know everything. Suddenly, a ringing bell sounded loudly. Qingxi Linglong jumped off the flower swing in one leap. A handsome figure landed gracefully in front of Han Chenfeng. With a gentle point of her finger, she targeted one of the 6 talisman numbers, the extremely bright talisman. For example, the 6 delicate strands of Qingxi Linglong in front of Han Chenfeng are clearly visible, and only the Extreme Flash talisman contains a strange spiritual symbol. Extreme Flash Spirit. Qingxi Linglong's sharp eyes seemed to understand something very well. Earlier, I looked through ancient books and found that the Book of Falling Feathers contains a kind of connection between the spirits. She raised her hand and pulled over the shining Extreme Flash talisman. In other words, if the spirits had a bond in life, that connection might still exist after they become spirits. At this moment, it was as if another hand appeared, holding the Star Guardian talisman, which Bai Lingshan had already taken back. If someone uses this connection, they can awaken the memories the spirits were once sealed with, Qingxi Linglong said. It was as if the spirits' awakening of their memories was happening right in front of them. When the Extreme Flash and Star Guardian spirits appeared, the two recognized each other, and the 2 talismans shattered. If the memories are unlocked, the spirit can become an independent entity, no longer obeying others. The power originally stored in the talisman will become the spirit's own, making it uncontrollable, Qingxi Linglong explained deeply, as if warning about the danger of unlocking a spirit's memories. Han Chenfeng had heard about this before. The Book of Falling Feathers has some unusual spirits. Those with evil intent are hard to tame, so their memories are sealed for passage, she said suddenly, and Han Chenfeng's expression grew dull. His mind replayed Bai Lingshan's interference method with the Star Guardian spirit. Bai Lingshan wanted to unlock the memories of the Star Guardian spirit using the Extreme Flash spirit, openly and boldly. Awakeners must be killed without mercy. A phrase suddenly appeared in his mind. As he pondered, a cold feeling appeared in his eyes, then turned into confusion. However, this situation is almost impossible. Qingxi Linglong signaled Han Chenfeng to lower his guard. To unlock a spirit's memories, one must know the spirit's past very well. Without that, it's just a fantasy. The Book of Falling Feathers was created hundreds of years ago, and now we know little about spirits. So, unlocking a spirit's memories and turning it into a physical form is impossible. The Book of Falling Feathers was made hundreds of years ago. We don't understand spirits now, so trying to unlock their memories this way is impossible. Plus, it's unlikely that two spirits knew each other in life. Qingxi Linglong withdrew her hand, and the Extreme Flash Talisman returned to Han Chenfeng. I just suddenly thought of these things, so I told you. Qingxi Linglong spoke seriously about these principles, and Han Chenfeng found himself somewhat thoughtful. Suddenly, Qingxi Linglong took a deep breath, which made Han Chenfeng feel a bit speechless. It makes sense. Even if Bai Lingshan wanted to unlock the Star Protection Talisman with a Flash Spirit, she would need the ability to know their past memories. Otherwise, all her assumptions are just wild guesses. That's true. Han Chenfeng sighed softly, relaxing his mind. Bai Lingshan could never know that the Spirit Talisman's memories from the past are related to those bonds. By the way, hey you, have you ever thought about how strange it is that the scattered Book of Falling Feathers is? Qingxi Linglong moved closer to Han Chenfeng and asked softly. Seeing him deep in thought, she continued. The heavenly realm advocates peace, yet war still happens. They didn't focus on protecting the Book of Falling Feathers, but instead let Shui scatter it. Even more suspicious, 80% of it is in the human realm, and most of it is in the peaceful city. Qingxi Linglong had this idea since she received the task of collecting talismans here, but she hadn't found the right moment to tell Han Chenfeng. Now that he came to see her, she took the opportunity to share her thoughts, hoping he would make a proper plan. However, she realized that Han Chenfeng had already sensed this long ago. Since things have come to this point, he had no other options but to follow orders. Relying on others, doing things for others, speaking little, and not questioning much. Qingxi Linglong wondered if he had considered her concerns. But since it was the Heavenly Lord's idea, whether it's Shui or them, they are just following orders. Forget it. You can handle collecting the talismans yourself. As for me, since I've been released, I want to enjoy a happy holiday. Qingxi Linglong turned around and stretched lazily. She usually doesn't get involved in obvious problems like this, especially with troublesome matters like the Book of Falling Feathers. It's fine to leave it to the person in front of her. Hey you, try this flower tea made by AMO. It's good for beauty and health. Qingxi Linglong handed Han Chenfeng a cup of unknown flower tea, blinking happily. Han Chenfeng felt helpless. He and Qingxi Linglong grew up together and knew her very well. He hadn't expected to rely on her for recovering the Book of Falling Feathers. No, you drink it yourself. Han Chenfeng started walking toward the palace exit. Qingxi Linglong quickly followed when she saw this.
Hey you.
What's up? Han Chenfeng stopped walking and saw Qingxi Linglong running over to his side. You're just coming by and leaving without asking a few questions? Qingxi Linglong was surprised, and Han Chenfeng hesitated a little. I already know everything I want to know. Know everything? Seeing Han Chenfeng continue walking forward, Qingxi Linglong was a bit confused, but still politely led the way and opened the door. Night fell, and the moon hung high in the sky. Originally, Han Chenfeng was thinking of going back to class in the afternoon, but seeing the dark scene before him, he suddenly felt like he had missed something. He missed a whole lovely afternoon, and perhaps more than that. The second hand moved steadily and heavily, and the truth at 9:30 p.m. was shocking. Han Chenfeng saw a clock in the flower shop ticking non-stop, and he was speechless. Seeing his expression, Qingxi Linglong smiled awkwardly. Hee. Qingxi Linglong felt a bit embarrassed. I forgot to tell you, the time in the Spirit Flower Palace is a little different from here. Different? To Han Chenfeng, it was very different indeed. He remembered sitting in the flower shop just half an hour ago waiting for the shop owner, but after only half an hour inside, it was now 9:30 p.m.? No need to say, he couldn't go to class now, and the school was probably already closed. Such a big time difference, and you still dared to stay there. So, people only go there when they really have to, she replied. Hearing this, Han Chenfeng sighed. Forget it, Qing Si Linglong was like that. Now he was thinking about where to stay tonight. Hey you, if you don't mind, you can rest here in the flower shop for the night. Or maybe we can go to the Spirit Flower Palace for a while, Qing Si Linglong suggested freely, letting Han Chenfeng choose. Han Chenfeng shook his head in disgust. Forget it, I have to leave first. Han Chenfeng walked alone on the street illuminated by the moonlight. The street lamps stretched a shadow, and the crescent moonstone shone brightly, guiding him toward his destination. On Friday afternoon, Bai Lingshan finished school and went home with Yin Sha. Meanwhile, Bai Lingshan was in her bedroom, digesting the knowledge from the talisman notes left by Luo Shui, while also recalling the words of the girl in red from her dream. The Extreme Flash Talisman Spirit should be able to awaken the Star Amulet Spirit's memory. Where exactly did the mistake happen? Her only confusion now is why the results differ from her original thoughts. At that time, she clearly saw the spirit of the Star Talisman looking confused. Later, because of this, Han Chenfeng was able to escape from the prison, and things began to change. However, this probably wasn't what the girl in her dream meant. Yan Li Mi, Bai Lingshan murmured to herself as she wrote in her open diary. On a September night, the weather was comfortable, and opening the window for fresh air was a good choice. Through the window, she saw a black, strange bird land on the nearby eaves at some point. Turn off the lights and rest. Silence returned, and the night passed quietly. Night turns to day, bringing a cold autumn rain to Tianxiang City. The rain taps on the roof tiles and windowsill, making a constant sound. Even though the window is closed now, it's still made by Lingshan, wrapped in a thin pajamas and a towel blanket, sneeze loudly. Achoo! Bai Lingshan shivered from the cold, curling up under the blanket. The images constantly replaying in her mind kept her from sleeping. Waking up from sleep, her eyes were the clearest and most moist of the day. Even she, who usually looks tired, seemed lively now. She blinked her big eyes, as if two strange girls in unusual clothes appeared in the air. The girls had strange makeup, each holding an old-fashioned oil paper umbrella. Gray mist drifted from their fingers, making the surroundings look foggy. Recently, Bai Lingshan kept having strange, confusing dreams. These dreams felt very real, like the connection between the story of the spirit talisman in her dream and the mysterious symbols on the talismans, and the red-clad girl who appeared in her dreams. These are the things she has been puzzled about. Knock, knock. A sudden knocking at the door startled her. She quickly stuck her head out to listen carefully to the sounds outside. Outside the door, Xiao Bai, a bright, straightforward voice accompanied loud knocking, as if the door would be broken down any moment, revealing a grand scene of a fierce female demon making her entrance. Xiao Bai, Bai Lingshan threw off the towel blanket, ignoring her messy hair, and hurried to open the door for her passionate best friend. As she opened the door, Yin Sha ran inside, holding an umbrella. Bai Lingshan's house is a two-story small building with a yard. The door on the second floor can be accessed directly via an outside staircase attached to the wall. Yin Sha usually goes straight upstairs to visit her, because Bai Lingshan prefers to stay alone in her bedroom and be a homebody. Xiao Bai, why are you so slow? I'm soaked, Yin Sha complains as she watches Bai Lingshan's calm and unhurried movements. She also looks annoyed at the water dripping from her umbrella, showing her dislike for the rainy weather. Today, they had planned to go to the amusement park, and Yin Sha also wanted to invite Han Chenfeng to help her recover some talismans. She imagined a perfect day with her friends. But the weather played a trick on her, and her plans were ruined. Seeing Yin Sha's usual style of dressing, Bai Lingshan knew she had given up on going out. Staying at home on the weekend, relaxing in bed, and watching the rain fall quietly felt very peaceful. It was as if all worries had disappeared. I'm so angry, Yin Sha said, placing her umbrella on the ground and opening it to let the water drain. She sat down in her computer chair and glared angrily at the heavy rain outside the window, which was falling more and more fiercely. It's raining today, So we can't go out. Bai Lingshan comforted her, knowing exactly what Insha was thinking.
No.
Insha glared at Bai Lingshan, making her jump in surprise. What? Bai Lingshan asked confused. This rain is on purpose. Insha pointed at the sky outside. I got up at 5 this morning, she said, as if she was back to that moment. The sky was normal then, with no sign of bad weather. The temperature was a bit cold, but there was no sign of rain, she continued. At 6, I thought Han Chinfeng should be awake, so I called him. He said he would check the weather, Insha explained. Bai Lingshan listened quietly, responding appropriately to her chatter. But she thought Insha was probably still sleeping soundly. I even smiled because I had booked everything by then, and the sun was out. Insha suddenly looked gloomy. Within half an hour, bam, she exclaimed, exaggerating her frustration and pretending to drop something on the ground. It just started raining and hasn't stopped since, she said, her face showing both anger and surprise. I strongly suspect that this rain was deliberately caused. Insha now seems like a mad person, as if something has triggered her. Her dark eyes look a bit frightening. She glares fiercely at the sky outside the window, pauses for a few seconds, and then her anger is suppressed by the relentless autumn rain that shows no mercy. Hey, someone. Luo Xue, go and call her out. Tell her to see if someone has secretly used a rain spell. Since the last time the spirit of the star talisman led her into a maze, Insha has realized that spirits who do whatever they want are not normal. This rain definitely makes her think it was caused by a rain spell. Xiao Bai, is it you? Is it because I want to meet Han Chinfeng, so you used a spell to make it rain? Bai Lingshan is stunned. Faced with Insha's questioning, she looks a bit wronged. Bai Lingshan keeps shaking her head and turns to get the magic star box placed beside the bed. I should call her out. Under Insha's watchful eye, Bai Lingshan takes the magic star box from beside the bed. The box, decorated with a 5-pointed star, has a bright 4-leaf clover crystal that stands out. Bai Lingshan writes Luo Xue's name on the 4-leaf clover crystal, following her usual method of summoning her. As the light flickers, Luo Xue suddenly stabs her chopsticks into the bed sheet where Bai Lingshan is sitting. Shocked, Luo Xue performs a perfect dog-eating poop act, and Bai Lingshan hurriedly stumbles backward. What's going on? My food. My food. Luo Xue, who just got up, doesn't notice the change in her surroundings at first. She just looks blankly at the chopsticks lying in an awkward place in her hand. Suddenly, a terrifying reminder flashes in her mind. She is no longer where she was a moment ago. The crystal-clear glass table, the lotus-patterned porcelain dishes, and the tempting breakfast, all of it disappears in an instant. Malicious space transfer. Luo Xue naturally understands this teleportation ability that allows someone to switch locations at any time. But in the next second, she realizes there's a problem. Usually, she would get a warning before such a transfer, and she could choose to accept or reject it based on her mood. But this time, she felt no warning at all. She was just suddenly transported without explanation.
Wait.
I still have doubts. Luo Xue looked at the bedsheet beneath her, which she found increasingly familiar, green feathers and small white flowers. This is... Luo Xue saw Bai Lingshan standing nearby, lost in thought, and Insha watching like she was observing a monkey. Little Bai. Suddenly, Luo Xue noticed the box of magic star essence on the bedside table. An unexpected surprise appeared.
Did you
Summon me here? When Luo Xue asked about the reason, Bai Lingshan nodded without understanding.
Yes. Impossible.
Why didn't I know? Luo Xue was decisive. If it were someone else, maybe it could happen, but Bai Lingshan was the one who called her. Using the magic star essence box requires her consent, not just some random situation. Seeing Luo Xue confused, Insha interrupted. What's impossible? We both saw it. It's definitely impossible. Usually when Little Bai calls me, I only come after I know. But this time, I had no idea. Luo Xue didn't believe Bai Lingshan could do a command-style teleportation. In her understanding, only those with very strong control abilities could do that. Insha didn't understand this. She saw that as long as Bai Lingshan wrote Luo Xue's name on the magic star essence box, Luo Xue would appear through a beam of light. Isn't it all the same? Anyway, she came. Bai Lingshan tried to stop this pointless topic, but Insha insisted on digging deeper. I understand. She means she usually poses properly, but this time, because she didn't know in advance, she just came by accident. Yes, that's it. Luoxua agreed with Insha, because Insha had expressed the main idea. She overlooked her own embarrassment after saying that. Also, since she was new to the human world, she didn't fully understand some of Insha's words. Accidentally came? What's that? A dessert? Is it tasty? Luoxua asked with a curious look. At this moment, the room suddenly fell silent. Insha wanted to say more, but after hearing Luoxua's question, she swallowed her words. Seeing Bai Lingshan and Insha exchange strange looks, Luoxua was confused. What are you two looking at like that? Insha chuckled. It should be. It probably tastes good. I've never tried it. Insha finished speaking and immediately changed the subject. She really didn't want to talk more about the messy situation with Luo Shui. By the way, what are you doing with those chopsticks? Insha glanced at the chopsticks left on the bed by Luo Shui. The wooden chopsticks had a carved lotus flower at the top. Eating, of course. Luo Shui immediately felt wronged. If Bai Lingshan hadn't called her over, she probably would be enjoying a delicious breakfast from the lotus-patterned plate right now. At this moment, she could almost smell the rich aroma of the breakfast. Lan Yu's cooking is so good. I feel so sorry for myself. Lan Yu, Bai Lingshan finally spoke for the first time in front of Luo Shui and Insha. She felt like she was the odd one out among them. Luo Shui nodded in agreement. By the way, you should still remember that kid from her family. What's his name? See, Luo Shui tried to recall the child's name, but she hadn't paid close attention when he was introduced. Yushi, Luo Shui always felt something was strange about that name. Yushi? Yuxiang pork. Insha suddenly thought of it and blurted out.
Ah.
Yuxiang pork, it's so delicious. The phrase foodie fits Luo Shui perfectly. She loves talking about food. Insha chuckled again, while Bai Lingshan looked a bit helpless. Insha, stop causing trouble. I was in a bad mood, but now I feel much happier. Insha had almost forgotten what had happened that morning and why she called Luo Shui over. No, wait, something's really wrong. Xiaobai, I'm going out. If you call me again, I won't believe I'll still come back like this. After speaking, Luo Shui stood up and flew away. Insha quickly pointed outside, annoyed by the frustrating autumn rain. Look, it's raining outside. Hearing Insha's reminder, Luo Shui turned around suddenly and flew toward the door connecting the house to the corridor on the upper floor. I'm going to the main hall. Bai Lingshan looked frustrated. After Luo Shui left for the downstairs, she wrote Luo Shui's name on the magic spirit star box. Sure enough, Luo Shui appeared instantly. Insha asked her, how is it? Do you know now? Impossible. Try again. After several attempts, Luo Shui kept leaving and being forcibly teleported back. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. Bai Lingshan felt increasingly helpless. Even Insha looked outside at the gloomy autumn rain, feeling bored and annoyed at being forced to stay inside. The falling snow had run several times and was starting to feel tired. Lying on the bed, she tried hard to think but couldn't figure out the reason.
Why?
At this moment, the black bird outside the eaves, seeking shelter from the rain, seemed bored with the scene inside the house. In the instant when Insha saw it, puff, the black bird flapped its wings, and its feathers looked like they could block the rain. Then, it disappeared into the autumn rain. Insha was distracted by this sudden scene and took a few minutes to react slowly. Xiaobai, when did you get a crow at your house? Bai Lingshan looked over when she heard the voice. Through Insha's view, she only saw the usual yard and the gentle autumn rain. I don't have a crow, do I? Bai Lingshan was about to step forward to investigate, but she was stopped by Luoxua sitting on the bed. Xiaobai, you haven't eaten yet this morning. Why did you come to find me? Bai Lingshan hesitated for a moment and made a gesture. Seeing Bai Lingshan point at Insha, Luoxua blinked in surprise. You want me? Nothing much. Since you can't even figure out your own matters, I don't expect much either. What do you mean by me? Luoxua was a little upset when she heard Insha say this. She was about to argue, but Insha stopped her. By the way, Xiaobai, we can't go to the amusement park. How about we visit a supermarket instead? After the disappointment of missing the amusement park due to the autumn rain, Insha had another idea in mind. That was to go shopping at the supermarket. The supermarket Insha mentioned was not close to Bai Lingshan's home, but taking a bus there wouldn't be exposed to wind and rain. With such weather, besides staying at home, the best option was to visit a large supermarket.
Shopping.
At the supermarket, Bai Lingshan naturally felt surprised. She couldn't think of any supermarket more interesting than staying at home. Are you going out? Luoxue asked. Insha ignored Luoxue and eagerly waited for Bai Lingshan's positive response. Yebwa department store, how about that? Yebwa. Bai Lingshan hesitated. She knew that Yebwa department store was large enough to keep them shopping for a long time. But it would take half an hour to get there. Yesterday, they just returned from school, and today they were going back to visit the nearby supermarket. It felt a bit strange. Insha smiled awkwardly. Hee, usually I go to school, but this time I went shopping at the supermarket. My mood is different. Insha also knew that the Yibo department store was only a 10-minute drive from school, but it took half an hour to get to Bai Lingshan's house. At this moment, Luoxue interrupted. Hey, you should understand the importance of cherishing the holidays others give you. Don't waste their effort. Insha looked confused and wondered if Luoxue knew about their rest schedule. Weekend breaks are official holidays. Why would he be tired? What official holidays? Isn't that term in the spell book? Luoxue shook her head to deny Insha's words. Insha didn't understand why Luoxue was talking about weekends and how it related to spells. Spells? Insha was surprised and looked at Bai Lingshan, who also looked confused. You can ask the guy with the crescent moon stone. Using water spells for a long time and over a large area definitely takes a lot of energy, Luoxue, as the guardian spirit of the Book of Falling Feathers, said. She didn't need to mention spell recovery. Just the presence of spell energy was enough to tell. Wait, are you saying? Insha seemed to realize the meaning of Luoxue's words at the same time Bai Lingshan looked at her, and she also seemed to understand what someone meant in a phone call.
Is it?
Han Chenfeng? Bai Lingshan thought of Han Chenfeng through the crescent moon stone, and Han Chenfeng was the only one she knew who had a crescent moon stone, besides her family. Oh my, it really is like that. Insha didn't know that Han Chenfeng was the one with the crescent moon stone, but among spell users she knew, besides her family, only Han Chenfeng had one. That's impressive. If you're not going, then forget it. With a spell, you still play around like that. Insha rolled her eyes, feeling more annoyed the more she thought about it. Xiaobai, to compensate for my loss today, you have to be responsible, Insha said with a sly look, leaving Bai Lingshan speechless. We can't go to the amusement park. You have to go to the supermarket with me, Insha said, then turned to take out her usual purple umbrella and handed it to Bai Lingshan. Hey, bring the Star of Magic Veil. Bai Lingshan took the umbrella and heard Luoxue's instructions, feeling puzzled. Why do I need to bring it? Of course, so that when you arrive, you can pass it to me. Luoxue winked playfully, tapping the magic veil star beside her. Bai Lingshan felt helpless, and Insha rolled her eyes again. So lazy. The autumn rain continued to fall. Bai Lingshan and Insha each opened their umbrellas and left separately. They waited at the station, took the bus, and finally got off to walk 10 minutes to the Yebwa department store that Insha mentioned. When they entered the store, Bai Lingshan started to fold her umbrella. At that moment, she noticed a small new hole in it. Insha, look at this umbrella, she said. Bai Lingshan is usually very careful and sure she didn't have this hole before leaving home. Insha, however, didn't find it strange. Maybe I brushed against something by accident. Insha said this, but she also checked her umbrella. It was in perfect condition, with no damage. Meanwhile, near the supermarket, at Weiming Square, green light threads spread across the sky like a spider web. Suddenly, a girl dressed in green appeared out of nowhere, with a few broken sounds in the background. The girl was very beautiful, with long dark green hair flowing down her back. She looked cold and fierce, like she had just been in a fierce fight. Her intense gaze made people feel a little afraid. Qingxi, why are you here? Han Chenfeng arrived a little late. The spirit realm talisman had already been broken by Qingxi Linglong. Hearing the voice, Qingxi turned to look. This rain corrosion talisman is not so powerful after all. Qingxi Linglong put away her talisman, and her expression gradually returned to normal. Didn't you say you wouldn't come? Han Chenfeng walked slowly toward her. The wide square was almost empty because of the rain that just fell. Isn't this for you? She asked. We came here for the Book of Falling Feathers. But now, the person who made the contract with the snow is someone else. So, no matter how many talismans you collect, in the end, you still need to help the person who made the contract with the snow to rebuild the Book of Falling Feathers, Qingxi Linglong said, stretching her waist and moving her muscles. She looked at her clothes to see if they were tidy, because in the rain corrosion talisman illusion, even a little carelessness could cause her clothes to be destroyed by the corrosive fog, or even hurt her skin. After confirming she was unharmed, she continued, the snow has lost something in the human world, called the Ice Blade. But the Ice Blade's appearance is not within our expected time. This rain corrosion talisman can temporarily replace the Ice Blade's power. Han Chenfeng's face remained calm, showing some hesitation. So, I need to flatter her. Silky black hair and delicate features, Qingxi Linglong smiled upon hearing this. She displayed the rain erosion talisman again in front of her. The transparent, diamond-shaped symbol glowed faintly and floated uncertainly in her palm, radiating a tempting, soul-stirring energy. Hey you, have you heard the legend about the erosion rain spirit? Seeing Qingxi Linglong look curious, Han Chenfeng began to recall the talisman records and some related stories he had read before. It is said to be a vengeful spirit that murdered many people and became a talisman spirit to seek redemption. Qingxi Linglong nodded in agreement. She snapped her fingers, and the rain erosion talisman disappeared. Not only that, but this talisman itself contains strong evil energy. Becoming a spirit causes it to forget its memories. The criminals who knew their sins deeply suddenly turn into innocent, blank slates. This isn't redemption, it's suffering. Qingxi Linglong looked a bit regretful, recalling the two little girls holding skull-shaped umbrellas. However, she usually didn't involve herself in such matters. Defeating the rain erosion spirit sisters is quite impressive, Qingxi Linglong boasted confidently in front of Han Chenfeng, showing off her achievement. Han Chenfeng nodded in agreement. Yes, very impressive. In fact, Han Chenfeng was very confident he could defeat the rain erosion talisman spirit, but Qingxi Linglong had done it. He was surprised, but even more so when he realized she hadn't told him the full truth. Qingxi Linglong appeared normal, showing no signs of anything unusual. It's not me who's impressive, it's the person who truly defeated the spirit, she said, then glanced at Han Chenfeng, trying to read his expression. Did I just get lucky? Hearing this, Han Chenfeng was slightly startled and looked at Qingxi Linglong, who was watching him. Seeing that Han Chenfeng didn't react much, just looking somewhat confused, Qingxi Linglong hesitated for a moment and changed the subject. Hey you, you're using public property for personal use. Aren't you afraid someone will report you? Qingxi Linglong seemed to see through Han Chenfeng's thoughts and playfully wagged her finger with a mischievous smile. From the recent autumn rain, Qingxi Linglong had already guessed that Han Chenfeng was the one who used the talisman. However, she couldn't understand why he did it. Moreover, the water spell you used just now happened to cover the scent of the rain erosion talisman. That's why you didn't notice it immediately, she explained. Hearing her explanation, Han Chenfeng suddenly realized something. Is there a connection between the water spirit and the rain erosion? Qingxi Linglong shook her head and disagreed with Han Chenfeng's idea. Water spirits are yours, but there's no symbol spirit. I said before that only with a symbol spirit can a spell create a bond. This rain-eating spell looks like someone deliberately let water through, so I was able to easily get the spell. Speak plainly, Han Chenfeng said, clearly not understanding Qingxi Linglong's way of talking. He didn't want to argue about her confusing explanations. Qingxi Linglong rolled her eyes at Han Chenfeng and said, it means that someone has already been here before me. The rain-eating spell appearing here is probably just a coincidence. She emphasized each word, showing she found it boring. Who was here? Han Chenfeng asked. That person was very cautious. I didn't see him at all. Strangely, he left no trace of his presence, Qingxi Linglong said, puzzled. She saw the rain-eating symbol spirit lying weakly on the ground when she entered, so she wouldn't believe anyone had been there otherwise. Unknowingly, Qingxi Linglong started analyzing the mysterious person. I think that person must be very arrogant. It's like you worked hard to defeat the symbol spirit and then wanted to give it to someone else. That's just showing off. To me, it's a kind of insult, she said, showing a little anger but mostly contempt for the person who deliberately let water through. Seeing her disdain, Han Chunfeng shook his head helplessly. But now, the rain-eating spell is in your hands, Han Chunfeng said sharply, revealing Qingxi Linglong's secret. Rather than being upset about the person's arrogance, Qingxi Linglong was secretly happy that she had easily obtained the rain-eating spell. She knew herself well and blushed suddenly. Since he gave it to me, can I refuse? The playful tone made her seem like a mischievous girl arguing with Han Qinfeng's straightforwardness. Han Qinfeng reached out without hesitation and demanded her mysterious rain-eating spell. Give it to me, he said calmly. His cold and handsome face made Qingxi Linglong feel a slight sense of authority. After a few seconds of hesitation, Qingxi Linglong cleared her throat to ease the awkwardness and muttered, no matter what, I was the one who defeated the rain-eating symbol spirit in the end. She looked away to the side. Seeing Qingxi Linglong's strange attitude, Han Qinfeng felt a bit confused. Beating Shiryu shows you're really strong, Han Qinfeng said as he took back the charm talisman. He quietly looked at Qingxi Linglong's face. At this moment, Qingxi Linglong's expression didn't show much change, but she felt a bit disappointed inside. She was worried she might become distant from the people around her, just like those others, and eventually have to bow down and submit. Be a little nicer. I'm not like them, Qingxi Linglong complained to Han Qinfeng, seeming a bit annoyed and not wanting to talk to him. When Qingxi Linglong saw Han Qinfeng sometimes appear indifferent, as if he was just there, she thought he was treating everyone the same way. She didn't want their relationship to become like that because she was his childhood friend and confidant. Han Qinfeng reflected on himself. His indifference wasn't really true. It was just a habit of not caring much. At this moment, a gentle breeze brushed past them. After losing the water charm, the playful atmosphere faded, and the sky was gradually clearing up. Han Qinfeng looked around and saw the Yibo department store not far away. Want to go in and look around? Han Qinfeng smiled politely and pointed to the east entrance of the store. Qingxi Linglong snapped back to her senses and looked at where Han Qinfeng was pointing, then at his sincere face. Qingxi Linglong pouted, showing a decent attitude, which could be forgiven. Okay, since we're here, most of the time I was with AMO. I haven't had a chance to explore yet, she said, then started walking toward the east entrance, leaving Han Qinfeng behind. Seeing him follow closely, Qingxi Linglong asked again. Where did you go last night? She asked, starting to question Han Qinfeng. He paused for a moment, then thought for a bit. Found a quiet place last night, but I was woken up early, Han Qinfeng replied calmly.
Qingxi Linglong listened quietly.
The two of them walked side by side toward the east entrance. And then, Han Qinfeng deliberately paused here, helplessly recalling the scene. I saw three fools. As they opened the door, the interior of the store came into view. It was set up like a shopping mall, with shops lining the walls selling clothes and delicious food, all bustling with activity. In the middle was a wide path for customers to walk freely. The four-story shopping building was designed with an impressive large chandelier that added a perfect touch to the whole store. Han Qinfeng felt helpless whenever he thought about Luo Xue and those two confusing actions. Do you know Luo Xue? He asked curiously. Qingxi Linglong shook her head. Luo Xue? Not really. I don't see her often. Why do you ask? Han Qinfeng smiled helplessly. It's nothing, just asking. At that moment, a man and a woman entered from the west door and headed toward the elevator. The elevators are located in the northwest and southeast corners of the supermarket. Although each floor's elevators are in the same spots, it's hard for someone unfamiliar to find the right one quickly. The young master almost got caught earlier. Why are you avoiding that person with the silver hair? The girl wore a light green dress with a floral pattern, looking delicate and beautiful. She walked beside a young man in a brown coat, creating a striking scene. The young man thought for a moment and carefully answered the girl's surprise.
He will be where she is.
I don't want to see him. His eyes were deep, and a slight smile appeared on his lips, with a hint of regret. Let's just consider it a gift for their meeting, he said softly, giving the girl following him a gentle smile. Today is the 27th, and it's time to get paid. As he walked, he thought about his month working at a certain store in the supermarket. He told the manager he would only work for a month, and today was the last day. The girl nodded, understanding his purpose for coming. But she was still surprised by what he was doing now. "Young master, are you really going to work 12 jobs here?" she asked. The young man didn't hesitate and confidently answered her question.
Yes.
After today, I will think about what to do next. They reached the 3rd floor. Instead of going straight into a store, he went to a colorful milk tea shop on the west side of the 3rd floor. The milk tea shop wasn't open for inside shopping but operated at the counter. There were tables and chairs for resting on the left side. The young man bought 2 cups of milk tea and sat down in front of the girl waiting for him. "He's so handsome." The girl, with her ears perked up, overheard someone nearby secretly filming the young man with their phone and whispering admiring words. "Young master, the people here are so strange. Why do they keep pointing things at you and saying weird things?" she asked, frowning as she looked at the calm young man. "The milk tea here is pretty good. I wonder if you can taste this flavor." "Xiao Bai, hurry up," Insha called out Bai Lingshan's name while waving for Luo Shui to come to the milk tea shop. "Slow down." Luo Shui hit herself and followed the running Insha, leaving Bai Lingshan aimlessly wandering on the street. "What should I drink?" Facing the smile of the young lady in front, Insha glanced at the menu above. 3 cups of milk tea. I want taro." Insha casually chose a flavor, then asked Bai Lingshan, "Xiao Bai, what do you want?" "Bai wants vanilla, I know." Insha, who has known Bai Lingshan for a long time, is very familiar with her preferences. After saying that, she looked at Luo Shui. "What about you? Why not just get the same as me?" "Sister, 1 vanilla without ice, 2 taro."
Hey.
"Do you want ice?" Cough cough. While Insha was asking Luo Shui about her choice, Bai Lingshan ran over to Insha and grabbed her, asking, "No ice for me." She smiled politely at the awkward young lady in front and pulled Insha away. "Luo Shui is only visible to us. If you do that, they'll think you're crazy," Bai Lingshan whispered to Insha. Insha suddenly realized. "Oh, I forgot. Hey, who is this?"
Insha.
Bai Lingshan. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted. Bai Lingshan and Insha looked surprised. A familiar face in casual clothes approached. Wearing a headband, with her hair tied high and away from her scalp, though her looks are ordinary, her bright smile made Insha stare blankly. The sunny boy in front of them is none other than Wu Tong, Han Chenfeng's deskmate. Insha was surprised and looked at Wu Tong closely. "Why are you here too?" Wu Tong smiled and secretly glanced at the 3 cups of milk tea handed over by the young lady behind Insha. "My family lives nearby, so I come here often. Are you two drinking 3 cups of milk tea? Or did you know I was coming?" Insha quickly grabbed the 3 cups and looked at Wu Tong, who was grinning mischievously. "Dream on." She handed the vanilla milk tea to Bai Lingshan and became a bit curious about Wu Tong. "Wow, I didn't expect a big guy like you to like shopping at malls." Seeing that Wu Tong was more familiar with this place than herself, Insha couldn't help but feel emotional and spoke out. She then tasted the milk tea in her hand. Because Wu Tong was an outsider, Luo Shui could only sadly stare at the other cup of milk tea that was originally meant for herself, which Insha was holding. Hearing Insha's words, Wu Tong became unhappy and complained. "Such a big boy." Just as Insha was about to say something, a tall, cold-looking woman with a cat-like face walked up behind Wu Tong. She stopped beside Wu Tong, holding a shopping bag. She didn't say anything, just nodded when Wu Tong looked at her. Insha saw the scene of the two chatting and was a bit surprised. "Who is?" Insha asked aloud. Wu Tong was startled and responded to her.
"She's
my relative. Why haven't I heard you mention her before?" Insha looked incredulous and asked Wu Tong with doubt. Wu Tong smiled awkwardly, indicating that Insha was overreacting. You haven't heard about many things. In the rest area, because it was close to Bai Lingshan and her group, the boy in the trench coat and the girl in the dress almost overheard all their conversations. Today is really a good day. Not only did I see the guardian spirit of the falling book, but I also saw the cat girl. The girl in the dress said disdainfully, staring intently at the cold-looking woman with shoulder-length hair. The young man beside her smiled softly, his gaze shifting away from Luo Shui. Should we go say hello? No, I haven't been there for over 400 years. How could she know me? The girl's expression was no longer as sharp as when she first arrived, but instead showed a hint of sadness. Let's go. The cat girl said goodbye to Wu Tong, and then left. Seeing the cold-looking woman turn and walk away, the girl sighed lightly. It seems they are not our enemies. The cat girl ignored Luo Shui, which meant their next actions wouldn't be disturbed by her. Their only goal in coming here was the falling book. The boy saw that the girl was relaxed, and then looked toward Luo Shui. At that moment, he made eye contact with Insha. Luo Shui, I know there's a good place to eat nearby. I'll take you there, Insha said, leaving the place where Wu Tong was. Luo Shui smirked mischievously and excitedly followed. What is this? Insha was talking to herself nervously. Wu Tong smiled awkwardly at Bai Lingshan, who was drinking her milk tea, without saying anything. When everyone else had left, Wu Tong decided to leave too. Although Bai Lingshan was still standing there, Wu Tong felt she wasn't interested in talking to him. Meanwhile, the scene of Insha and Luo Shui leaving caught the attention of the young man in the trench coat. Yao Luer, go talk to them, he quietly told the girl beside him. The girl nodded and left. After Yao Luer left, the young man hesitated for a moment, then approached Bai Lingshan, who was sitting nearby drinking her milk tea. He was tall, and his trench coat made his slim figure stand out even more. This made Bai Lingshan, who was not short, suddenly seem small. Bai Lingshan was surprised. The height difference of over 10 centimeters suddenly felt close, and it made her a little nervous. Hello, was that your friend just now? The young man asked gently, with a charming smile. This scene made her think of Han Chenfeng, who had a very different attitude. Insha. Bai Lingshan looked toward the direction where Insha had gone. Suddenly, she felt a warm sensation on her wrist. The flower-shaped pattern she had seen after recovering the star protector was glowing faintly. Facing this stranger, Bai Lingshan tried to hide the pattern. I have something to do, I'll go now, she said, not understanding what was happening. She didn't know what the pattern meant, but she was afraid of being discovered. So she quickly greeted the young man and then, feeling guilty, slipped away from the scene. At this moment, the trench coat young man was quietly thinking about the name Bai Lingshan had just mentioned. Insha. It seemed he had a new plan forming. Insha, avoiding Wu Tong, turned to call Luo Shui, who was following her closely. She was about to secretly give her the remaining milk tea when suddenly the atmosphere became tense, making her feel an indescribable unease. To make things worse, Luo Shui disappeared. Surprised, Insha looked around and saw instead a girl dressed in a light grass-green dress with lotus patterns. The girl was beautiful and radiated a gentle aura. This was Yao Luer, the girl in the dress who had come with the trench coat young man. Compared to before, a few long, colorful feather tails appeared behind her. The feathers were blue-green, thin, soft, and shimmered with a faint yellow glow. At first glance, they looked very much like a mythical creature from a fantasy story.
Who?
Who are you? Insha looked at the strange girl following her with surprise. The words, spirit talisman, briefly appeared in her mind. Could she be a spirit talisman? Insha muttered to herself, imagining what a spirit talisman might look like in a fantasy world. Since she learned that Bai Lingshan had recovered the Book of Featherfall, Insha often saw spirits when Bai Lingshan used talismans. Sometimes she even got close enough to see them clearly. Now, seeing this strange-looking person, she wondered if she wasn't a spirit talisman. Then what else could she be?
Jag är snett.
Huh. Silly girl. Can't tell the difference between a spirit talisman and a person. Seeing Insha look at her strangely, Yao Luer thought she was overreacting. Hearing this, Insha was very displeased and looked down on this strange creature who seemed completely unrelated to normal humans. Are you a human? Insha asked with disdain, pointing at Yao Luer behind her. Seeing Insha acting nervously, Yao Luer glanced over. Her three long, beautiful feather tails swayed back and forth, shining with a pure light that symbolized her noble bloodline. Although she came from the ghost realm, her Qinghuan was also a divine bird. She waved her palm behind her, and under the blue-green glow, her small tail feathers gradually disappeared and retracted. Sorry, I scared you. Actually, she didn't mean to show her tail. She was using her true form to perform a special light barrier, which required her to do so. Usually, she used this light barrier to deal with people who also had special abilities. So, she had forgotten that humans would be surprised and confused by her magical tail. The so-called light barrier was a hunting ability she carried when her divine bird form used spiritual power to turn into a human. Her spiritual power was a special energy that could transform her into a human form, and it was also her divine inner core. Who exactly are you? Why are you following me? Insha was panicked when she saw Yao Luer calmly retract her tail. She turned around and started running. After running a short distance, she realized she kept circling back to the same place, as if she was trapped in a maze. Sometimes, Insha looked back at the mysterious girl following her. The girl just followed calmly, with no other reaction. Hey, you. Insha turned around, frustrated and a little angry.
Yao Luer smiled softly.
The young master told me to follow you, so I am following you, she said openly and confidently, explaining why she was tailing him. The young master? Insha hesitated for a few seconds and then asked with surprise. Why are you following me? Insha turned around and looked speechless. Even if you want to follow me, can't you do it more discreetly? Insha was a smart person. She understood that she was probably facing some problem, and this person was just waiting for the boss, whom he called the young master, to arrive. It doesn't matter. Since you're inside this barrier, no one else can find you. Of course, you can't escape either. So, why should I make things difficult for myself? Yao Luer acted as if nothing was wrong. Although she felt a little guilty about Insha's words, she still coldly told her something that would make Insha completely disappointed, that Insha was now inside the light flow barrier she had set up herself. For some reason, hearing this, Insha suddenly remembered the annoying maze created by the star amulet spirit yesterday morning. Ugh, not again. The star amulet spirit had played hide-and-seek with her. No matter how tired she was walking inside, she couldn't get out. Now, what was this barrier she was talking about? What kind of thing was that? Lately, Insha kept rolling her eyes. Her quick eye movements were almost becoming her signature gesture of frustration. Who did I offend? Knowing her current situation, Insha chose to stand still. Since she knew she was powerless, resisting would be useless. It's okay. I'll wait. Insha crossed her arms and looked into the distance. Her only thought now was waiting for her little bai to come and save her. Huh. A fish caught in a net, Yao Luer said disdainfully, glancing at this boastful person. Suddenly, a mist appeared. The previously oppressive light flow barrier was now tinged with red. Under Yao Luer's awareness, a handsome young man dressed in a brown coat appeared. As the oppressive atmosphere shifted to a cool, relaxed feeling, Insha also sensed another person's presence. Seeing that young man, who was much taller than herself, Insha felt a strange mix of nervousness and relief. His appearance gave her a sense of safety, making her feel that even in this difficult situation, she was no longer afraid. That person, Insha, has seen her before, right at the rest area where she and Bai Lingshan bought milk tea. How are you here? Did she also catch you? Insha shouted. As Insha took a step back, a clear and peaceful scene appeared in her mind, an image of a young man in a windbreaker and a girl in a dress happily drinking tea. Insha quickly turned around. Sure enough, the girl in the dress, who had been tracking her and trapping her in a barrier, was there. Looking at the young man in the windbreaker, she realized he was the big boss, the young master, who had been following her. You. Insha suddenly felt something was wrong. She had just relaxed, but her heart tightened again. "Young master, you're here," said Yao Luer, as if mocking Yin Sha's situation. Her sweet voice floated behind Yin Sha. At this moment, Yin Sha felt like there was no love left in the world. Yao Luer ran over to the young man in the windbreaker, and Yin Sha instinctively stepped back. Things were getting bad. Yin Sha sighed. The scene of being at someone's mercy was about to happen, and she was like meat waiting on the chopping board. She looked back toward the milk tea shop, but there was still no sign of movement. Honestly, by Ling Shan, this unreliable girl was really not dependable. The young man in the windbreaker didn't hesitate. He stepped closer to Yin Sha. At this very moment, Yin Sha noticed something that made her heart race. His dark red bangs moved without wind, revealing his hidden, handsome face. His delicate features made him look stunningly charming, probably the most beautiful face Yin Sha had ever seen, like the kind she only fantasized about in novels. A man, Yin Sha sighed. For some reason, her heart seemed to be captivated by this perfect face. It was as if she would agree to everything he said right now. Red light surrounded him, and warmth mixed with flirtation. The young man's dark red eyes sparkled with light. "The Book of Falling Feathers is in your hands." In the dim, mysterious atmosphere, Yin Sha's eyes flashed with red light. Her mind became a little fuzzy, and she responded faintly to the young man's question without realizing it. "Not here." She was very surprised. The young man in the windbreaker glanced at Yao Luer beside him, showing confusion. Then he looked at Yin Sha, who was already confused by him. He hesitated for a moment. To Yao Luer, this scene was just her young master using the simplest way to find out what he wanted to know. "Where's the Book of Falling Feathers?" the boy in the windbreaker asked again, and Yin Sha shook her head in response. "Not here. I answer your questions, that seems normal enough. But for the windbreaker boy, who has special abilities, this is just a simple act of forcing answers. This secret hypnotic technique allows him to make anyone tell the truth, as long as they can speak." Yin Sha, with her eyes dull and unfocused, has lost her original consciousness and become a device that the boy can control freely. "Where is the Book of Falling Feathers?" Yin Sha's response clearly exceeded his expectations. More accurately, her answer was beyond what he had considered. The hypnotic technique works by making the person answer honestly. But how should Yin Sha respond about the Book of Falling Feathers? At that moment, she thought of Bai Lingshan practicing charms at home, surrounded by a faintly glowing, transparent, ancient scroll. That is the Book of Falling Feathers. Little Bai, in a dazed state, Yin Sha softly spoke the name of the person surrounded by the transparent scroll, her close friend Bai Lingshan, who had a mysterious and magical background. Little Bai, Jiao Luer was confused by this name Yin Sha mentioned. Before the boy in the windbreaker responded, she asked him directly, "Who is Little Bai?" Yin Sha did not react to her question. Since the hypnotic technique was performed by the boy in the windbreaker, her question couldn't make Yin Sha give a proper answer. Little Bai. Hesitating, the boy in the windbreaker began to guess who this Little Bai might be. But soon, he remembered someone whose strange behavior he had noticed before. At that time, he didn't investigate further because he just wanted to find the owner of the Book of Falling Feathers quickly. Unexpectedly, he had overlooked the fact that she herself was the owner of the Book of Falling Feathers.
A mistake.
Wrong target. Wrong. Jiao Luer asked in confusion, and the boy in the windbreaker looked guilty. His eyes flickered with a brief darkening before quickly returning to normal. It was a mistake, another person. He looked toward the place where he had previously stopped. The scene shifted outside the barrier, in a sparsely populated supermarket. Bai Lingshan saw the falling snow swirling around and called out to her. "Little Bai, something's wrong." Snow saw Bai Lingshan as a sign of hope reigniting like a flame. Bai Lingshan looked around nervously. "Where is Yin Sha? Did she go shopping again?" Snow looked uncomfortable with a worried face. "I just felt a bit dizzy earlier, and then Yin Sha disappeared." "What?" Bai Lingshan was surprised. "She's gone?" Bai Lingshan doubted her hearing and asked Snow again. "Yes, it should be some kind of barrier, but I'm not good at this." "So," Snow said hesitantly, looking guilty. At that moment, before Bai Lingshan could understand what was happening, she sensed a strange aura around her. A strange red light quickly approached them. Snow, Bai Lingshan was startled by the sudden red glow, and her pupils shrank. The red light formed small dots and lines, creating strange red patterns around them, then disappeared. Bai Lingshan was amazed. Although the red lines were gone, the strange feeling from when they existed still lingered. This meant the pattern on Bai Lingshan's wrist glowed faintly, feeling warm. She looked down. A faint flicker came from her star amulet, warning her of danger. When the pattern on Bai Lingshan's wrist glowed faintly, Snow also noticed something. The symbol was a special mark from a charm, given when a spirit recognizes its user. Usually, this mark shows full approval. The irregular five-pointed star on her wrist was the symbol of the star amulet. Its purpose was likely to protect or control. Snow finally understood why Bai Lingshan had forcibly teleported her here. So it was him, smart, using a charm to hide your aura. As the words were spoken, Bai Lingshan looked nearby and saw a person standing there. The person wore a brown coat and stood upright. When Bai Lingshan looked at him, he started walking toward her. "That's," Bai Lingshan whispered. The person approaching her was the windcoat boy who had asked about Yin Sha not long ago. "Xiao Bai, this is bad." Snow, sensing something, realized the other's intentions were not good. "There's danger." Snowfall's warning was spoken. Bai Lingshan was first stunned, then became alert. She quickly denied that he was a spirit talisman. The red glow earlier must have come from him. As she watched the man approach her, Bai Lingshan suddenly felt like fighting at any moment. Her relaxed hand clenched into a fist. A young girl from the human world can stay calm and hide her aura in danger. "I didn't notice anything," she thought. Whether before or now, the girl in front of her seemed quite composed. Compared to Insha, she was much steadier. "Who are you?" Bai Lingshan asked casually, but she didn't really need to. This person was definitely not an ordinary person. Although she was somewhat suspicious of things like snowfall, she believed that demons really existed in this world. She even knew one. "What do you want to do?" Bai Lingshan was very cautious. She knew she wasn't his match no matter what he did. The young man in the windbreaker suddenly looked interested and asked, "What do you think I want to do?" while watching her pretend to be calm. I really wanted to tell him. How should I know? But she didn't dare. Although he seemed harmless on the surface, there was an indescribable pressure around him. This feeling kept affecting the atmosphere nearby. Bai Lingshan somehow sensed that faint red light flickering around her was sometimes passing by. "If I say I want your feather drop book, will you give it to me?" The young man in the windbreaker smiled slightly, carefully studying Bai Lingshan's face, trying to catch every expression she made. Bai Lingshan was stunned. The feather drop book. What does that mean? Since she recovered the spell for the feather drop book, she had only encountered strange things when the spell appeared. Now this unusual person wanted her feather drop book. She thought all dangers would come from the spell itself, but she never expected to face such strange threats. She took a few steps back and looked over her shoulder at Snowfall, who had been still and silent. But now, she saw Snowfall looking dazed, as if lost in thought, with blank eyes. "Snowfall," Bai Lingshan shouted in fear. Seeing Bai Lingshan's reaction, the young man in the windbreaker was also surprised. White Lingshan's panicked look seems to express that her ability with hypnotic secret techniques is ineffective. "You." The young man in the windbreaker shows a hint of confusion, and a red glow appears again in his eyes. White Lingshan is momentarily distracted, but quickly returns to normal. "You." Seeing the young man's eyes flash red, White Lingshan feels terrified. Perhaps her dazed expression was caused by him. "Is it ineffective?" After trying twice, the young man in the windbreaker confirms that the person in front of him cannot be controlled. Hesitating, a flash of red light crosses his hand, and an invisible pressure is tentatively directed at White Lingshan. Bang! The force rebounds, and the young man in the windbreaker almost gets hit by his own red attack. He is very surprised by this. He can't control her, and he can't attack her either. What's going on? What's happening? The young man in the windbreaker, unfamiliar with the principle, falls into brief thought. This is the first time he has encountered such a situation. Meanwhile, Yao Lu'er, who should have been watching the fun, also shows a puzzled expression. Young master. After a moment of contemplation, the young man in the windbreaker gives a tentative order to Yao Lu'er, then looks at the flashing spot on White Ling Shan's wrist. Young master, what should we do? Yao Lu'er also understands the reason and begins to investigate the flashing pattern, thinking of possible solutions. From the red light earlier to the sudden attack afterward, White Ling Shan is completely stunned. She doesn't know why this is happening or what caused it. But now she sees the young man in the windbreaker no longer acting rashly, and for a moment, she feels safe. And indeed, she is safe. The young man in the windbreaker is usually cautious. When faced with unusual situations like this, he tends to think long-term. However, even if he wanted to attack the pattern again now, it is already too late. White Ling Shan clearly sees the hidden red lines being gradually revealed by a faint green glow, trying to swallow them. Although the green light temporarily covers the red lines and then disappears, the young man's expression shows a brief panic. Young master, what is this? Yao Lu'er notices the anomaly and frowns. Silver thread bell. After understanding the situation, the young man in the windbreaker remains calm and smiles faintly. The supermarket on the weekend really is a place where many people gather. Then he looks at White Ling Shan with a deep gaze. Let's leave it at that for now. We will have plenty of chances to meet again in the future. The young man in the windbreaker finished speaking, glanced at the snow falling still under his control, and secretly smiled before turning to leave. Before the red glow faded completely, he left a final message for Bai Lingshan. I am not afraid of the person holding the silver bell. Even if she tries all day, she probably can't break my barrier. As for you, in the end, Bai Lingshan remembered the meaningful smile of the young man in the windbreaker. He then disappeared from her sight. When she regained her senses, Bai Lingshan saw Han Chenfeng standing with a girl with long dark green hair. She wanted to ask something but was interrupted by Yin Sha, who suddenly appeared from nowhere. Xiao Bai, are you okay? Yin Sha grabbed Bai Lingshan's shoulders and looked her over carefully. Although the windbreaker young man's hypnotic secret technique could make Yin Sha give commands, she still remembered what she had said while under hypnosis. Sorry, I didn't mean to. It was that person. I don't know what he used, so I'm fine, just, Bai Lingshan replied, giving Yin Sha a quick glance at the snow girl who had just come to her senses. This is too much. It's over the line. Xiao Bai. The snow girl was furious, her mind filled with the scene of being controlled. But recalling how helpless Han Chenfeng was when facing the windbreaker young man, she finally relaxed a little. Thanks to the star protection charm, I think he probably won't come back for a while. The star protection, Bai Lingshan also secretly felt relieved. Her safety was entirely thanks to this star-shaped pattern from the star protection charm. The three of them carefully cared for each other, but they overlooked Han Chenfeng and the girl with long dark green hair. The green-haired girl felt unnecessary and confidently patted Han Chenfeng's shoulder. Han Chenfeng. Once they noticed her presence, she called out to Han Chenfeng, who insisted they use their real names. Won't you introduce yourself? The green-haired girl held her head high and looked at Snow, who was floating in the air. Snow was surprised when she saw her. Qing. Snow felt awkward. She seemed to have forgotten her name, only remembering that she knew this person. Han Chenfeng sighed helplessly and made the introduction. Bai Lingshan, Snow's contracted partner. Bai Lingshan smiled slightly and responded naturally.
Yin Sha.
When Han Chenfeng introduced the girl with green hair to Yin Sha was full of questions about who this person was. Now that she knew who the three people were, Han Chenfeng also began to introduce the person beside him. This is Qing Si Linglong, my partner. Partner. These two words are very serious. Hearing Han Chenfeng's introduction, Qing Si Linglong looked quite pleased.
Hello, I am King Si Linglong.
If you don't understand how to collect talismans in the future, you can ask me, she said proudly, with a happy expression. Bai Lingshan didn't think much about it, but the impatient Yin Sha immediately rolled her eyes at Qing Si Linglong. Huh. Qing Si Linglong saw this and smiled disdainfully. Her teasing tone was not worth mentioning. So, you're here too? Will you also participate in collecting talismans? Luo Shui asked with a simple smile. What really made Luo Shui feel ashamed was that Qingxi Linglong knew more about the talismans than she did. She thought that in the future, as Bai Lingshan encountered more talismans from the Book of Yuluo, she would need to find a knowledgeable teacher to guide her. He can just represent this, I don't need to, Qingxi Linglong said, poking Han Qinfeng, who silently showed some disgust. Xiao Bai, let me introduce you. This is Qingxi Linglong. If you have questions in the future, you can ask her. Luo Shui quickly pulled Bai Lingshan, who was lost in thought, a few steps forward. Bai Lingshan could only understand what she could hear from these people. Oh, Qingxi Linglong smiled and waved at her. Han Qinfeng, aren't you working seriously? She teased him with a mischievous look. Before everyone could understand what was happening, Han Qinfeng walked over to Bai Lingshan and Yin Sha. Bai Lingshan felt that Han Qinfeng's actions were a bit strange and instinctively took a step back. Why are you hiding? Bai Lingshan was surprised to hear this. What are you going to do? She asked, confused. She really couldn't understand why these people kept approaching her. What do you think I'm going to do? Han Qinfeng's words about her hiding seemed very strange to Bai Lingshan. But after hearing this, Bai Lingshan felt something was off. Han Qinfeng's words reminded her of her earlier conversation with the young man in the windbreaker. After that, what did the boy in the trench coat do? He wanted his feather-falling book.
Well.
He glared fiercely, and Bai Lingshan became nervous and flustered. You also want my feather-falling book? Ha! Han Qinfeng sneered coldly. If he really wanted Bai Lingshan's feather-falling book, he would have already taken it. You're overthinking it, he said calmly. A crescent-shaped light flashed in his hand, and a dark glow quickly surrounded Bai Lingshan and Yin Sha. Under the watchful eyes of the falling snow, a strange light formation appeared beneath Han Qinfeng. Control the crescent stone, let time pass, erase memories. The light within the crescent stone shone brightly, entering Bai Lingshan and Yin Sha's minds. Then, Bai Lingshan felt her body flicker, and when she regained her senses, she saw Han Qinfeng standing in front of her. She remembered why Han Qinfeng was standing before her, and she also knew why she met him in the supermarket. It was a chance encounter, so they introduced each other to their friends. As for anything else, Bai Lingshan couldn't say. When she saw Han Qinfeng leaving, she didn't know what to say, and just watched him go. Turning back to the spot where the snow had been, she realized that Luo Shui was also gone. I really want to scold Han Qinfeng, Yin Sha complained after Han Qinfeng and Qingxi Linglong left. Since Qingxi Linglong was there earlier, she decided to give Han Qinfeng some face. By the way, Xiao Bai, my dad's company, is organizing a group trip for the National Day holiday to Tianhai City for families. Are you coming? Yin Sha suddenly remembered the recent events. No, I'm not going, Bai Lingshan shook her head. During the 7 days of the holiday, she planned to stay home and study a lot because she had something more important to do, collecting talismans. I knew it, Yin Sha said, giving Bai Lingshan a sidelong glance. Since Bai Lingshan started collecting talismans, she rarely played with her, so she could only bother her during her free time. All right then, study hard. When you come back, I want to see your progress. Yin Sha accepted Bai Lingshan's decision not to go to Tianhai City. After all, Bai Lingshan was someone who would take a different path. 3 days later, on the National Day holiday, Yin Sha went to Tianhai City with her family as planned. Luo Shui also said goodbye to her the night before. Based on the current process of collecting charms, Luo Shui thinks it is very slow, and not all the charms are in her city, Tianqiang. So, while searching for the ice blade, Luo Shui also works to recover charms from other places. Because she received energy help from the corrosion rain charm, her abilities can compete with the weaker spirit charms of the Book of Falling Feathers. Bai Lingshan, by asking questions, surprisingly finds out that the source of the corrosion rain charm actually came from Han Qinfeng. That day, Bai Lingshan stayed at home, as usual. Since she is a vocational high school student, she has no homework during the holidays, so she can spend a lot of time learning about the Book of Falling Feathers. Unlike before, when Luo Shui personally introduced the charms and sometimes showed her how to use them, this time Luo Shui was not with her, because she went to find the ice blade. Now, Bai Lingshan can only improve her skill with charms by using the methods Luo Shui taught her earlier. She feels confident in using the leap and flight charms. Looking at the book on the table, which introduces various charms, she thinks she should first understand the basic information about each charm. This small dark-colored book was left to her by Luo Shui when she left. It contains descriptions of all the charms in the Book of Falling Feathers. The Book of Falling Feathers has a total of 104 charm numbers, and only a few of them contain spirits. The book is a flip-through type. The first page features the familiar leap charm, which allows jumping over long distances. Bai Lingshan recalls her experience using it when she looks at the description below. The second page is about the teleportation charm. Although she does not have the teleportation charm now, she saw it during her previous charm collection. At that time, she had just made a contract with Luo Shui, and when Yinsha was in danger, she also saw Han Chenfeng in the spirit illusion for the first time. Now, Bai Lingshan remembers the scene where Han Chenfeng arrived beside her in just a few seconds using the extreme flash charm. At that moment, Han Chenfeng's feet shimmered with purple light, and his figure shifted strangely several times, which was quite shocking. She remembers that the purple glow of the teleportation charm looked very similar to the pale purple glow of the leap charm. Bai Lingshan is very observant. After examining several charms, she notices that each charm has its own specific color. Lost in thought, Bai Lingshan turned to the third page. It showed a strange-looking charm, with the words flowing response written beneath it. The short description contained only 8 characters. Illusion of light, seeker of breath. Seeker of breath? Bai Lingshan didn't understand what that meant, and she had never actually seen this charm before. The fourth page showed the water spirit charm, which reminded her of the rain last Saturday. Power of water, control water. As she thought about it, scenes from TV came to mind, priests performing rituals to summon rain, dark clouds gathering, thunder, and lightning flashing. Finding it amusing, Bai Lingshan pointed a finger toward the sky. By the law, let it be done, she said, half-jokingly, sounding a little silly. The fifth page was the erosion rain charm. Although she had never seen it before, she was familiar with its power. Frozen arrows of decay, dust of the night. The sixth page showed the mud water charm. Power of earth, control earth. After reading that, Bai Lingshan noticed how similar it was to the water spirit charm from earlier pages. On the seventh page was the blazing flame charm, which also said, power of fire, control fire. Now she was confused. The earlier charms each had their own short but unique descriptions, yet these seemed to repeat the same words. She began to wonder if the book that Luo Shui had given her, a supposed guide to charms, was actually a fake copy. Flipping through a few more pages, she found an even stranger charm. It had no proper description at all, only its name repeated in the description box, Mirror Shadow. Mirror Shadow? She murmured, wondering if her eyes were playing tricks on her. She kept flipping through the pages at random until she finally found one with a proper description, the Sandstorm Charm. Red sand mist can turn surrounding dust and sand into an illusionary fog. Sandstorm. Bai Lingshan recalled the night she first witnessed Han Chenfeng's strength. At that time, the Sandstorm Charm was only half unsealed, so its spirit wasn't as difficult to handle as the Star Guard or Lightning Flash spirits. However, its red sand mist ability still created many obstacles for Han Chenfeng.
Power.
The exciting scene that made her heart race was a battle between Han Chenfeng and the symbol spirit, constantly stimulating her imagination. At this moment, Bai Lingshan recalled Han Chenfeng's situation in the Star Guardian symbol's spirit illusion. At that time, because of the overall control ability of the Star Guardian symbol spirit, his strong fighting skills became useless, leaving him helpless. It turned out that handling challenges like the symbol spirit shouldn't rely only on strength. Bai Lingshan suddenly had a bold idea. If she could combine the power of the talisman with her own martial arts skills, maybe it would be easier. The Star Guardian and Leap spells were the only 2 symbols on the empty, floating feather book, and they looked unexpectedly lonely. The Star Guardian had a powerful protective ability, while the Leap spell allowed the user to jump beyond normal limits. But these two symbols, which seemed like support functions, combined with her mediocre martial arts, might be useful against the symbol spirit. Bai Lingshan shook her head repeatedly, afraid to imagine the scene of total defeat. For some reason, she thought of Han Chenfeng. She continued to imagine the scene. When Han Chenfeng fought the symbol spirit, he could use the Moonstone's shield ability to block the spirit's attacks, fight the spirit up close with his own strength, and use the quick move spell to dodge and switch between multiple positions, catching the spirit off guard. Thinking of this, she instantly pictured Han Chenfeng confidently defeating the spirit, feeling very pleased. But in the next moment, Bai Lingshan was surprised by her own thoughts. She looked blankly at the book about spell introductions, specifically the Sandstorm spell. Why is she thinking about him? She quickly collected her thoughts and focused on reading a few more pages about the spells. Suddenly, Bai Lingshan felt very sleepy, and she yawned several times. Recently, perhaps because the appearance of spells disturbed her normal sleep schedule, or maybe because she had absorbed too much new knowledge, she often felt exhausted. Sometimes she even dreamed about spells and spirits. She felt her sleep was not enough. During the National Day holiday, she planned to stay at home studying more about spells, but most importantly, she wanted to rest and catch up on sleep. She tidied up the spell book on her desk and climbed back into her bed. As night fell, Bai Lingshan finally woke up. She looked out the window at the dim light and got up to leave her bedroom. She went to the first-floor hall, where the TV was on and the lights were on. I opened the door and looked out at the quiet yard. Bai Lingshan rubbed her eyes. Today just passed like that. She thought about what she did today. She only looked at a book about charms for a while and then slept until now. Sigh, Bai Lingshan sighed. She felt she had wasted the day. Inzi, are you outside? A voice suddenly came from a bedroom on the first floor. It was Bai Lingshan's mother. Mom, I'm outside, Bai Lingshan answered loudly. She knew her family was not resting at this time, and she wasn't worried her loud voice would disturb the neighbors because their houses were not close together. Your dad is on duty today and won't be back. Remember to close the yard gate when you're outside. I want to rest now, okay? After the house was silent again, Bai Lingshan turned around and went to close the gate. She locked the door. Although Bai Lingshan was not as lively as Yin Sha, she also felt a bit bored at this moment. During the National Day holiday, other families took their children out to play, but she couldn't even have a full family dinner. She turned around, took out her phone, and prepared to continue sleeping. When she turned on her phone, it showed 7:45. That's so early, Bai Lingshan muttered about her boring holiday life. Yes, it is quite early. Yeah, Bai Lingshan responded casually. But just then, she suddenly looked carefully at the place where the voice had come from earlier. It was a very tall person, wearing a dark coat. Their face was covered by a half-mask under dark red bangs, looking mysterious and strange. The person was not far from her. Hello, we meet again, the person said softly and gently, but it made Bai Lingshan feel a strange fear she couldn't explain. Who are you? Bai Lingshan whispered cautiously, not daring to act rashly. She kept glancing inside the house. The night is beautiful. Wouldn't it be a shame to stay inside? Why not? Before the person finished speaking, they waved their right hand forward. Suddenly, a strange scene appeared right in front of Bai Lingshan. A red glow burst around the person. At the same time, a mysterious magic circle with red light appeared beneath Bai Lingshan. The magic circle's light shone brightly, piercing straight into the sky through Bai Lingshan's body. What? Bai Lingshan was stunned by the sudden attack and couldn't react. The night breeze is cool, but comfortable. I will take you somewhere. Beyond the light, Bai Lingshan always felt that the suspicious person was about to do something strange to her, speaking some strange, incomprehensible words. You're welcome. After the last word was distorted by space and time, Bai Lingshan felt her breathing become tight. Her vision darkened. When her brain regained blood flow, she saw a mysterious blue-green magic circle beneath her. But before Bai Lingshan could look closely, the light started to fade quickly and disappeared completely without a trace. The night wind blew gently, moving Bai Lingshan's beautiful hair and clothes. What puzzled her was that the air didn't feel so cool just a moment ago. Suddenly, Bai Lingshan almost collapsed to the ground. The night scenes stretched endlessly, everywhere. But everything was so small, small scenes small enough that she felt like she was high above the clouds, far from the ground. Looking down, Bai Lingshan staggered back in fear.
What?
She couldn't believe what she was seeing. She was on a tall building, on the roof of a very high building. How is that possible? She was clearly at home earlier, when she closed the garden door, and Bai Lingshan suddenly understood. The strange person in the windbreaker with special powers appeared in her mind again. It was that person. The night breeze is cool but comfortable. I will take you somewhere. His words echoed in her ears, as if reminding her that this was not a dream, but real. Ding! Her phone rang, vibrating in her hand, pulling her back to reality. Surprised, Bai Lingshan saw the caller ID. She answered. Hello. Bai Lingshan saw it was Insha calling and asked, Is that you? Insha's voice was excited and surprised. Bai Lingshan didn't understand her words immediately and didn't reply right away. As she hesitated, Insha's voice came again. Look down. Hearing this, Bai Lingshan instinctively looked downward. There are many buildings of similar height next to the one where Bai Lingshan is standing, while the nearby bungalow area looks very empty. When she glances past the bungalow zone, she sees the ground a few hundred meters away shining with a silver glow, reflecting the bright moonlight. Bai Lingshan is stunned. She has heard of the sea but has never truly seen it. Not that way, the other side. To the right, Insha's voice sounds again. Lost in thought, Bai Lingshan slowly turns her head to the right. There is a building at the same height as her feet, and looking down from the roof, she sees a person waving at her from a window on the 17th floor. That person is Insha. Bai Lingshan feels strange seeing Insha in this situation, as if she's seen a ghost. Insha, didn't she go with her family to Tianhai City? Why is she appearing in front of her now? Suddenly, many questions flood Bai Lingshan's mind. She stares blankly at Insha, using her phone to send her questions. Where is this? This is Tianhai City. Xiao Bai, why did you come here alone? Tianhai City. Looking at this strange environment, Bai Lingshan finds it hard to believe she has suddenly gone from the peaceful city of Xinjiang to Tianhai City. It feels like a dream, almost unbelievable. Come down. What are you doing up there? Insha waves her hand and speaks into her phone. Bai Lingshan only then realizes her surroundings. She is on the rooftop. If she is discovered now, no matter what she is doing up here, others will think she's up to something suspicious. But how can she get down?
Down.
How do I get down? Use the leap spell, the one that makes you jump like flying. Insha replies, sounding confused by Bai Lingshan's question. Leap spell. As the saying goes, people tend to forget their own abilities when they are most nervous. Bai Lingshan doesn't even consider whether the leap spell can really work. She's forgotten about it entirely. The leap spell. Yes, she does have a leap spell. It can indeed make her jump over long distances. But then, a new problem arises. From her rooftop position to Insha's location, there's about 5 floors of height. And looking down from Insha's floor to the ground, it's as if she's looking at a new horizon, much higher than the usual skyline. I want to know which floor you're on. Insha thought for a moment and answered her curiosity. 17th floor. What's wrong? 17th floor.
You?
Bai Lingshan looked a bit uncomfortable. This is the resort building built by my dad's company in Tianhai City. If you're on the roof over there, you're on the 22nd floor. 22nd floor? Resort building? They built such a tall building just for vacations? Bai Lingshan looked surprised. So, it's abandoned.
Sigh.
Come down first and I'll tell you more. Bai Lingshan shook her head without hesitation after hearing this. The flying talisman can make her jump over long distances, but it depends on the situation. If she tries to jump from the 22nd to the 17th floor and misses, she could get seriously hurt or worse. Even if she had 10 talismans, she wouldn't agree to do it. Besides, no one is forcing her now, and she doesn't have to jump if she doesn't want to. Insha, I think it's pretty nice to look at the night view from up here.
Huh.
Insha was surprised. Did I hear that right? The night view? Although the night breeze can be a bit cold sometimes, she's wearing a long-sleeved hoodie and jeans. Yeah, the sea view is nice too. Are you up here just to see the night scenery? By the way, how did you get here? Did you fly over because you were bored at home?
Ah,
Bai Lingshan was speechless. She didn't have the leisure for that, and she definitely didn't think of using the flying talisman just for fun. Instead, she preferred to stay home and relax. Right now, she was quickly trying to recall information about the young man in the windbreaker. If we meet again, I'm sure I don't know him at all. Xiaobai, someone is near you. Who is that? Inshaw's words made Bai Lingshan pause. Suddenly, a cold wind blew toward her, and she felt a chill behind her, breaking out in a cold sweat on her forehead.
there.
Is someone, Bai Lingshan said nervously, turning around.
So timid?
Even the young master appreciates you. The girl in a pale green dress, beautiful and delicate, looked at Bai Lingshan with a look of disdain.
Who are you?
Bai Lingshan was startled by the sudden appearance. How boring. If I delay the young master's plans, I can't compensate for that. After speaking, the girl in the pale green dress walked toward Bai Lingshan. Xiao Bai. Apart from the person getting close to her, Inshaw's voice on the phone was also anxious and urgent. Bai Lingshan panicked. What are you doing? Bai Lingshan hurriedly stepped back, but couldn't escape the grasp of the girl in the light green dress. In that moment, Bai Lingshan was almost thrown by the girl in the dress, and Insha nearly dropped her phone. Don't shout. If someone finds out, neither of us will escape, the girl in the dress said reluctantly, covering Bai Lingshan's panicked voice with her hand. At this point, Bai Lingshan could only blink in fear. The scene shifted instantly to Inshaw's room. The girl in the dress dropped Bai Lingshan and flicked her hand dismissively. That was a mistake.
I shouldn't have come here, she said.
With a flash of blue light, the girl disappeared from Inshaw's room. Bai Lingshan staggered, clearly still overwhelmed by what had just happened. Little Bai, Insha was even more surprised. She had forgotten that her phone was still on a call with Bai Lingshan. Feeling that she was finally somewhere normal, Bai Lingshan relaxed. Usually calm and composed, she suddenly sank onto the nearby bed and took a deep breath. What just happened?
You.
Your friend? Hearing Inshaw's question, Bai Lingshan didn't want to speak and shook her head weakly. No. What just happened? The way the girl in the light green dress suddenly carried Bai Lingshan and then appeared in her bedroom was too dramatic, Insha thought. Did you prepare 2 beds? Bai Lingshan looked at the 2 beds in the room and asked Insha. Insha was stunned, and a plan quickly formed in her mind. I don't know that person I just saw. Bai Lingshan was caught off guard by this sudden explanation. I really didn't know you would come here. Insha continued to explain, and only then did Bai Lingshan realize. At first, she had come from her home straight here, thinking it was a coincidence that she ended up at Insha's favorite place, and she saw her. Then, the girl in the light green dress carried her away, and without thinking, she immediately came to Insha's bedroom. If you think about it, anyone would believe her arrival was closely related to Insha. But Bai Lingshan kept getting frightened and was a bit dazed. She didn't think of this right away. Instead, she only realized it after Insha mentioned it herself, which felt a little strange. I was transported here by someone. The person I saw earlier is probably connected to that individual. I don't know them, and I don't understand why I was brought here. Bai Lingshan explained everything to Insha to help her stop overthinking. It looks like I will have to stay here for the night. My mom thought I had gone home after closing the door.
Sigh.
When I think about how my mom will worry tomorrow, I feel upset. What should I do? Maybe tomorrow I can go back with you, Insha. I also feel a bit helpless because of the strange black water.
There's no solution right now.
Let's wait until tomorrow, Bai Lingshan said, and lay down on the bed. After being so scared earlier and now feeling safe, she found her bed very warm and comforting. Even though she had already slept all day, lying on the bed now made her feel sleepy again. Then she said, well, you should rest now. Insha didn't know Bai Lingshan had already slept all day at home. She thought Bai Lingshan was really tired and, after all the fuss, she turned off the light at the switch. Finally, Insha lay on another bed and played with her phone. A few hours later, the lights on the floor gradually dimmed. In Tianhai City, the night scene with neon lights is a view that the peaceful city doesn't usually have. Near the coast, the tall lighthouse keeps flashing its lights, guiding ships. The waves crash onto the beach, trying to get closer to land. Suddenly, a faint glow started under the sea, spreading quickly to the surface, turning the water a mysterious greenish color. A loud, long horn sounded, and along with it, a strange grayish light spread out. The sound was loud and lasting, covering the beach, the trees, the houses, and the resort where Bai Lingshan was staying. At the same time, the sky above Tianhai City also filled with a strange, thick atmosphere. Another horn sounded. Bai Lingshan, who had slept all day and was new to this strange place, was easily awakened by the slight breeze outside. Because her room was on a high floor, there were no barriers outside the window. There were 2 windows in her room. One was the window Insha saw Bai Lingshan through, and the other was a window for viewing the sea. Lingshan faintly saw something strange through the window, overlooking the sea. Just then, the conch horn sounded again, and this time she saw a gray glow quickly cover their house. It was strange, indescribably strange. Suddenly, Isha, who had been sleeping peacefully, moved. Under Bai Lingshan's watch, Isha slowly got up and headed toward the door. Isha, Bai Lingshan called out, noticing her strange behavior. Isha didn't answer. She just kept walking slowly toward the door. Their room wasn't very big, and as Isha got close to the door, Bai Lingshan sensed something was wrong. She quickly jumped off the bed and followed. Isha. She grabbed Isha suddenly and was surprised to see her eyes glowing with a faint green light. Isha. Bai Lingshan shook her with both hands. Isha looked dazed, and her expression felt familiar. Bai Lingshan thought she had seen this kind of situation before. Isha, wake up. Maybe because Bai Lingshan shook her hard, the green glow in Isha's eyes faded, and her normal brightness returned. Little Bai, what's wrong with me? Seeing Isha regain consciousness, Bai Lingshan breathed a sigh of relief. Why am I here? After waking up, Isha found herself no longer on the bed but standing near the door. Buzz, another conch horn sounded again. Bai Lingshan and Isha looked at each other and then toward the source of the sound. Through the viewing window, they saw a place where strange claws and tentacles seemed to spread. The viewing deck on the 17th floor offered a perfect, wide view. From there, they could see almost the entire sea area. Bai Lingshan and Isha approached the window, and a shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. The sea was about 1 kilometer away, and although they couldn't see clearly that far, the faint green glow on the water was startling. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The conch horn sounded again, accompanied by the gray glow. Isha blinked blankly. Little Bai, am I dreaming? She asked. Besides the strange glow on the sea, below, Isha faintly saw figures that looked like zombies. Not to say she has a vivid imagination, but if her thoughts at this moment are real, the scattered figures downstairs are gathering because of the sound of conch horns. The eerie seaside area is their meeting place. Luckily, you're here, or I might have wandered off in my sleep and not known where I went. Not only does Insha think this way, but Bai Lingshan's thoughts are the same. It's too far away. I can't see anything. Bai Lingshan is really curious about the green glow on the sea and the source of the conch horn sound, but they are nearly 1,000 meters apart, and with the sky darkening, she can't see anything. Xiao Bai, aren't you scared? Insha is surprised when she hears this, with a look of surprise. It's so far away. What is there to be afraid of? Bai Lingshan looks into the distance and quietly whispers to Insha. Through a small window. Even if the place is dangerous, it has nothing to do with her. Xiao Bai, want something exciting? When Insha hears that Bai Lingshan isn't scared, she suddenly has a clever idea. Seeing Insha's excited and mischievous expression, Bai Lingshan is confused. What are you doing? With a mischievous smile, Insha points a finger at the distant sea surface and then runs to the sofa where her backpack is, starting to search for something. Bai Lingshan doesn't understand and turns her gaze back to the strange, glowing sea surface. The conch horns continue to sound orderly, and the green glow slowly rises. Suddenly, Bai Lingshan seems to see a strange flash of light on the glowing sea surface, and she feels a sense of familiarity from that flash. While she is pondering the origin of this familiar feeling, a black monocular telescope suddenly appears in her view. Tada, telescope. Bai Lingshan is confused and surprised. She never thought she could use a telescope to look at things there. Bai Lingshan takes the telescope, looking incredulous. Didn't expect this, but it's a must-have for travelers. Why wouldn't I bring it? Sha is a little proud and happy, finally putting it to good use. I'll try it. Bai Lingshan adjusts the focus, not immediately looking at the sea, but instead observing the surrounding environment. Wow, so clear, Bai Lingshan exclaims in surprise. Sha dismisses her with a look. This is night vision, which can't see far away clearly, but it can give a general view. Still, it works for nearby objects. Listening to Sha's reply, Bai Lingshan looked through the telescope at the people downstairs. They were walking slowly in one direction, and nothing unusual about the others. Strange, where are they going so late? Then, Bai Lingshan focused on the coast about a kilometer away. Although she zoomed in, her view was still blurry. The faint green glow looked like steam rising from hot water. Bai Lingshan saw a strange flashing spot surrounded by the green light. At this moment, what Bai Lingshan saw next made her hairs stand on end. People gathered from all directions on the beach. In the middle of the crowd, there was something that looked neither human nor ghost, and it was emitting a strange glow. Bai Lingshan adjusted the clarity of her telescope again, wanting to see what it was. But after a few tries, she couldn't get a clear view. Bai? What's wrong? Sha noticed Bai Lingshan's change. Bai Lingshan, feeling helpless, put away the telescope and shook her head. Can't see clearly. Now, even with her naked eyes, Bai Lingshan couldn't see well. The figure was too small and too dark. What did you see? The night vision goggles only work for a few hundred meters. It's too far there. It would be different in daylight. Take a look yourself. Seeing Bai Lingshan holding back, Sha glanced at her, then took the telescope and looked over. She was surprised when she saw the scene. Wow, are they having a night meeting? Sha put down the telescope and looked with her own eyes, feeling more comfortable that way. What the heck is going on there? Sha looked shocked and decided not to use the telescope anymore. Bai Lingshan hesitated for a moment, then took the blurry telescope from Sha and looked again. The conch sound is gone. They must have all arrived, Bai Lingshan said nervously, watching the glowing figure among the crowd. Then, Bai Lingshan shifted her view and easily found the flickering light hidden in the green glow. She seemed to understand. It's a talisman. Talisman? Sha looked curious, gazing at the sea glowing with green light in the distance. How do you know that? Sha was amazed at Bai Lingshan's idea. This matter was also seen by Bai Lingshan through a night vision telescope, giving her a rough idea of what was happening. In her understanding, only charms seemed to fit the situation best. I guessed. Regarding Sha's different reaction, Bai Lingshan nodded. She also remembered what the girl in the light green dress had said. How boring. If I delay the young master's plan, I can't make up for it. At that moment on the rooftop, she could sense that the girl in the light green dress was definitely connected to the mysterious person who brought her here. Thinking this way, her presence here must have a reason. I'm here for a reason, not by chance, Bai Lingshan said softly. Actually, when she was lying on the bed, Bai Lingshan hadn't truly fallen asleep. She kept thinking about why she was transported here by an unknown person, and now she seemed to understand. Because there are charms here, and that person must also be related to the charms. She had no proof, it was just her guess. But seeing this strange situation, what should she do? So, what now? Are you going? Sha looked at her with disbelief. Bai Lingshan looked at Sha. Her words were clearly her current problem. As someone who collects charms, if it's about charms, she should go. Well, she didn't want to go, but she was afraid the girl in the dress might suddenly appear in front of her, like how she appeared in front of Sha, and throw her there. Instead of being caught off guard, she decided to go first. Bai Lingshan nodded reluctantly. Let's go. Bai Lingshan looked serious, and Sha admired her.
How?
The front door won't work, Sha said bluntly, cutting off her usual way downstairs. Bai Lingshan was unaware of this. Why? Bai Lingshan asked, confused. Insha shook her head helplessly. The elevator stopped working after we came up to rest. Why? Bai Lingshan didn't understand why the elevator would stop, and even Insha wasn't entirely sure. Then what about the stairs? Little Bai. Just as Bai Lingshan was asking about other ways to go downstairs, Insha suddenly said something mysteriously. Do you know why we're on the 17th floor? After saying this, Insha deliberately paused to observe Bai Lingshan's facial expression, which resulted in Bai Lingshan looking confused. I tell you, the floors below the 15th are not open to the public.
Why?
All of Bai Lingshan's questions were expected by Insha. Bai Lingshan now looked very much like how she had at the beginning. I just found out myself. During the dinner today, my dad's colleagues were chatting and said that Tianhai City is very gloomy and there are even stories about ghosts and stuff. I think the elevator stopped working after we got on because they don't want us wandering around. Each room has a bathroom, and you can call if you need anything, Insha said, pointing to the contact numbers on the wall. When Bai Lingshan heard Insha speak seriously, she was first surprised, then became doubtful. Ghosts? Without considering anything else, Bai Lingshan's first reaction to that word was that they were talking nonsense. Yeah, and they also said it's so bright here at night, probably to protect those who have to walk at night. Hearing this, Bai Lingshan didn't believe it. She thought, how could there really be ghosts in this world? Just then, she suddenly remembered those strange stories from her dreams. Those were real events from Spiritling's past. So, doesn't that mean ghosts? The more Bai Lingshan thought about it, the more shocked she became. Her hair stood on end, and finally, she felt uneasy all over. So, if you want to go, there's only one way. When Bai Lingshan snapped back to reality, Insha's words led her to look out the window she was pointing at. But Bai Lingshan immediately understood what she meant. Instead of seeing scary things, wouldn't it be better to stay somewhere bright? Bai Lingshan was initially surprised, then shook her head to refuse. No way.
Why?
How else are you going to get there? Insha's confused expression made Bai Lingshan seem uncertain. This is the 17th floor. Aren't you the one with the talisman? Insha was surprised, not understanding Bai Lingshan's concern. The flying talisman. Bai Lingshan had never imagined jumping down from the 17th floor using a flying talisman. If she had to do that now, she really couldn't accept it. Bai Lingshan fell silent. But isn't your leap spell meant for situations like this? Since that time when Bai Lingshan used a leap spell to save a cat, Insha has thought of it as a quick and fun way to jump from high places. Bai Lingshan looked confused after hearing this. Maybe we should call Han Qinfeng and ask what to do. Insha surprised everyone again, and Bai Lingshan was stunned. It's already 2:30 a.m. Can it be the same? For Han Qinfeng, this is a big deal. Insha said this quickly, then took out her phone and quickly found his contact in her list. She started dialing before Bai Lingshan could react. The call connected. Insha suddenly shoved the phone into Bai Lingshan's hand. Now, Bai Lingshan could only stare blankly at the name Han Qinfeng on the screen. She felt like her mind couldn't keep up with Insha's thoughts. What should she ask him? Suddenly, with a vibration sound, a familiar voice came from the phone. What's the matter? Han Qinfeng's tone was calm. Hearing this, Bai Lingshan let out a small sigh. I am Bai Lingshan, she responded. After a few seconds, the other side expressed surprise. It's you. Is there something? Faced with the indifferent tone on the phone, Bai Lingshan started to organize her thoughts. Where are you now? On the other end, Han Qinfeng was lying on a lounge chair. After hearing Bai Lingshan's question, he looked around the flower shop, then replied thoughtfully, at home. As soon as he said that, Bai Lingshan understood. It wasn't very appropriate to call Han Qinfeng at this hour. Oh, I'm in Tianhai City now. Bai Lingshan shared her current location with him, but she wasn't sure how to tell him about the thing in front of her. Is there something? Maybe because Bai Lingshan hadn't said anything valuable for a while, Han Qinfeng didn't quite understand why she was calling. When he asked again about the reason for her call, Bai Lingshan took it seriously. I saw something on the sea surface. It looks like a spell. And then Han Qinfeng's response was hesitant and perfunctory. I want to ask if you're free. Bai Lingshan continued her question, but for the listener, Insha. Their conversation was just meaningless chatter. Insha snatched the phone away. What are you two talking about? Insha didn't understand these greetings. She only knew to ask if there was a problem and to speak directly. Hey, Han Feng, this is Insha. After taking the phone, Insha was ready to get to the main point. For her straightforward best friend, Insha, Bai Lingshan usually saved her from many troubles, but it also brought some unnecessary problems. Bai Lingshan signaled with her eyes for Insha not to say too much, and seeing Bai Lingshan's warning look, Insha slightly restrained her impulsiveness. She cleared her throat and adjusted her mood. Here's the thing, we're now in Tianhai City and saw a talisman. Are you coming or not? Insha's words were simple but direct. After both of them mentioned the same topic, Han Qinfeng roughly understood what they meant. He put down his phone, saw that it was already 2:35, and then put the phone back to his ear. Is Bai Lingshan there? Since I'm not there now, she can do whatever she wants. Insha was briefly speechless after hearing this. This time is different. The spirit talisman has gathered quite a few living people there. If you don't care about this, we won't either. The matter of summoning people to the sea by the spirit talisman made Insha feel that Han Qinfeng's attitude was heartless. However, Bai Lingshan felt something was off and quickly tugged at Insha's hand holding the phone. She wanted to end the call. The original plea sounded like a threat. Based on Bai Lingshan's understanding of Han Qinfeng, he wouldn't fall for this. Han Qinfeng wouldn't fall for it either. Bai Lingshan shook her head, signaling Insha to end the call. Hey, Han Qinfeng is at home now, and it's almost 3 o'clock, Bai Lingshan whispered, rejecting Insha's idea of calling Han Qinfeng and thinking of other ways. Why are you still supporting him? Insha found Bai Lingshan's attitude strange and then looked at her, who was twisting her thoughts. Bai Lingshan was stunned. I didn't mean that. She naturally defended herself against Insha's words. But making Han Qinfeng come from Tianxiang City to Tianhai City over a possibly fake talisman, especially at this late hour when most people are resting, was really too unreasonable. It's okay, he has the talisman. Insha revealed the truth. With a talisman, you can ignore the rules. Even Bai Lingshan thought of the quick-move talisman that Han Qinfeng used during the flash spell. Bai Lingshan suddenly fell silent. I'll send you the location, Insha said casually. But after hanging up, she looked serious as she sent something. To Bai Lingshan, it seemed a bit shameless. Send the location? How do you send it? Bai Lingshan kept quiet but was more curious about how Insha was sending things. After hearing this, Insha paused. WeChat? Bai Lingshan looked confused and surprised. I have his phone number, so I naturally have WeChat. Insha suddenly realized something unbelievable. Don't tell me you don't have his phone number. Bai Lingshan shook her head. She really didn't have Han Qinfeng's phone number. Insha looked incredulous. You've been receiving talismans from him for so long, and you've been in contact for so long, but you don't even have his phone number? Who would believe that? Bai Lingshan felt ashamed. We usually just meet to get talismans, she said. They only met to receive talismans. Han Qinfeng didn't want to see her, and she didn't want to see him either. So, when you meet to get talismans, is it just a coincidence? Insha thought that except for the time at the extreme flash, she was the one who called her to go. She didn't expect there was more to it. Oh, what about uncle and aunt? Suddenly, Bai Lingshan remembered the conch horn that called Insha. Didn't she come with her family? Insha was awakened, so. Insha was stunned, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Oh no. Insha ignored everything else and quickly opened the door. Her family's room was right next door. Knock, knock, Mom, Dad. Insha didn't dare to shout loudly, but her knocking was filled with fear and urgency. Creak, the door opened. When she saw who was there, Insha was a bit overwhelmed. She froze. It turned out they were still there. Xiao, what's wrong? Insha, coming back to herself, shook her head repeatedly. Nothing, nothing. You guys go back to sleep. Bai Lingshan, listening from outside the door, also let out a sigh of relief. If something had gone wrong, it would have been trouble. After greeting her family, Insha turned back to her room, patting her chest to calm herself. Like a fool. Insha mocked herself, but onlookers could see she was really worried about their safety. It's okay as long as you're safe. Bai Lingshan comforted Insha to help her relax, though she also thought about the idea that the conch horn only responded to Insha. Suddenly, a WeChat message popped up. Han Chenfeng's reply. I'm here. Where are you? Insha looked at it, then glanced at Bai Lingshan, who was also confused. She typed back. You're here. Where exactly are you? On the roof. The words on the roof appeared in the next second. The roof. Insha felt embarrassed and showed Bai Lingshan their chat history. What does that mean? Bai Lingshan asked, but she already had a picture forming in her mind. The WeChat location was set to the actual spot, not just the building's entrance. So, it probably isn't him. No, this can't be. Insha switched her typing to voice input, pressing and holding the voice message button. People with charms are different. Even how they appear is the same, she said, then released the button. Her voice message was immediately opened by Han Chenfeng. What? Han Chenfeng's big question mark appeared on the reply. How do I find you? Han Chenfeng also switched to voice input. Of course, I went downstairs. Do you want me to go to the roof to find you? I sent you the location so you can just go to the roof. Insha sent 2 more messages, both full of frustration. Seeing this, Bai Lingshan walked toward the door. Insha shouted to stop her. What are you doing? Bai Lingshan turned back, confused by Insha's words. Aren't you going downstairs? Insha sighed helplessly, feeling like her words had been wasted. Over here. She pointed at the window. Bai Lingshan understood her meaning naturally. She remembered what Insha had told her before, but instead of jumping from the 17th floor, an impossible feat, she decided to take the stairs, even if it might be haunted. This is the 17th floor. You could fall and get hurt. Bai Lingshan refused Insha's suggestion, preparing to go down the normal way. Insha was stunned and quickly said, Don't you have that jumping charm that lets you leap around? Upon hearing the sound, Bai Lingshan thoughtfully considered with a serious face. Her right hand flashed with the Star Shift Flow ring, and a teleportation charm appeared above her hand. Insha saw the teleportation charm and brightened her eyes. Just this one, Bai Lingshan said. Just as Insha was about to speak, Bai Lingshan suddenly smiled mischievously. Or I can let you try it, she said. Although Bai Lingshan usually looked serious, she sometimes liked to joke. Insha was surprised by her action and smiled foolishly. I think I'll pass. This is something only professionals can handle, she said. At that moment, a message popped up on Insha's WeChat. It was Han Chenfeng urging her. Where are you? I'm waiting outside the building, but I don't see her, Insha said, a bit confused after hearing the voice message. Xiao Bai is still here with me, Bai Lingshan replied. Then Han Chenfeng didn't respond. Maybe Insha found it troublesome to keep talking, so she directly called him. Hello? Han Chenfeng, I ran into some trouble. I can't get through the front door, and the windows are also blocked, Insha said, switching to speaker mode. This way, Han Chenfeng's reply would be heard clearly by Bai Lingshan too. Using a charm to go downstairs was a method both Insha and Han Chenfeng had thought of. Did you forget your charm? Han Chenfeng asked casually. He thought this method didn't require anyone else to suggest it. Bai Lingshan hadn't gone down yet. Could there be another reason? Bai Lingshan felt a bit awkward after hearing this. She was annoyed at Insha and wondered if she should also be annoyed at Han Chenfeng. She paused in silence and then responded. I brought the Star Shift Flow ring, she said reluctantly. Hearing her tone change, Han Chenfeng shifted his attitude. It was definitely Bai Lingshan. Then why don't you use teleportation? Didn't you get pretty good at saving the cat with it? He asked suddenly. His sudden remark left Bai Lingshan speechless, and she instinctively looked to Insha for help. Insha was stunned, but then understood. This is the 17th floor. Big brother, how is Xiao Bai supposed to get down? Insha, desperate to survive, glanced at Bai Lingshan. Her nervousness made her hope Bai Lingshan would spare her. If she didn't call Han Chenfeng, maybe nothing would happen. Han Chenfeng was unimpressed. I can come down from the roof, he said sharply, making it clear that nothing was beyond the power of a charm. While Bai Lingshan and Insha exchanged helpless glances, Han Chenfeng's voice came through the phone again. Focus on the surroundings, buildings, eaves, trees. Han Chenfeng, waiting downstairs for Bai Lingshan to appear, looked toward their direction to check the situation. Any place you can stand is a good spot. I told you to leap down, not to jump all at once. Han Chenfeng, speaking with a hint of frustration, finished his message and ended the call. Looking at the screen after the call ended, Bai Lingshan blinked, suddenly understanding. A few minutes later, under the moonlight, Bai Lingshan arrived in front of Han Chenfeng. Seeing her approach, Han Chenfeng immediately prepared to act without saying a word. "All right, follow me," Han Chenfeng said casually. A purple glow flashed beneath his feet, and in a blink, he disappeared from Bai Lingshan's sight. Not far away, the purple light reappeared, and Han Chenfeng's figure reappeared. "Where are you looking?" Surprised, Bai Lingshan looked over. "Follow me." Seeing Han Chenfeng several meters ahead, Bai Lingshan started to run, but after a few steps, she saw Han Chenfeng's position shift again, with the purple glow, moving even farther away. Teleportation. This is a spell from the Book of Falling Feathers that allows the user to teleport beyond normal limits. With such a spell, she could reach her destination in seconds. How could she keep up just by running? Although spells are usually used for collecting charms when necessary, she had to use them, like now. Bai Lingshan stopped, crossed her arms in front of her, then opened her arms to the sides. Falling Feather Spell. Leap. As she spoke, the ancient scroll of the Falling Feathers book glowed and floated around her. Suddenly, one of the symbols on the scroll flashed, and the spell disappeared. The leap spell, glowing with a faint purple light, manifested purple wings on her back. After being empowered by the leap spell, Bai Lingshan felt much lighter. With a gentle jump, she landed several meters away. Seeing this, Han Chenfeng showed a slight smile of admiration. Not bad. So, Han Chenfeng used quick movement and Bai Lingshan used a leap as they traveled through nearly a kilometer of space. The night added a mysterious atmosphere, and the night breeze encouraged them to keep going. In 1 minute, they reached their destination. Near the beach, there were many large rocks scattered around. The night was very dark, and although the sea shimmered with light, Bai Lingshan's position was too dark. Bai Lingshan was carefully watching her step on the rocky path, but the moving stones still disguised themselves well. Suddenly, without anything to hold on to, Bai Lingshan stumbled and fell onto the rocks. She looked clumsy and embarrassed. Her first reaction after falling was to look up at Han Chenfeng. But her fall was loud enough that Han Chenfeng couldn't have missed it. She forced a nervous smile and looked at Han Chenfeng, who was staring at something strange. Han Chenfeng instinctively turned around to check on Bai Lingshan, which made her think she saw something unusual. "Watch out," he said, then sat down on a nearby rock. "Oh," Bai Lingshan replied. Now she felt even more embarrassed. She looked around at the environment, then awkwardly stood up and found a rock that looked like a good place to sit. "What are you doing?" Han Chenfeng glanced at Bai Lingshan, who was trying to settle down.
She was surprised. "You."
She wondered if he had already sat down, or if he wanted her to go alone while he stayed behind to watch. Wait a moment before going," Bai Lingshan said, unsure how to respond. Han Chenfeng nodded and surprisingly agreed with her. "Yes, we should wait a bit." Unexpectedly, Bai Lingshan looked at Han Chenfeng in amazement. They weren't far apart. Bai Lingshan looked at Han Chenfeng and saw his side profile under the moonlight. His skin was pale and cool, his features delicate, and even his black bangs looked soft and beautiful. At that moment, Bai Lingshan was stunned. "Tell me a story," Han Chenfeng said, explaining what was happening by the sea to Bai Lingshan. Then, he turned his head, breaking her daze. Just now, she didn't know what was wrong with her. "Can you hear me from so far away?" Bai Lingshan pretended to be surprised by Han Chenfeng's words. Han Chenfeng hesitated for a moment and then responded to Bai Lingshan. "I have good hearing since I was a child." Then, Bai Lingshan also looked toward the sea. On the beach, everyone was gathered around a glowing figure. Because they were some distance away, and due to the environment, she could only see the general outline faintly. As for what Han Chenfeng mentioned, she could only catch a faint sound, which was quite good. Han Chenfeng looked amazed and began to murmur to himself. I am the princess of this sea area. After meeting someone here, I went to the sea witch to exchange for a human leg, so I could see him again. Hearing this, Bai Lingshan was surprised, but Han Chenfeng continued to look in that direction. When she heard his words, Bai Lingshan suddenly thought of a fairy tale, The Little Mermaid. The Little Mermaid. Bai Lingshan expressed her thoughts with confusion. I haven't heard of it. That's just what she said. I'm only repeating it. Hearing this, Bai Lingshan understood the meaning behind it. If you like it, remember to save it. Summer Zayu's work. What? Suddenly, Han Chenfeng's words made Bai Lingshan jump in surprise. What did he just say? Han Chenfeng ignored Bai Lingshan's shock and stood up to tell her that it was time to act. It's over. At the same time, Bai Lingshan saw a grand scene of the crowd moving on the beach. The moment Bai Lingshan stood up, she saw the crowd moving toward them in a terrifying way. Their location was on the main path into the beach, so Bai Lingshan could only pretend to stay calm while watching these people, controlled by some force, pass by. Despite her changing emotions, she dared not make a sound. Don't worry, they're affected by the spell and won't notice us, Han Chenfeng said, breaking Bai Lingshan's tense situation. His normal tone clearly couldn't disturb the people, and there was no other reaction. Still, Bai Lingshan felt a bit scared because she had never encountered such a situation in real life. Will they suddenly discover us and attack? Bai Lingshan, watching the zombies with glowing green eyes, still couldn't calm her mind. You are the holder of the Book of Falling Feathers. Shouldn't you have some extraordinary courage? You had no fear when rescuing the cat, so where has that gone now? Han Chenfeng looked a bit surprised, and Bai Lingshan was momentarily stunned. Actually, she didn't know what was happening. Previously, she wasn't very afraid of charms or spirits, but now she felt nervous inside. After seeing these strange things, she became scared. She thought that maybe her fear was caused by the many sudden events over the past 2 days. Bai Lingshan tried to explain confidently. That's just spirits and charms. Of course, I'm not afraid. Then she looked at the crowd that had already passed her by. But they're all real people. Really? Han Chenfeng remained calm and a bit doubtful. Bai Lingshan pretended to stay composed and nodded. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was a message from Yin Sha. Xiao Bai, I was wondering why this looks so familiar. What looks familiar? Bai Lingshan didn't understand why Yin Sha suddenly called her, or what she was talking about. I'll tell you about that later. How are things on your side? The people have left. We're getting ready to go. I'll tell you, that guy, she might be. What? Yin Sha, usually straightforward, hesitated, which surprised Bai Lingshan. She's the mermaid I met during the summer at Qinghe. Xiao Bai, I think you should wear headphones or you might not be able to handle it. Just give me your phone. What? Bai Lingshan was even more surprised. Listen, do you know why I was controlled? I just realized that the shell necklace I was wearing is from a comic. I felt it looked familiar at the time. Yin Sha, what are you talking about? Even though Yin Sha's words were clear, Bai Lingshan still felt confused. She couldn't understand what Yin Sha was saying at all. Do you remember the Mermaid Princess comic I showed you before? There's a story where the Mermaid Princess can summon others using a shell. Just like that, the shell necklace I mentioned earlier is the same thing. I didn't show you that necklace. I didn't even think about it. I bought one for you, planning to give it to you when I got back. You came so suddenly this time, I forgot. Listening to Yin Sha explain patiently and in detail, Bai Lingshan started to understand a little. During Bai Lingshan's conversation with Yin Sha, Han Chenfeng, who was listening nearby, found it hard to understand what they meant. He didn't interrupt but listened quietly, occasionally glancing at the person standing on the beach. So, you saw a ghost, but the thing on the sea really felt like a spell. I don't know, that person just stayed there, as if waiting for them to arrive. Never mind, I have to go now. Hey, don't hang up the phone. Yin Sha's last request was heard by Bai Lingshan. She put her phone directly into her hoodie pocket and turned on speaker mode. After exchanging a look of agreement with Han Chenfeng, the two of them walked onto the beach. As they approached the sea, the cool sea breeze blew gently, brushing their clothes. The person facing away from them was glowing with a faint light. When they got closer, she turned around to face them. I've been waiting for you for a long time. She was wearing a shimmering blue water dress with long blue hair flowing over her shoulders. Her skin was pale, and surprisingly, her eyes had no normal pupils, only two glowing white eye sockets. But this didn't seem to affect her vision. She could clearly see Bai Lingshan and Han Qinfeng arriving. I am the princess of this sea area. After meeting someone here, I went to the sea witch to exchange my legs so I could see him again. Hearing her introduction, Bai Lingshan looked confused at Han Qinfeng, while Han Qinfeng simply watched quietly. But I regret it now. I can't find him, so I want to get my tail back and start a new life. Later, my tail returned, but I lost something very precious to me. Without it, my world has no color. Her? Is she talking to us? Bai Lingshan felt something was strange and quietly asked Han Qinfeng. She's talking to you. Han Qinfeng noticed that the girl was facing Bai Lingshan, so he simply responded. As soon as he said that, Bai Lingshan fell silent. All right, Bai Lingshan looked at the girl. Did you lose something? She asked tentatively. The girl just kept talking about her own story. The sea witch said I need to find the person who has the staff of the sealed feather book and sign a cooperation contract with her. Only then can my thing come back. I brought the sea witch here. The guy raised his arm, and a dark whirlpool appeared on the sea surface. Bai Lingshan was scared. She thought of nothing but an octopus, not a sea witch. At that moment, Bai Lingshan saw something about to emerge from the water. She staggered back a few steps. The waves surged wildly.
Huh.
As the whirlpool opened, a diamond-shaped object glowing with gray light slowly floated up. Calmly, it drifted into the man's hand in front of Bai Lingshan. When Bai Lingshan saw what the object looked like, she felt awkward. A sea witch? A talisman? She blinked in surprise. What's sea witch? Isn't that just a talisman? A talisman. Bai Lingshan frowned slightly. What is this guy planning? Sign the contract and I will give you the sea witch. Bai Lingshan was stunned again. What does signing a contract mean? She remembered what the guy just said. Only when she finds the person with the staff of the sealed feather book can her thing come back. The staff of the sealed feather book? Could it be the Lanyu's pick? Bai Lingshan suddenly understood. The guy was talking about the Lanyu's pick, used to recover the feather-falling talisman for the final seal. While observing Han Qinfeng's intentions, Bai Lingshan took out the Lanyu's pick and began to unseal it. A 80-centimeter staff appeared in her hand. With a tentative hope, Bai Lingshan started sealing the talisman using her usual method. The feather-falling book appeared around her. But after she finished reciting the talisman, there was no response. Not only did the talisman not react, but the usual interwoven light did not appear either. Now, Bai Lingshan was confused. What's going on? She hasn't been dealt with yet. How can you recover this talisman? Han Qinfeng helplessly told Bai Lingshan the truth. Only by defeating the talisman spirit could she recover the feather-falling talisman, which left Bai Lingshan at a loss.
What does she mean by that?
Bai Lingshan asked Han Qinfeng, puzzled by his words. Wait until you recover. At that moment, Han Qinfeng suddenly had an idea that he had never considered before. Because his face was usually expressionless, he wouldn't have noticed it if he hadn't paid close attention. As far as Han Qinfeng remembered, signing a contract meant becoming a symbol spirit. In the Book of Falling Feathers, any spell with a symbol spirit would have a contract signed between the spell and the spirit that was about to become part of it. After signing this contract, the spirit could truly become the symbol spirit and guard the spell it belonged to. But these abilities were only possessed by divine beings who managed the Book of Falling Feathers hundreds of years ago. Now, hearing about them here was incredible. Could it be possible to see such things with his own eyes? Looking at the contract person chosen by the falling snow, Han Qinfeng's eyes grew deeper. Coincidentally, Bai Lingshan knew how to do this. She quickly realized the core of the matter. The method she saw in a strange dream involved someone holding a pen and writing a name on a spell. Then, the imaginary person standing in front of her would be drawn into that spell. When the imaginary person reappeared, they would look different. Bai Lingshan understood that this was the symbol spirit, and the pen used to seal the spells in the Book of Falling Feathers was called Lanyu's pick. While thinking, Bai Lingshan returned the sealed book of falling feathers to its original form. She placed Lan Yu's pick flat in her hand, thinking about how to transform it into a contract pen, just like in her dream. A glow surrounded Lan Yu's pick, and it suddenly shone brightly. Bai Lingshan felt a surge of excitement inside. She had succeeded. Her first try was successful. She looked at the pen, which looked like a tiny version of Lan Yu's pick staff, and approached the spell offered by the other person. Because of this, Han Qinfeng's expression changed again. He never expected Bai Lingshan to do such a thing. A flash of black light appeared in his hand, and a beautiful, delicate feather arrow materialized. But when Bai Lingshan looked at other instructions, Han Qinfeng quickly hid the arrow again. "What's your name?" Bai Lingshan asked the person in front of her. But the person didn't speak. Suddenly, a soft voice came from her hoodie pocket. It was Yin Sha's voice. "Shui Qianhua. Water for water. Qian for layers of pancakes. Hua for beauty."
Ah.
Qian for layers of pancakes. After explaining the phrase used to criticize Yin Sha, Bai Lingshan prepared to write this person's name with a contract pen. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Han Qinfeng's words made Bai Lingshan stop her action. She looked back and asked, "What's wrong?" Han Qinfeng took a step forward, his expression becoming serious. Water Qianhua was her old name. Since she is starting over now, she shouldn't use that name anymore. Also, because of her spell abilities, she changed from an illusionary object into a visible real form. She was once non-existent and now reborn as a real being, which is already unusual. Since she can become a spirit now, she should change her name. Ing Luo, meaning falling in the sea for rebirth, and it doesn't belong to this world. What do you think? Bai Lingshan listened to Han Qinfeng's serious words and was stunned for a long time. Ing Luo, without thinking further, she placed the contract pen on the talisman and wrote the two characters, Ing Luo. At that moment, a gray glow burst out instantly, and the person disappeared. Then, the gray light flickered, the talisman vanished, and a half-human, half-fish creature appeared. Ing Luo, the new name for the fictional character Water Qianhua, was given form by her spell abilities. Now, because of signing the spirit contract, she became a real spirit. Originally born in a manga world based on this sea area, now this sea has become her true birthplace. She was once non-existent, and now reborn as a being, hence the name Ing Luo. Ing Luo's appearance changed. Her legs turned into a fishtail, and the glowing white eyes turned into clear, lake-blue eyes.
"Thank you, master," she said.
Then Ing Luo spread her arms. The place where Bai Lingshan was suddenly filled with swirling sand and sea scent. A dark gray mud water symbol appeared beneath Ing Luo, large and majestic, and her aura was as commanding as a king in this chaotic world, stunning and impressive. The moment Ing Luo withdrew her hands, everything vanished into smoke. Ing Luo disappeared, and the strange celestial phenomena surrounding Bai Lingshan also ceased. Everything reset. The wind was calm, leaving only a gentle breeze. At this moment, the Book of Falling Feathers appeared nearby, affectionately circling Bai Lingshan. The mud-water talisman was fully integrated with the Book of Falling Feathers and then returned to it. The Book of Falling Feathers closed. Han Qinfeng was surprised. The guy who contracted as a symbol spirit because of Bai Lingshan had not forgotten the past. Instead, he could combine his abilities with the original power of the talisman and use them to the fullest. How is this different from the symbol spirit unlocking or sealing mode? Was the reason that Guy became a symbol spirit because he planned it in advance, or was it all part of Bai Lingshan's careful planning? Thinking of this, the black feather arrow that had been hidden in his hand reappeared. After Bai Lingshan turned around to show him her work, Han Qinfeng's black feather arrow tip was pressed against Bai Lingshan's neck. A cold wind suddenly blew, chilling to the bone. Bai Lingshan froze. Now, her neck was being brushed by a sharp, cold object. It felt like if she moved even a little, she would be cut and killed. The person holding that deadly thing was Han Qinfeng, who was with her here. Han Qinfeng, what are you doing? Bai Lingshan's voice trembled. She dared not move and kept her eyes shifting between Han Qinfeng and the cold arrow tip. She didn't understand why Han Shinfeng had become like this or why he was pointing something at her. Tell me, who are you? Han Shinfeng's voice was cold and serious. He didn't ignore someone he suspected. A sword or dagger has no eyes. To avoid hurting someone, the hostage by Lingshan had to be careful. If you move again, don't blame me for acting against you. I won't move. Bai Lingshan quickly pretended to surrender, raising her hands slightly and looking sincerely at Han Shinfeng, who looked different from usual. What did she do wrong? Why had she become like this? What's wrong with you? Bai Lingshan was confused. Before she recovered the mud talisman, she was fine, wasn't she? Where did you learn how to sign a contract with the object, and how do you keep your original memories from being sealed?
Huh.
Bai Lingshan didn't understand what he was talking about. Tell me, who are you really? These things are probably not something Luoxue would know. Although Han Shinfeng spoke with shock, he held the feather arrow steadily. This kept Bai Lingshan, who was in danger, from feeling too much psychological pressure. Once Bai Lingshan confirmed that the arrow tip pressed against her neck wouldn't accidentally hurt her, she quickly started thinking about Han Shinfeng's questions. It's strange that she wasn't as scared this time. Her fear was only surprising at first, but once she realized Han Shinfeng was just threatening her, Bai Lingshan felt relieved. The questions Han Shinfeng asked earlier were all related to her dreams. It was her dreams that taught her how to use the pen of Lan Yu's collection. It was also her dreams that showed her many memories of the spiritual symbols past. These things don't seem to be known by everyone. Now she was confused. Should she tell the truth or not? It's a dream. I saw those things in my dream. A dream? Do you really think I will believe that? Yes, it was really a dream. The collection of Lan Yu turned into a contract pen, and writing a name on a talisman could turn it into a spiritual symbol. Was that really in your dream? Bai Lingshan felt she couldn't argue, because even she thought she was making things up. Why did you have that dream? Why didn't I dream the same thing? I don't know. You don't know? Han Shinfeng moved his feather arrow again, reminding Bai Lingshan to tell the truth. But for her, these were the honest words, the absolute truth. At this moment, Bai Lingshan's attention was fully on the feather arrow near her neck. Suddenly, she felt that this arrow looked familiar. The black feathers curled around the arrow in a snake-like pattern until they spread out at the tail. The tip was pressed against her neck, but she couldn't see it clearly. Just by looking at the beautiful black feather handle, her mind suddenly drifted into a memory. Look, if you remove the extra feathers here and replace them with a single feather in a straight line, it might balance better in the air. Also, what is that thing here? This is the energy core used to store power. Because Brother Xianyu's weapon is a long-range throwing type, each arrow needs to have this installed. Bai Lingshan paused, staring at the decoration on the arrow. Can I see it? Sure. That summer, her family had a special guest named Tiao Xian, a small wolf spirit. She brought something she forged herself, which looked just like the arrow Han Shinfeng was holding now. Although iron is the hardest material we have, lighter and faster refined iron is better suited for making the arrows for the mysterious phoenix's feathers. Refined iron? Yes, let me explain. Our ancestors once searched for a highly molten material here, but since our resources are different from yours, they put it into a 1,000-year cold pond and bathed it in cold flames, turning it into the final ice iron. Refined iron is a special material extracted from certain rare substances. Its main purpose is to make the weapon extremely fast, and that alone is enough because ability is what matters. At that time, Tia Xian briefly explained some common materials used in our place. It was then that Bai Lingshan realized that the quality of a weapon depends entirely on the material used to make it. Refined iron, made from iron that naturally enhances speed, is used to craft these feathered arrows. If possible, I think you should try the one I mentioned. Strong abilities are good, but the weapon must also be the best. Okay, I will go back and make a sample based on your idea, then show it to Brother Xianyu. It has been over 4 years since then. Bai Lingshan hasn't seen Tia Xian again, but by chance, she saw the black feathered arrow that had been modified according to her suggestions. This is the core used to store energy. Since Brother Xianyu's weapon is a long-range throwing type, each arrow needs to have this device attached. Tia Xian's words are still fresh in Bai Lingshan's mind, and she begins to look for these components. Sure enough, she saw small energy storage devices on the arrow shaft. Does my arrow look good? I was so fascinated I stared at it for a few minutes. Han Qinfeng's voice brought Bai Lingshan back from her memories. She blinked her wide, surprised eyes at Han Qinfeng. Xian Yu. Could this person in front of me be the brother Xian Yu that Tia Xian often mentions? Tia Xian is a demon, so he... Bai Lingshan found it hard to believe, marveling at the exquisite design of the arrow. Very, very beautiful. Ask you a question. Han Qinfeng suddenly moved the arrow again to remind her, showing that Bai Lingshan's attention had been completely captured by her arrow and her mind was lost. Where did you learn this from? Honestly, the arrow tip was cold, and she didn't want to stay like this forever. Quickly regaining her composure, Bai Lingshan pushed aside her memories of the feathered arrow. Han Qinfeng was now asking about the possibility of signing a contract with an object to become a symbol spirit. Honestly, regarding Han Qinfeng's question, she was being truthful. As time went on, Bai Lingshan hesitated. She wondered what she should say or how she should respond.
Oh, right. She thought of something.
It was really just a dream. If I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have called you here in the first place, Bai Lingshan explained. If she had known there was a problem with this matter, she wouldn't have asked him to come. Although she sometimes didn't think about the consequences, she wasn't foolish. All these coincidences clearly seemed to be arranged by someone else. Think about it. How can someone knowingly do something wrong and still want others to see it? That's just stirring trouble, Bai Lingshan continued. But she felt that whether she said it or not, it wouldn't make a difference. She looked at Han Qinfeng, who was pointing at her with that familiar weapon, feeling a bit cold inside. Han Qinfeng smiled when he heard this, with a hint of sarcasm. Haha, are we that close? Do I need to stir up trouble? Bai Lingshan was stunned. Just moments ago, her mind was full of memories of the feathered arrow, and she had forgotten that the Han Qinfeng in front of her was a cold person difficult to approach.
Talking to him about this felt like...
Forget it. Han Qinfeng raised his hand to stop. Since you seem to know now that this is a forbidden matter, don't blame me if I get angry the next time I see you doing it, he said. Then he turned to leave. Instead of wasting more time here, he thought it was better to go back and rest on the lounge chair at the flower shop. Seeing Han Qinfeng about to leave, Bai Lingshan didn't want to stay in Tianhai City any longer. Wait a moment. Han Qinfeng stopped and looked back. What do you want? Bai Lingshan hurried a few steps, pulling Han Qinfeng closer. Are you going back? Not going back. Just staying here to enjoy the scenery. White Lingshan was stunned. She didn't want to enjoy the scenery. She just wanted to go home. The only way she could go back was if Han Qinfeng took her. She was too afraid to go alone and didn't know how to get back by herself. After a moment of hesitation, she hesitantly asked Han Qinfeng, "Can you take me back?" White Lingshan knew it was a difficult request, but she had no other choice. I was transported here, she said, lowering her head and not daring to look at Han Qinfeng's expression. As the saying goes, no reward without effort, and Han Qinfeng had no obligation to help her. Han Qinfeng glanced at her with a hint of hesitation. Just as he was about to say something, he remembered how White Lingshan had recovered the mud-water talisman and the subsequent explanation, and he decided not to say anything. Since you were transported here, maybe he will come to find you soon and send you back, Han Qinfeng replied calmly, looking expressionless. He's not serious at all. After Han Qinfeng showed his final attitude, he activated a teleportation spell. In an instant, he disappeared in front of White Lingshan. Seeing Han Qinfeng leave, a cool sea breeze suddenly swept over her. Now that the mud-water talisman had been recovered, the strange atmosphere caused by the spell was gone. On the wide seaside, in the large Tianhai city, it seemed as if she was alone in this moment. He left. He was gone. White Lingshan fell silent, looking down at the moonlit sea sand. Actually, when she asked Han Qinfeng for help, she briefly thought he might say yes. But that didn't happen. Is it over? I didn't hear anything just now because of the bad signal, Xiao Bai, suddenly, from her sweatshirt pocket, Shaw's teasing voice sounded. Xiao Bai? Are you there? Hello? Hello? Whiteling Shan quickly took out her phone. After seeing that the call had lasted 25 minutes, she suddenly realized she had forgotten that her phone had been connected to Insha all along while she was asking Han Chinfeng for help. The signal was bad. It seemed Insha said she couldn't hear because of the poor signal. Where's Han Chinfeng? Are you done yet? Insha's voice on the other end sounded a little anxious. Whiteling Shan chose to stay calm. It's over. Han Chinfeng has left. What? He's gone? Insha suddenly raised her voice, almost deafening Bai Lingshan, who was unprepared. Didn't you tell him to come back with you? She didn't bring up the sensitive topic. Bai Lingshan remained silent. Oh no, what should we do? How are you going to handle this? I'll go back alone, Bai Lingshan said calmly to soothe Insha's anxious heart. Suddenly, a figure appeared in her mind, the mysterious person who had transported her here. Maybe, after everything is done, the person who brought me here will send me back again, Bai Lingshan joked, recalling Han Chinfeng's words, which left Insha confused.
What?
What did you say? Bai Lingshan sighed, annoyed that Insha hadn't heard clearly. I said. Suddenly, a long black shadow appeared in front of her. Looking at the ground, she could tell it was a person.
Han Chinfeng.
Bai Lingshan instinctively looked over. If that person was Han Chinfeng, she might feel a little happy. But things are not always as perfect as she hopes. Still, she recognized that person. Their appearance wasn't too bad for her right now. Are you? What? Insha interrupted again, but Bai Lingshan's attention was fully on the mysterious person who could freely come and go from her sight. Remember, you need to be home before dawn when you go out. The red light reappeared, and the glowing formation beneath her activated again. Same move, same red glow surrounding her. Bai Lingshan saw it for the second time.
Wait.
Bai Lingshan wanted to know who that person really was. She tried to escape from the glowing formation, but she found she couldn't move at all. Suddenly, the environment changed. The next moment, Bai Lingshan saw her courtyard, the place she had lived in for over 10 years. It took only a blink to go from the coast of Tianhai City back to her home. She was so fast she didn't even speak. Because of the change in location, the mysterious person was gone. A gentle breeze brushed her hair and clothes, no longer carrying the salty chill of the seaside. The bright light from the living room on the first floor caught her attention, and Bai Lingshan was once again stunned. Because the transmission light array was activated, it forcibly cut off her call with Insha. Insha did not call back, and she did not return the call. After her experience in Tianhai City, she realized how warm her home was. After inspecting the yard for any unusual signs, Bai Lingshan quietly entered her room, closed the door to the living room, turned off the lights at the switch, and used her phone's flashlight to walk carefully into her bedroom. Locking the bedroom door made her feel safe. But all her memories suddenly flooded back in a jumbled mess. Mudwater Talisman, Tianhai City. Now, her bedroom was silent, with no sounds from outside. Who was the person that sent her to Tianhai City and brought her back? Right now, she didn't want to think about anything. She turned off the light at the switch and decided to wait until sunrise to think more about it. A few hours later, the sun rose above the horizon. Bai Lingshan opened one eye from her sleep. The weather was clear and sunny, a perfect day for going out. Everything in the yard looked the same as before, except for a black bird that had appeared on the tree near her bedroom window. When the bird saw movement inside, it flew away to another place. After waking up, Bai Lingshan remembered what happened last night. Book of Falling Feathers. She closed her eyes and focused. The ancient scroll-like feather book floated around her. Star protection, leap. And a new talisman. The Mudwater Talisman shimmered with a faint light, as if celebrating its return. Bai Lingshan looked at the talisman and thought quietly. If she hadn't seen this Mudwater Talisman, she might have thought what happened last night was just a strange dream, like the memories of the spirit in the dream or the red-clad girl in the dream.
Insha.
Bai Lingshan dialed Insha's phone. She remembered that last night their call was cut off after about half an hour. Now, she didn't know how things were on her side. Xiao Bai? Is there something you want to talk to me about? Inshaw's voice came through the phone. I'll be back this afternoon. Are you bored at home? I'll come to see you tomorrow, Bai Lingshan said. Hearing Inshaw's cheerful voice, she felt a bit confused. Yesterday. Yes? What happened yesterday? Yesterday. Bai Lingshan originally wanted to ask about what happened after she hung up last night, but when Insha asked her back like that, she didn't know what to say. Did you call me yesterday? I didn't receive anything, Insha asked on the other end of the phone. Bai Lingshan felt a bit confused, unsure if it was her imagination. She had a strange feeling that the call situation didn't match what had happened yesterday. What's going on? Feeling puzzled, Bai Lingshan casually replied, No, I was going to call, but it's fine now. Oh. Okay, bye, I won't talk anymore. I need to eat. After saying that, the call ended. The clear voice from the phone made Bai Lingshan feel confused. Inshaw's response sounded like a normal greeting, nothing unusual. But because it seemed so normal, Bai Lingshan felt something was really off. She stared at her phone, lost in thought. Usually, Insha would follow up with questions about what happened, but now she said nothing. Bai Lingshan was confused. The mud water talisman exists in the Book of Falling Feathers, which proves what happened last night was real. Yet, Insha's reaction was as if she knew nothing. Forget it. She didn't want to think too much, including about the mysterious person who sent her to Tianhai City. At home, with nothing to do, Bai Lingshan decided to go to the nearby supermarket to buy some fruits and vegetables. No one was at home today, so she locked the door before leaving. An hour later, she returned with her shopping. From a distance near the gate, Bai Lingshan saw a person in a white coat wandering in front of the door. The person had strange dark red hair that caught her attention. Who are you? Bai Lingshan asked. She approached the suspicious stranger and stopped at the door. When they looked at each other, her sharp, delicate features immediately caught Bai Lingshan's eye. The person was tall, almost a head taller than Bai Lingshan. Their outfit and appearance made her think it was a boy, but in this day and age, how could there be such a handsome boy? Bai Lingshan was surprised. The person seemed hesitant, then spoke. Hello, are you the person living here? Bai Lingshan was taken aback by the question. Yes, that's right, Bai Lingshan replied blankly. Just now, I wasn't paying attention. My little pet sneaked in here, so the person looked back with worry, glancing at the yard through the door. Bai Lingshan's yard door wasn't tightly sealed with corner screens, and behind her house was a forest, so small animals and birds often appeared. But it was rare for a small animal to walk with a person and then turn into her yard like now. Wait a moment. Bai Lingshan was surprised at first, then quickly regained her composure. She walked toward the yard door, holding a shopping bag in one hand and taking out her keys from her hoodie pocket with the other. Have you been waiting long?
I just went out to buy some things.
Suddenly, as she spoke, the yard door opened. Bai Lingshan hurriedly fixed the door to let the person inside. After she entered, she looked around curiously, searching every corner of the yard for the small animal the person mentioned. Xiaoyan. With the person's call, Bai Lingshan was surprised to see a small head peeking out from the corner of the house, looking very much like a little owl. Just as Bai Lingshan was examining what kind of cat it was, the person slightly bent down, shifting her gaze. Xiaoyan, come here. The person gently called the cautious little creature with both hands raised. The little creature first looked at the person carefully, then, sensing everything was safe, quietly came into her arms. Good boy, Bai Lingshan said softly, watching the cat stay quietly in her arms, sighing. For some reason, she felt a strange sensation. It was quite well behaved at first, but now it's unhappy. The person responded to the small animal in her arms, as if talking to this mischievous little creature. Suddenly, her mood turned sad. Because I moved to another place, I can't keep it anymore. I was planning to give it to relatives here, but they went on a trip these days. I was just wandering around here, and who knew this little guy sneaked in while I wasn't paying attention? The person looked regretful. What should I do? Looks like no one wants you now. The little creature looked into her eyes, then lowered its small head, seeming to understand its current situation. At this moment, the man placed the small creature on the ground and gently stroked its fur. The fur was long and dense, a golden brown color, and it looked like a cat, except for the strange black patches on its head and ears. The little creature was not idle. It looked around, observing every part of the yard. Looks like it likes you. I don't know if it's convenient for you, but could you temporarily take care of him? I'll pick him up in a few days when my relative returns, the man suddenly asked Bai Lingshan, leaving her surprised. Bai Lingshan was stunned. She didn't have any plans right now, and she had to go to school. But the man seemed to notice her hesitation and quickly added, he's easy to take care of. Just give him a place to stay, and you don't need to do anything else. Although Bai Lingshan hesitated, it wasn't too much trouble if it was just as he said. Plus, the yard was big enough to hold him.
He's called Xiaoyan.
He's usually very obedient. The man introduced the little creature to Bai Lingshan. Bai Lingshan nodded to show she understood. Xiaoyan, she said, looking at the strange-looking cat. It looks so weird. What kind of cat is this? She asked. Cat? The man looked at the little creature with a strange expression and thought for a moment before replying.
He's really a cat.
I don't know what breed he is either. Hearing his explanation, not only Bai Lingshan was listening, but the little creature was also paying close attention. However, its eyes had lost their usual sparkle. After a suspicious stare at Bai Lingshan, it reluctantly let out its first meow. Meow. The sound was dull and full of dissatisfaction. It glanced at Bai Lingshan, making her feel a hint of disdain.
Ugh.
This cat. Bai Lingshan felt a chill behind her back and smiled kindly at the proud little creature. The man saw this and smiled slightly. Well, I'll leave it to you then. I have some other things to do, so I'll go first. Oh, okay. The man stood up to say goodbye, looking happy as if he had just let go of a heavy burden. But behind Bai Lingshan, his expression subtly changed to a sinister smile as he looked back toward her home. He softly chuckled. Indeed, you know each other. Reflecting on their recent encounter, he realized it was a completely new understanding. And his guess was correct. Thanks to him, let's get to know each other again. Then, as the person took a step, a red glow burst forth, and he disappeared suddenly. In Bai Lingshan's courtyard, Bai Lingshan stared at the small cat she had just met for a long time. I need to buy some food for you. You can get familiar with the place first. After thinking for a moment, Bai Lingshan ran into the house with the things she bought. She went to the kitchen and took out some steamed buns she had made earlier that morning. She slowly approached the small creature that seemed unfamiliar to her and carefully offered a small piece of torn bun from her hand. Seeing that the little creature did not respond kindly, Bai Lingshan sighed. Wait here, I'll be back. For the new member who just moved into her home, Bai Lingshan felt she really needed to prepare some things to take care of the little one. After Bai Lingshan left, the small creature also moved away from where she had placed the bun. It wandered around the courtyard, its eyes shining like fire. The word cat is a great insult to him in this world. Xia Yan could never be a small cat from the human world. He is a fire leopard demon. A fire leopard is sharp and quick in action, but his kind is naturally small, with pointed, high-arched ears. If you put him in the human world, he would seem just like a regular cat. Meow. If not for his master's request, he would never let others think he's a cat, let alone learn to meow.
Stupido manch. He scoffed.
Huh. Just as Xia Yan was complaining about his master's strange idea, a flash of blue light appeared. A girl dressed in white appeared beside him. Although she changed her clothes today, Xia Yan, who knew her well, could recognize her instantly. Jieluer, why are you here? Because of his small stature, Xia Yan could only look up at the girl facing him. She flickered with a glow and bent down to bring her face close to him. The young master asked me to bring this. Wear it. A dark red bead emitted a strange aura. What is this? Xia Yan asked, confused. Just put it on. Where is she? The girl didn't tell him what the bead was for, only asking about Bai Lingshan's whereabouts. She went out. Seeing Xia Yan put away the bead, the girl smiled softly. All right, I'm ready to go back. Also, the young master asked me to tell you to be careful of the mysterious moon. After hearing this, Xia Yan nodded seriously. Understood. Sister Yao Lu, take care, okay? Upon hearing this, the girl took small steps and ran off as a blue-green light disappearing. Since Bai Lingshan returned home, she had been busy taking care of the new family member. Soon, the day passed quickly. That day, Insha indeed came to Bai Lingshan's house. She was about to share her recent experiences in Tianhai City and also brought a cute gift for her. Little Bai, I'm here. Insha came to Bai Lingshan's house as usual, but she didn't expect the door to be locked. However, as Bai Lingshan's best friend for 8 years, she naturally had a spare key. Suddenly, the gate opened, and Insha slipped inside. Because of Xia Yan's presence, she was startled. Little Bai, what is this? Insha looked surprised at the creature that had entered her view, calling her Little Bai. At this moment, Bai Lingshan calmly came out from inside the house. Seeing Insha standing there blankly, she quickly stepped forward. Insha gave her a strange, squinting look and smiled faintly. Did you raise this? Insha asked with disbelief. Sort of. It just arrived yesterday, and I plan to send it away in a few days. Bai Lingshan replied calmly, not wanting to say much about Xia Yan. Seeing Insha's continued surprise, Bai Lingshan responded quietly. It's just being temporarily cared for. Temporary care? Do you know who that person is? Who is it? Insha still looked full of questions as she knew nothing. Insha's question made Bai Lingshan pause. The person left in a hurry yesterday, and she didn't even ask for their name. I didn't ask, Bai Lingshan said awkwardly. Now Insha looked speechless. You don't know them? Then why are you taking care of it for someone else? Raising crows and this thing. Are you running an animal shelter? Insha admired her kindness and shook her head repeatedly. Bai Lingshan was surprised. A crow? She was confused and argued with Insha. I didn't raise a crow. Stop lying. I've seen it several times. Bai Lingshan was momentarily stunned, confused about the crow that Insha mentioned, as she had never seen it before. Insha secretly felt happy, enjoying Bai Lingshan's cute and naive expression. Actually, she had only seen that crow once that morning. By the way, what is this? Insha asked, returning to the main topic as she leaned in to examine the strange creature. Summer Yen didn't like being stared at like that, so he turned and walked away. Wow, it's quite proud. It's called Xiao Yan, probably a cat, Bai Lingshan said with a helpless smile. You say it's a cat? Are you sure? Insha blinked, looking doubtful. Insha usually didn't interact much with small animals on the ground, so she had a mental image of what cats and dogs looked like. But this colorful, flashy creature made her find it hard to believe it was a cat. Yeah, its owner said it's a cat, Bai Lingshan replied. All right then, Insha said. Oh, and look, I bought you a gift, Insha said happily, pulling out something she had hidden for a long time from her coat. It was a shell necklace, simple in design, with a single fan-shaped shell and a row of white crystals embedded on it. Bai Lingshan was surprised, looking at the necklace Insha handed her with a strange feeling. Xiao Bai, this is a call necklace from Shui Qianhua. I didn't expect such things to be sold, so I bought 2. I kept one for myself and gave you one, Insha said happily. And I even dreamed about Shui Qianhua that night, she suddenly remembered and added quickly. Shui Qianhua, that's the mermaid princess from the comic you saw recently. You haven't forgotten, right? Insha asked, knowing Bai Lingshan might not remember the character she suddenly mentioned. Bai Lingshan shook her head in response. No. I haven't forgotten, she replied. You really haven't forgotten. Insha thought Bai Lingshan's blank look suggested she was hiding something. I haven't forgotten. I met the mermaid princess, Bai Lingshan said firmly. She couldn't forget Shui Qianhua. That night, she was thrown to Tianhai City by a mysterious person, then went to the seaside with Han Qinfeng to collect charms. Isn't that related to Shui Qianhua? But she couldn't believe that Insha had forgotten what happened that night. Come, I'll show you something. White Lingshan quickly grabbed Insha and took her to her bedroom on the 2nd floor. What are you doing? So mysterious. The Book of Falling Feathers. White Lingshan closed her eyes and focused. Under Insha's watchful gaze, the Book of Falling Feathers appeared around White Lingshan. Little White? Insha didn't understand what White Lingshan was doing. At this moment, White Lingshan opened her eyes and cleared the charms on the book of falling feathers. Mud water. She waved her hand forward, and the mud water charm moved out of the book, causing the book to vanish. Shadow fall, appear. As White Lingshan spoke, the shadow appeared. A new form of Shui Qianhua appeared before White Lingshan and Yinsha, and Yinsha was instantly surprised. Master, do you have any instructions? The mud water spirit opened her clear eyes, asking White Lingshan why she summoned her. White Lingshan looked at the stunned Yinsha, who blinked blankly. This. What is this? Shui Qianhua. Now it's the mud water spirit, White Lingshan explained seriously. From her expression, Yinsha clearly had no memory of this. Do you really not remember? Yinsha looked puzzled.
Meow.
A scream sounded. White Lingshan's first reaction was that Xiao Yan was in trouble. She quickly left, and the mud water spirit disappeared. Yinsha was stunned for a moment, then hurried after White Lingshan. The burning fire of the burning flame bear scorched Xiao Yan, who cried out in pain. White Lingshan was frightened, and Yinsha was also scared. The flames burning Xiao Yan seemed to come from inside his body outward, looking terrifying and strange. Just looking at it made people feel immense pain. But only Xiao Yan himself knew that this fire was actually a glow he released by activating his own power. Xiao Yan was a fire leopard, so naturally, fire was his ability. However, neither White Lingshan nor Yinsha knew this. It was a performance. Xiao Yan could perform freely. Fire. Yinsha was stunned and swallowed the word. White Lingshan was very confused inside. She didn't know what to do. She didn't understand Xiao Yan's mind. What she saw was her new member Xiao Yan being burned little by this relentless fire, risking his life. What should she do? Xiao Yan must not get hurt. If something happens to him, how can she explain it to that person? White Lingshan's mind was filled with chaos, losing clarity and calmness. However, her panic was only in her heart, unlike Yinsha, whose limbs were trembling with fear. Water.
Fire. Pour water.
Quickly, pour water. Yinsha hurriedly tapped White Lingshan, trying to remind her urgently. White Lingshan suddenly understood. Yinsha was right. Water can put out fire. Where is the water? The faucet. White Lingshan didn't hesitate. She quickly ran to the kitchen on the first floor, grabbed any basin, and turned on the tap. Splash. Seconds ticked by, and White Lingshan felt an inexplicable tension building inside her. She was afraid. She was afraid that Xiao Yan might be in danger. Although she had only known him for a day, he was entrusted to her. Maybe Xiao Yan's health didn't matter much to her, but to that person, he was a precious possession. She turned off the tap, held the basin with both hands, and hurried towards Xiao Yan's location. Xiao Yan saw White Lingshan rushing over with the basin, her expression tightening.
Wait.
Bang! In an instant, no. The words weren't right. Xiao Yan was truly frightened this time, hesitating in his movements and falling into a deadly trap. It's over. Xiao Yan's greatest fear in life was water. It's okay now. White Lingshan sighed in relief when she saw the fire on Xiao Yan's body had been extinguished. Then she saw Xiao Yan fainting from relief after seeing the flames gone. Only Xiao Yan himself knew that his fainting was actually caused by White Lingshan splashing water on him, damaging his fire spirit. It seems he's unconscious, Yinsha said as she approached slowly when there was no more movement. White Lingshan bent down to check Xiao Yan's burns. She found it strange. Besides some gray smoke emanating from Xiao Yan's body, there was nothing else. This guy's fur is fireproof. It burned so badly, but there's no real damage. Yinsha marveled at this miraculous phenomenon. White Lingshan then realized that although Xiao Yan was unconscious from the outside, he didn't look like he had been burned by fire. Instead, he looked more like he had just been rescued from drowning. Is he going to die? Yinsha asked White Lingshan. I wonder if this guy tastes good. Yinsha's teasing made White Lingshan feel surprised. For some reason, a sentence automatically popped into White Lingshan's mind. This guy is so cute. He must taste delicious.
Ah.
Bai Lingshan's thoughts were distracted by Yinsha. Wanna add some cumin? Hearing Bai Lingshan's reply, Yinsha grinned. Add some chili powder. As they looked at each other, a joyful feeling suddenly filled the air. If Xia Yan was only pretending to be dizzy, he would jump up and tear them apart. But this time, he was truly dizzy. At that moment, Bai Lingshan suddenly realized this was not the time for joking. She gently hugged Xia Yan into her arms and said to Insha, "You watch the house here. I'll take him to the pet store to have a look." After standing up, she left quickly. "Take your time," Insha called after her. Then her expression turned calm. 10 minutes was enough for Bai Lingshan to reach the busy street. Although no one was around earlier, she wasn't used to using her spell abilities to speed up. At the pet store, Bai Lingshan placed Xia Yan on a nearby table. A man in his 40s approached, asking gently and politely, "How can I help you?" After hesitating for a moment, Bai Lingshan explained the situation, how Xia Yan suddenly caught fire and then fainted after being doused with water. The man listened with some doubt but believed her explanation. He opened his hands and gently examined Xia Yan's body. "Let me see." Since there were no obvious injuries on the surface, he pressed different parts of Xia Yan's body. "Are you saying he was burned by fire?" He looked at her in disbelief, confirming her story. How could he suddenly catch fire out of nowhere? His fur doesn't show any burn marks. Well, Bai Lingshan was speechless at his question. She couldn't explain everything, and it didn't matter. What mattered was she was afraid he might think she was just causing trouble on purpose. But he's really fainted now. It might just be a temporary shock, probably related to the water being poured on him. Nowadays, parents are really brave, daring to keep all sorts of pets at home. The man sighed after seeing her appearance. "What did you say?" It's nothing. I'll send it back to rest properly. It will be fine on its own." "Oh, okay. Thank you." Bai Lingshan, hearing that Xiaoyan was fine, gently held him in her arms and left the pet shop. Xiaoyan is small, about the size of a normal kitten, so holding him isn't heavy. But Bai Lingshan found it a bit strange. When she was carrying him earlier, she clearly felt his fur was soaked with water. Now, she couldn't see any sign of water on him. She needed to cross a green belt to get back home. After walking for a few minutes, she suddenly sensed a hot, uncomfortable feeling around her. She looked around instinctively, but didn't see anything unusual. Then, about 5 meters ahead on the ground, a flame suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The fire was very bright, especially against the green plants nearby. Bai Lingshan hesitated and stopped. She was curious about the sudden appearance of the flames. She wondered why the flames appeared so strangely. Before she could figure out what caused the fire, similar flames appeared on the ground on both sides of her. As Bai Lingshan looked at the two flames with surprise, they quickly spread outward. The flames formed a circle around her, trapping her and preventing her from escaping. In this situation, Bai Lingshan panicked instinctively. Her panic caused her to lose her last chance to escape. The two flames connected into a circle, then started to change direction and spread upward, growing fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the flames reached 2 meters high, completely blocking her path.
What?
Bai Lingshan was at a loss. Stunned. That was her first reaction. But in this situation, she couldn't just stand there. She had to think of a way out. She couldn't just stay frozen. She needed to escape. But how? A flying leap. The flying spell from the Book of Falling Feathers flashed through Bai Lingshan's mind. She looked down at Xiaoyan and was surprised to see he was awake, with dark eyes half open, looking very weak. As she summoned the flying spell, Bai Lingshan covered Xiaoyan's eyes with her hand. "It's okay. Don't be afraid." Bai Lingshan comforted the small flame in her arms, hoping it wouldn't be frightened again by fire, especially since it had just been burned recently and might still have some lingering fear. But what was the truth? Would Xia Yan be grateful after hearing this? No, of course not. Unbeknownst to Bai Lingshan, the one who caused the fire was actually Xia Yan himself, playing tricks from within her arms. Now he was furious, daring to pour water on him. He really felt like he couldn't take it anymore. Xia Yan has always had a bad temper. If he wanted to, he would kill her or burn her alive. Just as Bai Lingshan was about to take a step forward, Xia Yan sensed it. His dark eyes flashed with killing intent, and flames suddenly obeyed his command, quickly sealing off the space above Bai Lingshan. What's going on? Bai Lingshan was stunned again. Could these flames really understand what she was thinking? Right now, the heat was boiling, and she was covered in red flames, with thick smoke spreading closer. She was out of options. She was about to be burned alive. Things were moving too fast. She had already forgotten about the Star Guardian's presence. She stood there in fear, clutching the small flame in her arms. It's okay, it will be fine. She was thinking about how to escape. I won't let anything happen to you, Bai Lingshan said, using her loose sweatshirt sleeve to cover Xia Yan's body, preparing to rush through the firewall. Even if she got burned by the flames, she couldn't let anything happen to the small flame in her arms because it was a cherished pet of someone else's family. However, Bai Lingshan's action surprised Xia Yan in her arms. He looked at her cheek in shock. The way she protected him made him feel as if he saw the figure of someone from the past, someone who had saved him from a fierce beast's claws and always cared for him. At this moment, with some emotion added, Xia Yan's anger towards Bai Lingshan eased a lot. When Bai Lingshan suddenly charged at the firewall, Xia Yan was stunned. He quickly retracted the flames in front, so Bai Lingshan was not burned. When Bai Lingshan ran out, she was so scared she didn't open her eyes. After running for a while, she felt that her body hadn't been touched by fire. The intense heat she initially felt was gone. Realizing something was wrong, Bai Lingshan opened her eyes. Everything around her was safe now. She looked back at where the flames had been, but there was nothing there, like it had never happened, as if it was all just an illusion. What's going on? Bai Lingshan was confused. Could it be that she saw a small flame on Xiaoyan while at home and imagined it? But that hot feeling was so real. How could it just be her imagination? No, there must have been fire earlier. Those things definitely happened. Thinking of this, a strange feeling appeared around Bai Lingshan. Even though it was daytime, she still felt a chill run down her spine. Bai Lingshan quickly walked away from the strange scene. She ran into the yard and saw Insha coming out of the hall. Insha, Bai Lingshan hurried over to Insha, wanting to tell her about being surrounded by flames on the road. But Insha saw Bai Lingshan looking flustered, not at all like her usual calm self. Xiaobai, what's wrong? Insha looked at Bai Lingshan, who was holding Xiao Yan and looking a bit disheveled. Is he okay? Insha glanced at Xiao Yan and then looked at Bai Lingshan. By the way, Han Chenfeng called you earlier. Bai Lingshan was surprised. He called me? Why? After thinking about what happened in Tianhai City that night, she lost the desire to ask further. However, the message Han Chenfeng entrusted to Insha was important. Han Chenfeng said there seems to be a spell at Bibo Park. He's busy now and can't come, so he wants you to go. Insha got straight to the point and told Bai Lingshan about the spell at Bibo. A spell? Me? Yes. Bai Lingshan was confused. Usually, Han Chenfeng didn't mention spells appearing somewhere. It was usually a chance encounter or something he discovered before she knew. But this time, he was giving her a hint. Then let's go, Insha said eagerly. She took the little thing that had been listening intently from Bai Lingshan and placed it on the ground. Bai Lingshan looked at Xiao Yan. Okay. They left the house and the gate was locked. Xia Yan stared at the gate for a long time, lost in thought. Suddenly, a red glow appeared in the wind. Before the figure in the glow appeared, Xia Yan was surrounded by dark mist. When the mist dissipated, a teenage boy appeared, dressed in dark clothes, with long ears standing upright on his dark hair. This was Xia Yan's human form. He transformed into a human because he respected the person who was about to appear before him. If it were someone else, he wouldn't act like this. Master, you have arrived. Xia Yan bowed politely to him. Under the red glow, the young man in the windbreaker smiled softly, then showed a worried expression. Yan, about that. Xia Yan was surprised and looked at the young man in front of him. It's okay, Xia Yan. Thank you for your concern, Master. The October wind was cool but not dull. Although she hurt you with water, she has more important things to deal with for me. So, don't act impulsively anymore. The young man in the windbreaker seemed to know everything, but did not criticize. The wind gently rustled the leaves, making a soft sound without any noise. Yes, Xia Yan understood. He also knew Bai Lingshan was the holder of the Book of Falling Feathers. Whatever the master asked him to do, he would follow. But, Master, why did you remind her? The young man in the windbreaker smiled politely. Look, she can't even recognize your original form. How can I trust her with a talisman collection? Thinking about the master only having a year to complete his task, Xia Yan sighed lightly. That makes sense. All right, rest well.
Stay here for a while.
The fire talisman in Bibbo Park shouldn't be a problem. The young man in the windbreaker looked up at the sky as if he saw the fiery spirit talisman glowing in Bibbo Park. Master, won't you go take a look? Xia Yan was curious, unsure of his master's current thoughts. No, although the fire talisman belongs to the 5-element talismans, as long as the sealing staff is there, it won't be an issue. Since the young man in the windbreaker knew what kind of talisman it was, he naturally understood its power. After speaking, the young man in the windbreaker turned into a red light and disappeared. Meanwhile, Bai Lingshan left her home with Insha and took a 1.5-hour bus ride to Bibbo Park near the school. Bibbo Park is a water park built on the shores of Bibbo Lake. It is large, with clear lakes and various amusement facilities built on the mountainside. It is a famous tourist spot in Tianqiang City. Usually, especially during holidays, it is crowded with people. There is a saying, people come here not just to play, but to watch others. Such a gathering place is not a good place for placing talismans. Bai Lingshan had already considered this on the way. But what could she do? Since you're here, let's take a look. When they arrived at the park entrance, countless forbidden signs shone brightly, shocking Bai Lingshan and Insha. What is going on? Bai Lingshan and Insha looked at each other in confusion. Their first thought was that something had definitely happened inside. Could it be the spell that Han Qinfeng mentioned? Seeing someone come out from inside, Insha hurried over to ask, "What's going on inside?" If you're planning to play here, you've come on the wrong day. Someone has died, and the police have sealed off the area. Sigh. The person sighed and waved his hands, indicating they shouldn't ask further. Seeing this, Insha ran back to Bai Lingshan, just a few meters away, and Bai Lingshan heard everything clearly. What should we do? No wonder Han Qinfeng didn't come. Insha seemed to understand the meaning behind Han Qinfeng's earlier phone call and rolled her eyes in disdain. It's okay, I'll go in and check, Bai Lingshan comforted Insha. Can't you see he's probably busy or unable to come? Anyway, this isn't a big deal. Actually, Bai Lingshan didn't think much about why Han Qinfeng asked her to come. Now that something had happened inside and no one was allowed in, it gave her a good chance to collect the spell charms. Hey, Bai, what are you? I'm not defending him. Insha hadn't finished speaking when Bai Lingshan interrupted. She simply didn't want to hear her say again that she was still on his side. Of course, Insha probably didn't remember this part. Huh? Insha was confused. How did Bai Lingshan know what she was about to say? Think about it. If there are many people inside, it's more trouble to see the spell charms. And it can't hide like Luo Shui. Bai Lingshan explained about the spell charms. Insha thought it made sense. That's true. But you're not planning to fly in, are you? Bai Lingshan nodded after hearing this. Yes, that was exactly her plan. With surveillance cameras, Insha exclaimed. Even someone rough like her knew about security cameras. Did Bai Lingshan not know? White Lingshan didn't know, but she had already thought about those things on the bus. She remembers that night in Tianhai City when a gray glow covered the city and it seemed to stop everything. At that time, Han Qinfeng also said that charms could interfere with things.
So,
Mud water. White Lingshan's star-shifting bracelet flashed, and she summoned the Book of Feathers and Falling Leaves. The mud water charm appeared in midair. Earth spirit power, block all surveillance tools. Just as Insha hesitated, she saw a gray object rise from the ground and climb up a pole, covering the normally working camera. Wow. Insha was shocked by this scene. How could such an operation happen? But after seeing this, White Lingshan felt very satisfied. That's enough now. Although White Lingshan didn't know the true power of the mud water charm, she confirmed that it could indeed block things. Insha, I'm going now. Be careful. White Lingshan suddenly disappeared in front of Insha. Insha could clearly feel her progress in using charms, and even a strange sense of jealousy arose in her. At that moment, Insha suddenly remembered something and praised aloud. No wonder it's her. After entering the park, White Lingshan saw a wall, and beyond it was a forest. Passing through the trees, she reached the west side of the park. She had been here many times since she was young, so she was very familiar with this place. If she secretly entered somewhere and had a map, she would act naturally and confidently. But just as White Lingshan was checking her surroundings, she saw a familiar face. Wu Tong. Wu Tong was dressed in a gray sports outfit, squatting beside a piece of white cloth, seemingly studying its origin. After seeing this, White Lingshan thought about the current situation in the park and decided not to go over and say hello. At that moment, White Lingshan saw a tall woman walking step by step toward Wu Tong. The woman had shoulder-length hair and an extremely cold and proud aura. White Lingshan felt something strange and hid behind a holly bush that had been trimmed into a round shape, observing everything in front of her. The round holly bush was not small or large. White Lingshan, being slender, could hide behind it perfectly. A tall woman stood on the other side of the white cloth. By chance, Bai Lingshan saw her face directly. For some reason, Bai Lingshan felt that the woman looked strangely unfamiliar. "This is a cloth I worked hard to get. Is it okay to use it?" Wu Tong asked the woman in surprise. Although she had no expression, she emitted a chilling aura. Bai Lingshan watched their actions carefully and listened closely with her ears. "As long as it's touched by a dead body, it's fine." "What? What are they talking about?" While Bai Lingshan was stunned, the proud woman raised her right hand, focusing intently on the white cloth half a meter away. Suddenly, black mist slowly rose from the cloth, then gathered into a strange ball in her hand. Seeing this, Bai Lingshan frowned in confusion. The strange white cloth, the terrifying black fog, and the eerie person attached to it, all of this was beyond her understanding. But she recognized the person next to the strange woman, Wu Tong. It was unbelievable and hard to believe. But one thing she was sure of: none of this had anything to do with the charms she came to collect. It was not a good place to stay long, so leaving was the best choice. Bai Lingshan nodded silently. A sense of dread filled her, and she felt an ominous premonition. She nervously moved her heavy steps, successfully distancing herself from the scene. Just then, ding ding ding. At this critical moment, her phone suddenly made a noise, catching the attention of the strange woman and interrupting her escape plan. Oh no! Looking at the 3 pairs of hostile eyes fixed on her, Bai Lingshan only had one thought. She was doomed. Not long ago, she had almost been burned alive, and now she didn't know what awaited her. Bai Lingshan sighed inwardly. Today was truly unlucky. Bai Lingshan. Wu Tong saw that the person who suddenly appeared was Bai Lingshan. She quickly straightened up, clearly surprised. They were more than 10 meters apart. Although so far away, the tense and fearful atmosphere was very strong. Bai Lingshan was so nervous she didn't know how to explain herself. "Don't let anyone see this. Wait a moment." Seeing the proud woman walk toward Bai Lingshan, Wu Tong instinctively tried to stop her. Wu Tong felt powerless, and when the cold, proud woman shot a cold glance at him, he could only retreat helplessly. Bai Lingshan was stunned by this, but as she looked more carefully at the proud woman, she suddenly disappeared from her spot. The wind brushed her back, coming suddenly. "It's you." Bai Lingshan felt a chill behind her, and a cold, terrifying voice echoed in her mind. She quickly turned around at the sound, and bright red cat-like eyes stared deep into her brain, causing her to lose all consciousness instantly. "You." The environment was oppressive and the atmosphere heavy, making Bai Lingshan feel suffocated. The cold, proud woman's sinister, icy eyes seemed to carry a ruthless, destructive aura as she helplessly responded to this intruding girl. Originally, the water in the well didn't interfere with others, but unfortunately, she had bad luck. Suddenly, black mist surrounded Bai Lingshan. She was terrified and took a step back, but then she felt dizzy and fainted on the ground. In her dazed state, she only sensed that everything around her was dark, and there was a familiar burning warmth. It was fire, the intense heat from the flames. Why was there fire? Bai Lingshan opened her eyes, which seemed to have been closed for a long time. A faint glow of fire kept entering her line of sight. Panicked, she quickly got up from the cold ground and looked around this strange, unfamiliar place. It was a dark, enclosed space, like a room surrounded by walls. In the middle of the room, there was something flickering with faint firelight. Under the glow, she clearly saw a transparent, diamond-shaped pattern. That was, Bai Lingshan knew very well. Charm talisman, she exclaimed. As she explored the enclosed space around her, the presence of the charm talisman was unexpected. Why was she here? And why was there a charm talisman? What surprised her even more was that the firelight surrounding the charm was not like other charm talismans, which floated quietly in the air. It looked like a defeated spirit waiting to be reclaimed. The rising heat made it hard for Bai Lingshan, dressed in a thick hoodie, to bear. So hot. She remembered clearly that she wasn't this hot when she first woke up. It had only been a minute. Bai Lingshan sensed something was wrong. The first thing she did was take out Lan Yu's token from her pocket and try to control the mischievous charm talisman. Suddenly, a shocking event struck her like a thunderbolt. Where is the Ling feather talisman? Missing, the Ling feather talisman was gone. The item she always carried with her was nowhere to be found.
What?
The disappearance of the Ling feather talisman meant she couldn't recover the spell. But how could it be gone? It was her most important collection of charms. The intense heat continued to rise, and the flames surrounding the talisman grew more numerous. Meanwhile, she remembered the strange person she saw before fainting. Cold and sinister. Especially those cat-like eyes that seemed to look straight into her soul, making her feel uneasy. Normally, water and fire don't mix, but unfortunately, luck isn't on your side. Bai Lingshan didn't know her, but her words made her feel like she had been insulted. Bai Lingshan was in this strange, sealed space, and she must have caused it. And the Ling feather talisman was definitely taken by her. Bai Lingshan hurriedly patted her pockets, but her phone was also missing. All her sense of safety depended on the talisman not attacking. But now, the flames around the talisman, which had been limited in movement, were starting to spread further. Suddenly, in Bai Lingshan's sight, a streak of fire shot toward the ground, leading the other flickering flames that seemed ready to ignite. She saw clearly that when the flames hit the ground, a fireball ignited. The fireball warned her of what was about to happen next. Countless fireballs burned wildly, as if she were caught in a serious fire. Bai Lingshan panicked, watching the increasing number of fireballs on the ground. She quickly looked around to find a way out. Then, she realized that the walls of this sealed space had no cracks, not even a small gap, let alone a door to escape. At this moment, she felt like the heavens were playing a big joke on her. Without her phone, she lost her only connection to the outside world. The only thing in front of her was the talisman, but without the Ling feather talisman, she couldn't recover the spell. Could she really just watch herself be burned alive by this spell? Strangely, although there was a large area of flames burning on the ground, White Lingshan's position was not affected by the firelight. Suddenly, she noticed something strange. A faint glow seemed to surround her, sparkling and shining with golden light. Just as she was curious about this, two streaks of fire, which had been hesitating around the spell, suddenly rushed toward White Lingshan as if they had made a decision. In surprise, White Lingshan instinctively raised her arms to cover her face. She thought she would be hit by the flames, but surprisingly, before the fire could reach her, a fragile-looking barrier blocked them successfully. All she saw was a flickering pattern of golden stars. She paused for a moment. Then, she suddenly understood. This was the barrier created by the star protection spell. But at the same time, she realized she hadn't actively used the spell herself. What was going on? At that moment, White Lingshan felt a warm sensation on her right wrist. A golden glow shimmered from where her wrist was hot. It was a five-pointed star pattern. The five-pointed star pattern. She remembered that after recovering the star protection spell, this pattern appeared on her wrist. But she didn't know what this pattern was for. Whoosh! Another burst of fire was swallowed by the star shield, turning into a shower of golden stars. Seeing this, White Lingshan was amazed and felt very lucky about the power of her star protection spell. She blinked in shock. It seemed she was safe now. And very safe. The fire attacks couldn't reach her anymore, and even the intense heat that was outside her range had decreased a lot. White Lingshan let out a quiet breath. But what about the spell that kept sending out fire attacks? She couldn't just let it continue. She had no other magic like Lan Yu's, so what could she do? Her only option was to wait. Wait for someone to come and rescue her.
Han Qianfeng.
The most likely person to appear before her. He probably would. Suddenly, he remembered that he didn't even have her contact information. Even if he intended to ask about Yin Sha's situation with the talisman, Yin Sha. She didn't even know where she was right now, so how could he come to handle her disappearance? No, he wouldn't. Bai Lingshan thought quietly, squatting down. Outside Bibo Park, Yin Sha had been waiting on a nearby bench for a full hour. During this time, she almost imagined countless scenes of Bai Lingshan returning triumphantly from where she had gone. But those were just her fantasies. Until now, Bai Lingshan hadn't appeared in her sight. Just a little longer. Yin Sha anxiously stared at her phone, constantly checking the time. Usually, collecting the talisman took some time, so Yin Sha could only wait quietly. People came and went, birds flew by. Another hour passed, and Yin Sha's flowers had withered, but she still hadn't seen Bai Lingshan. Why isn't she out yet? Yin Sha muttered to herself, looking at the park entrance on the other side. Bai Lingshan had been inside for over 2 hours. Now, not only was she not coming out, but she wasn't answering her phone either. At this moment, Yin Sha looked confused, a bad thought flashing through her mind. Could something have gone wrong? Yin Sha panicked, staring blankly at where Bai Lingshan had jumped. Why did she only think of this now? In 2 hours, why didn't she think of this earlier? Feeling worried and upset, she remembered Han Qinfeng, who had brought them here to collect the talisman. Yes, I should call him, Yin Sha thought nervously. She started dialing. Meanwhile, Han Qinfeng was watering the flowers at the flower shop, while Qingxi Linglong watched him, lost in thought. Han Qinfeng took out his phone when he saw Yin Sha's call, hesitated, then slid his finger from the reject button to the answer button. What's going on? Did something happen again? Han Qinfeng asked habitually, still watering a thriving pot of chrysanthemums with his left hand. It might really be something serious. Hearing this, Han Qinfeng's hand trembled, and he accidentally spilled half a pitcher of water. Hey you, if you water it like that, it'll die, huh? Yin Sha, with sharp ears, caught the chaotic sounds coming from the other end of the call. Han Qinfeng hesitated, placing the water scoop on a nearby table, still wary of the fairy who almost drowned himself. What's wrong over there? Yin Sha hesitated when Han Qinfeng asked her, unsure how to reply. At Bibo Park, Sha Bai went in for 2 hours and hasn't come out. Is that normal? Yin Sha asked calmly. Hearing this, Han Qinfeng glanced at Qingxi Linglong, who looked helpless and blinked. Wait for me there, I'll go. Han Qinfeng didn't really want to take care of these so-called flowers in the flower shop. If it weren't for the holiday and not having a place to stay, he wouldn't be here. Seeing Han Qinfeng hang up the phone forcefully, Yin Sha looked confused. In just 1 minute, Han Qinfeng appeared in Yin Sha's surprised sight, accompanied by the dark green-haired Qingxi Linglong. Qingxi Linglong smiled gently at the stunned Yin Sha, while Han Qinfeng checked the park's surroundings. Do you think it's normal for me to suddenly appear by your side? Han Qinfeng asked calmly about how quickly he arrived, making Yin Sha feel awkward. Yes. Yin Sha wanted to say it was normal, but he appeared in front of her in just a minute. How could that be normal? Not normal. Nothing about this is normal. Seeing Yin Sha's shocked expression, Qingxi Linglong spoke first before Han Qinfeng could. Why isn't it normal? Don't you know we can teleport? Qingxi Linglong's friendly reminder was met with disdain from Yin Sha.
Who are you?
Your friend? Qingxi Linglong was surprised and signaled Han Qinfeng to give a proper explanation. Seeing both their gazes turn to him, Han Qinfeng felt a bit helpless. She is Qingxi Linglong. I saw her last time. Yin Sha suddenly remembered the previous incident at the supermarket. Oh, it's you. Qingxi Linglong raised an eyebrow and smiled when she saw Yin Sha's realization. Did Bai Lingshan go in and not come out? Han Chenfeng tentatively asked about Bai Lingshan. Yin Sha nodded. Yeah, and she didn't answer her phone. That's because Han Chenfeng looked at the park entrance, which was blocked with yellow warning tape. Oh, I heard from someone coming out that someone died inside, and then… Someone died? Qingxi Linglong interrupted again, giving Han Chenfeng a slightly disdainful look. So Xiaobai jumped in from somewhere else, but that was 2 hours ago. Talking about the time, Yin Sha's face showed obvious worry. No answer on the phone, still no connection. Currently, Han Chenfeng was wondering if Bai Lingshan was inside the spirit illusion realm, because in that realm, all contact with the outside world is cut off. He also discovered this during the Star Protection Talisman incident. Isn't that the same thing? Yin Sha usually doesn't pay attention to these details, so she was a bit confused by Han Chenfeng's question. Should I try calling again? Yin Sha hesitated and asked Han Chenfeng, who waved his hand and walked toward the spot she was pointing at. Forget it. Let's go in and check. I'll go too. Qingxi Linglong waved at Yin Sha, urging her to follow quickly. With Han Chenfeng's teleportation talisman, the three of them suddenly moved from outside the wall to inside it. Wow, that's so amazing. Yin Sha admired the quick change of position and started looking for Bai Lingshan. They crossed the woods, left the green area, and entered the park. Under a holly ball, Yin Sha found something she was very familiar with. She jogged over, picked up her phone reflecting sunlight on the ground. The phone was warm, a sign it had been in the sun for a long time. Bai's phone. Unlocking the screen, she saw 6 missed calls, all from her. How could this be? At this moment, Han Chenfeng noticed that the object blocking the surveillance camera was gradually disappearing. His expression changed slightly in surprise. The ability to block the camera was clearly from a mud-water talisman, which Bai Lingshan had obtained in Tianhai City. When the talisman's power suddenly dissipated, it meant the user of the talisman was in trouble. The mud-water talisman has disappeared, Han Chenfeng said with a slight frown, looking at Qingxi Linglong, who also looked puzzled. Could something have happened to Xiaobai? Yin Sha saw their strange expressions and anxiously grabbed Han Chenfeng's sleeve. Tell me, do you know something? Why aren't you saying anything? Seeing Yin Sha so anxious, Han Chenfeng sighed softly. Actually, Han Chenfeng himself was unsure. He didn't know what had happened to Bai Lingshan, but the disappearance of the mud-water talisman definitely indicated that the user was in trouble. Han Chenfeng, speak up. Yin Sha now placed all her hope on Han Chenfeng, shaking him a few times, but he didn't respond. Han Chenfeng shook his head apologetically. I don't know either. So, what do we do? Can't you find her? Han Chenfeng thought carefully. Although he didn't know how Bai Lingshan was doing right now, he still believed there was a way to find her. Let's split up and look. If we don't find her in 15 minutes, we meet back here. How? How am I supposed to find her? Yin Sha realized a big problem. She was just an ordinary person, so how could she help in the search involving talismans? Come with me. If you see any talismans, enter the spirit illusion realm. And since this place is so big, it will be hard for just 3 of us to find her. Qingxi Linglong just finished speaking, and Yin Sha immediately sensed something was wrong. Isn't the entrance to the spirit illusion realm only in one place? Yin Sha asked suspiciously. She remembered hearing Luoxue say that the entrance was only in one spot, and she had heard Bai Lingshan mention it too. Qingxi Linglong was caught off guard by Yin Sha's question and almost couldn't answer. She grabbed Yin Sha and was about to set off. Why are you overthinking? If we keep delaying, what if Bai Lingshan gets eaten by the spirit realm? What? Seeing Qingxi Linglong and Yin Sha walking further away, Han Chenfeng sighed. If they really went to find the entrance to the spirit illusion realm, why wouldn't his crescent moonstone give him any hints? And since his crescent moonstone didn't react at all, it could only mean one thing. The target he was looking for had been sealed off by some strange power. Earlier, the strange disappearance of the mud talisman ability, he hadn't even noticed where the source of the talisman power was. Normally, he could use the talisman ability to locate the user. What Bai Lingshan encountered was no longer within his knowledge. But right now, he really did have a way to find her. The originally dull space had become bright with the flames. White Ling Shan sat there for over an hour. During this time, she even thought she might stay here forever until she starved to death. The fire symbols kept repeating their attack on the outside world. Only the small area around White Ling Shan was protected by the Star Guardian shield, keeping her safe and undamaged. Now, White Ling Shan was clearly numb to what was happening around her. "That's so boring," she sighed quietly. Maybe her guess was right. No one would come to find her, and no one knew she was in this strange place. Suddenly, White Ling Shan saw a flash of light in one spot. When she looked surprised, Han Qinfeng's figure appeared like a ghost to her view. In the fog of fire, Han Qinfeng was exploring this strange place. He looked shocked when he noticed White Ling Shan staring at him for a long time. White Ling Shan wobbled to her feet without saying a word. "What are you doing here?" Han Qinfeng asked. He knew he would find her here, but he didn't expect their meeting to be so strange. Seeing her discover him made Han Qinfeng feel like a simple spirit in a dream, sensing prey nearby. It gave him a sudden, uncontrollable feeling of fear. Compared to White Ling Shan's Star Guardian shield, Han Qinfeng had his own way to protect himself, using the black feather shield made from the crescent moon stone. The black feather shield worked similarly to the star symbol's shield, but instead of golden stars, it had dark, black feathers. As White Ling Shan slowly approached Han Qinfeng, a few dark lines of light quietly moved toward him. "What is this?" Han Qinfeng looked at the symbol in front of him. The fire kept hitting the symbol, then escaping around it, turning into a blazing fireball on the ground. "This is a fire explosion talisman," White Ling Shan said calmly to Han Qinfeng. Actually, she already knew what this fire-encircled symbol was. She just didn't have the Lanyu skill to control it. A few days ago, she read about this kind of symbol in a book. She remembered clearly this was a fire spirit power, a fire explosion talisman that controls fire. She was so sure because there had been many strange fires in front of her today. So, from the moment she woke up after fainting, she understood the situation with the talisman. Just as Bai Lingshan finished speaking, the flames that had been attacking the ground around the talisman disappeared. Bai Lingshan looked surprised, while Han Qinfeng appeared confused. "The blazing fire talisman, so why didn't you take it back?" Han Qinfeng saw that the talisman was in a state ready to be collected, but Bai Lingshan was still standing there motionless. Bai Lingshan gave a shy smile and remembered her prepared explanation. At that moment, she thought that if anyone asked about this matter, she must not let them know that Lan Yu's lost item was missing. After all, no one would help her with something like that. "Didn't you say I should come first?" She whispered her explanation. Han Qinfeng was surprised to hear this. He had asked her to come and collect the talisman because Qing Si Ling Long kept pestering him not to leave. If it weren't for Yin Sha's phone call asking for help, he wouldn't have thought to come back here. "So, you were waiting for me. I thought you. What do you think I did?" Hearing Bai Lingshan's confusion, Han Qinfeng shook his head. "Nothing much." At that moment, the presence of dark-colored light around them caught Han Qinfeng's attention. "What is this?" He almost jumped in shock. The dark light seemed to expose his whereabouts, suddenly rushing from all directions into him, causing him intense pain. He knelt weakly on one knee. Bai Lingshan exclaimed in surprise. The sudden change caught her off guard. "Han Qinfeng, what's wrong with you?" She clearly saw dark light reappearing around Han Qinfeng. The lights seemed to know where they should go, piercing into him again. The impact was intense. The lines of dark light inside him felt like they wanted to cut every nerve in his body, causing sweat to pour down his forehead. His limbs felt weak, and he could only hold on desperately. "Your hair has turned a bit whiter." Bai Lingshan not only saw Han Qinfeng looking weak and collapsing but also noticed a few strands of hair gradually turning white. Han Qinfeng endured the pain and signaled that he didn't want her to see his current state.
Go back.
Bai Lingshan was stunned.
But
"I told you to go back."
Han Qinfeng skjutet at Bai Lingshan.
The already closed space became even more dull. Bai Lingshan was clearly startled by Han Qinfeng's shout and turned around, closing her eyes. "I won't look." After a moment of calm, Han Qinfeng gradually felt his body improve slightly, but doubts still clearly lingered in his mind. Since he entered here, the presence of the talisman indeed made him feel a little uncomfortable, but he didn't expect that this discomfort was also mixed with other reasons. Besides the talisman, there was only Bai Lingshan left here. Han Chenfeng stared at Bai Lingshan's back for a long time. Bai Lingshan, what did you do? Could this be the real reason you brought me here? Han Chenfeng started to guess wildly about Bai Lingshan's actions. Although his body was feeling better, he was still in pain and couldn't move. Just a few steps away, Bai Lingshan heard Han Chenfeng's weak suspicion. She wanted to turn around and explain, but she didn't dare to look back and didn't know how to explain.
Time passed second by second.
Han Chenfeng didn't hear Bai Lingshan say anything to explain, but his calm and rational mind pulled him back from losing judgment. He realized what caused his condition, and it definitely wasn't something Bai Lingshan could do.
Who was it?
Who have you seen recently? Han Chenfeng asked in his usual calm tone, but with a deep thought weighing on his mind. Bai Lingshan, nervous, heard Han Chenfeng's question. She couldn't think of any suspects at the moment, so she shook her head to deny. Didn't know, but her simple denial made Han Chenfeng once again suspect Bai Lingshan. So, you admit it, what? Bai Lingshan didn't understand what he meant. You came to collect the talisman, so why didn't you? Bai Lingshan didn't respond. Han Chenfeng thought for a moment and changed his question. Where is Lan Yu's token? Han Chenfeng asked, judging Bai Lingshan's reaction through intuition. Bai Lingshan was stunned. She didn't expect Han Chenfeng to be so persistent about her not collecting the talisman after coming here. But how could she tell him that Lan Yu's token was missing? I didn't bring it, Bai Lingshan said stiffly. Han Chenfeng felt puzzled. If Bai Lingshan's response was different, perhaps his guess would be correct. But now, he didn't know how to make the right decision. You didn't bring it? Why didn't you bring it? Han Chenfeng was surprised by Bai Lingshan's actions. Her behavior went beyond his expectations. Surely you can use a talisman. In this dark space filled with dangerous fire talismans, Han Chenfeng lost his ability to solve the talisman because of a sudden attack on his body. Bai Lingshan, who came here to collect talismans, didn't bring the recovery talisman called Lan Yu's pick. What a pity. Use mud water. Let it send out our location so they can find us, Han Chenfeng said calmly. The only method he knew at the moment was the mud water talisman he had obtained a few days ago in Tianhai City. It's fortunate they have this talisman. Bai Lingshan looked confused after hearing this. Can't they find us? The barrier outside blocks them. People outside can't discover us, Han Chenfeng replied helplessly. But Bai Lingshan kept asking. Then, how did you find me? Han Chenfeng hesitated. Bai Lingshan's endless questions almost made him reveal the truth. It's because of the star amulet symbol on your hand, the locator talisman, that found you. But only I know about this, they don't. Han Chenfeng sighed softly. Bai Lingshan suddenly understood. However, she didn't really know how to use the mud water talisman to send their location out. She only understood from Han Chenfeng's words, but she couldn't grasp the practical use of the mud water talisman. But I don't know how to use the mud water talisman to send our location. Isn't there a spirit talisman? She knows how to do it, Han Chenfeng simply explained. Bai Lingshan was stunned. She quickly moved her right hand, and the star shift flow ring flashed. The book of falling feathers appeared around her, a necessary step to summon the falling feathers book talisman. After the book disappeared, a gray glow of mud water talisman floated in front of her. Shadowfall, send out my trap situation, Bai Lingshan said. As she spoke, the scene of the night in Tianhai City, with the conch horns sounding across the sky, appeared in her mind. She also thought of the mysterious person who had thrown her away and then brought her back. Give the order, Qing Sealing Long. A calm and serious voice passed from behind. When Han Chenfeng moved into the muddy water, he gave a signal. Bai Lingshan was startled and repeated Han Chenfeng's instructions. Send. Send the order. Qing Sealing Long. At this moment, the originally clear and bright eyes of Fu Ling became dull, and the atmosphere in the dark space grew heavier because of Fu Ling's actions. Yes, received. After a swirl of muddy water, the muddy water spirit disappeared in front of Bai Lingshan. Now, silence replaced everything between the two. In the sky above Tianqiang City, a gray glow spread out from the dark space where Bai Lingshan was quickly covering the entire city in a few seconds. The gray glow was her control network, and now Tianqiang City was serving her. Her task was to send the message about Bai Lingshan being trapped to the person who gave the orders. Her gray glow was the fastest way to do this, and it was also one of her basic abilities as the muddy water spirit. The gray glow not only covered Tianqiang City, but also slipped into the dark rainforest, which was surrounded by strange barriers all year round. A gust of red maple leaves blew, revealing a stone building, with a few scattered sounds of disturbance coming from inside. Now, exchanging items at the flower market, using human world terms, it's quite shameless. Young master, a pot of loose yen wine requires 5 ghostly creatures in exchange, said a person in a dark green cloak, covering her dress, with long hair tightly held by a hairpin. This was Yao Luer, a young man in a windbreaker, reading a book, paused his actions to listen carefully. Lu Xian wine, the item led by Lu, has deep meaning throughout the Jingdu kingdom. I only need 3 blood princess lotus flowers, the young man said calmly.
Yao Luer was surprised.
Young master, the blood princess lotus blooms only 9 flowers every 100 years. Can that person really agree? Hearing her concern, the young man in the windbreaker looked up at Yao Luer with a meaningful gaze. Many things need his help. For now, only Lu Xian wine can make him consider. Young master, there's one more thing. Yao Luer reluctantly agreed. She was about to tell him another matter close to her heart when suddenly, the gray glow quietly floated past Yao Luer and stopped in front of the young man. He noticed this strange movement. Yao Luer kept watching the expression of the young man in the windbreaker. When he noticed the gray glow, she stopped speaking. Then, a conch horn sounded as expected, reaching the young man's ears. The conch horn. The young man in the windbreaker was surprised, then a thought appeared in his mind. No, she's asking for help. In Bibo Park, Qing Si Linglong was wandering with Yin Sha. Because Qing Si Linglong's hair was adorned with flowing feathers and she showed no reaction, she felt helpless. Little Yin Sha, where do you think she went? Yin Sha shook her head. In just a few minutes, Qing Si Linglong had said this over 10 times, which was a bit annoying. At that moment, Qing Si Linglong heard the sound of the conch horn again and understood what it meant. Little Yin Sha, hurry up, I know where she is. After speaking, Qing Si Linglong didn't give Yin Sha a chance to breathe and pulled her to run.
You.
I know how to run, so don't pull me, okay? In a small clearing near the woods, Qing Si Linglong stopped with Yin Sha. This? Are you sure? Looking at the small forest beside the remote hut, Yin Sha found it hard to believe, and Qing Si Linglong also found it hard to imagine. Because this was exactly where they had just entered, and the hut was so obvious. Who would think that Bai Lingshan was inside? Bang! Oh no! Without any warning from Qing Si Linglong, Yin Sha ran forward to check and accidentally bumped her head against the barrier of the hut.
King Si Linglong suddenly understood.
No wonder they dare to be here. They set up a barrier. A barrier? Why didn't you say so earlier? You're so impulsive. You should give me a chance to tell you. Qing Si Linglong said with a light laugh, indicating she was not involved. Then she retracted her flowing feather beads and took a step forward. Wait, you can't go in alone. Yin Sha sighed. Hurry up and go. At that moment, under Yin Sha's watch, Qing Si Linglong suddenly disappeared before her eyes. The space shifted, and Qing Si Linglong appeared in front of Han Chenfeng. Hearing the sound, Bai Lingshan glanced at the newcomer. After entering, Qing Si Linglong first surveyed the strange surroundings and then saw Han Chenfeng sitting cross-legged on the ground. His appearance had changed not only externally, but also the feathers hidden inside his body were partially visible. Hey, Han Chenfeng, why are you so disheveled? The delicate and curious girl, Qing Si Linglong, saw this scene and couldn't help but speak. It's a sealing spirit pearl. Underneath her appearance, Han Chenfeng didn't speak, but his mind communicated secretly, causing Qing Si Linglong to be startled. Her face changed dramatically.
What?
What's going on? What happened? Qing Si Linglong quickly moved closer to Han Chenfeng, who was lying on the ground. Bai Lingshan, who had been hesitant to act, noticed something strange and secretly glanced. I don't know, Han Chenfeng said calmly about the matter. Qingxi Linglong frowned slightly and paid attention to Bai Lingshan beside them. Did she do it? Probably not. Han Chenfeng shook his head to dismiss Qingxi Linglong's suspicion. He then looked at Qingxi Linglong, who was rummaging through her bag. Do you really trust her? Qingxi Linglong handed Han Chenfeng a black pill, which he took and swallowed. At this moment, after Han Chenfeng closed his eyes to rest, the feathers behind him gradually retracted and the white streaks in his hair returned to their usual black color. He made an explanation. I don't trust her, but she couldn't have done it. Han Chenfeng clenched his fists, feeling whether his strength was returning. Meanwhile, Bai Lingshan quietly waited, unaware of what they were planning next. The crescent moon's stone flickered. The first thing Han Chenfeng did after standing up was to recover the long-stalled fire burst talisman in the air. Once the talisman disappeared, the outer barrier also vanished. Xiao Bai. With the barrier gone, the small house was exposed, revealing the door. In Sha broke in through the door. At this moment, the house was filled with burnt debris. As In Sha pushed the door, it shattered into its splinters. Darn, what's going on? In Sha sighed about the quality of the door and stopped at the entrance. Meanwhile, inside, 3 people's eyes were fixed on In Sha, who had broken the door.
Han Chenfeng sighed softly. It's all over now.
We should go. He glanced at Qingxi Linglong. Just as Bai Lingshan was about to speak, Han Chenfeng's moon crescent stone flashed, and the fire burst talisman appeared before him. Bai Lingshan, it's really not suitable for you to keep the talisman, he said calmly, throwing the fire burst talisman in front of Bai Lingshan.
She was startled by this scene.
Before Shui left, she asked me to take care of you. I thought this time I could impress her, but I didn't expect. Keep the fire burst talisman. After all, I didn't spend 2 hours with the talisman. Since I promised Shui, you shouldn't keep the talisman anymore in the future. Han Chenfeng shook his head to deny that he looked at Bai Lingshan with special attention and headed toward the door. He believed that Bai Lingshan was indeed not suitable for the symbol on the falling feather book. In Sha was confused and stunned by the situation. Han Chenfeng's cold and intimidating aura made her naturally step aside. Seeing Han Chenfeng leave, In Sha ran to Bai Lingshan. Little Bai, what's wrong? Bai Lingshan shook her head. She still didn't understand what had just happened. No one told her the reason. In her memory, she was just waiting here for Han Chenfeng. Han Chenfeng suddenly acted strange. Then Qingxi Linglong arrived, and finally, Han Chenfeng took the Violent Flame Talisman and left. Looking at the Violent Flame Talisman handed to her by Han Chenfeng, she felt a strange feeling inside. Let's go back, Bai Lingshan said, putting away the talisman and starting to leave. Seeing her unhappy face, In Sha really wanted to find a surveillance camera to replay everything. What's wrong with you? First, Han Chenfeng and Qingxi Linglong left the hut. Then Bai Lingshan and In Sha also left. Not far away, behind a tree, a figure had been standing still for a long time. Black Moon. Since Han Chenfeng and Qingxi Linglong left the hut, they hadn't spoken a word. Qingxi Linglong occasionally tilted her head to observe, but Han Chenfeng gave no response. Entering the love flower shop, Han Chenfeng still showed no reaction, walking quietly in front. Qingxi Linglong felt something was wrong. Black Moon. Look at this. Han Chenfeng vaguely heard Qingxi Linglong's curiosity and turned back to see what she was pointing at. But just as he turned, Qingxi Linglong's hand pressed on Han Chenfeng's left chest as if grabbing a treasure. Han Chenfeng's expression tightened, and he quickly stepped back. Qingxi, what are you doing? Seeing Han Chenfeng's furrowed brows, Qingxi Linglong softly smiled and withdrew her right hand, which had been checking the situation. I told you. Why are you acting so strangely? Han Chenfeng's expression changed slightly after hearing this. Qingxi Linglong took a step forward. Where is Bai Lingshan? The Lu Ling pearl I carry with me didn't react at all, but you found her. The spirit seal pearl is indeed aimed at you, but with your ability and cultivation, how could you show even a half-bird form? Qingxi Linglong stared intently into Han Chenfeng's eyes, as if trying to see through his thoughts. Han Chenfeng looked away, avoiding her fierce gaze. Where is Xianyu? Where is your Xianyu? The delicate actions of Qing Si Linglong grew aggressive, pressing closer to Han Chenfeng, causing him to meet her gaze, those eyes full of questions and desire for answers. At this moment, Qing Si Linglong relaxed slightly. Earlier, I checked, and your heart feather isn't even on your body. Don't tell me you gave it to that human, she said with disappointment. Han Chenfeng sighed softly and stepped away from Qing Si Linglong's intense interrogation. This is my business. Hearing this, Qing Si Linglong was surprised. Don't you realize how important the heart feather is? When did I become so unaware of this? Han Chenfeng turned his back to Qing Si Linglong, a sense of distance suddenly growing between them. After some hesitation, he explained his reasoning. I thought Bai Lingshan was suspicious. Putting the heart feather on her allowed me to watch her at any time. I was careless with the sealing pearl. I didn't expect someone to tamper with her. But Bai Lingshan doesn't know about the heart feather. Hearing Han Chenfeng's words, Qing Si Linglong sighed silently and nodded. I think you shouldn't go to that school anymore. You don't even know why, and I can't imagine how you would be treated as a monster there. For some reason, the flowers in the Love Bond flower shop, usually vibrant and lively, now seemed eerily silent and lifeless. Meanwhile, Bai Lingshan and Insha returned home at noon, just in time for lunch. Since no one was home, and because of what happened at Bibo Park, Bai Lingshan had little appetite, and Insha didn't say much on the way back. Bai Lingshan sighed softly, as if she had been pondering something for a long time. Insha, do you think I'm really useless? She thought to herself, feeling down. Before entering Bibo Park, she believed she would bring back the charm from the park and happily go out to eat with Insha. But what actually happened? As soon as she entered, she was discovered, locked in a dark room, and her collection of charms was taken away. Han Chenfeng found her, but then he unexpectedly appeared. She wasn't sure if it was just coincidence, but she felt these events might be related to her carelessness. Bai Lingshan, you're really not suited to collecting charms. Maybe Han Chenfeng was right. She truly wasn't cut out for collecting charms with the falling feather book. Xiao Bai, what's wrong with you? Maybe I shouldn't have agreed to Luo Shui from the beginning. Now Lan Yu Zhishi is also missing, and when Luo Shui returns, I don't know how to talk to her.
What?
Lan Yu Zhishi is missing?
Han Qianfeng.
Does Han Chenfeng know? Insha was surprised. When Bai Lingshan heard the name Han Chenfeng from Insha, she was stunned and shook her head. I don't know. At this moment, all her negative feelings flooded her mind, but she held them back. Insha, you should go back. I want to be alone for a while. Since Lan Yu Zhishi is missing, she wouldn't have mentioned Han Chenfeng to her. Xiao Bai, your phone. That Lan Yu Zhishi just disappeared. Insha was very careful and handed the phone back to Bai Lingshan. Bai Lingshan shook her head. She remembered what that person looked like, but she didn't know her. The world is so big. Where could she go to find her? After sending Insha away, Bai Lingshan closed the door. She sighed deeply about everything related to collecting charms. At that time, she first encountered things related to the Book of Falling Feathers. Back then, through her battles with Han Chenfeng and the Spirit of Talisman, she remembered her old passions. Becoming the holder of the Book of Falling Feathers, besides Luo Shui choosing her, part of it was her own selfish desire. She hoped to use the Book of Falling Feathers to rekindle that feeling of excitement and passion. But later, some things she couldn't understand started to appear. Those things far exceeded her understanding, and she even felt she could only be manipulated by them. At first, collecting charms was a clueless process, but nothing else happened. Recently, however, strange things have occurred beyond just collecting charms. With Luo Shui no longer by her side, she couldn't get clear answers. Now that Lan Yu Zhishi is also missing, perhaps as Han Chenfeng said, not everyone can successfully collect charms. She once dreamed that one day, she would become the person she envisioned by collecting the charms from the Book of Falling Feathers. But her weakness made the task of collecting charms impossible to cross. It's like a foolish dream, but she knew her limits. All she can do now is wait for Luo Shui to return, find Lan Yu Zhishi, and reconsider the matter of collecting charms from the Book of Falling Feathers. The young man in the coat looked blankly at Bai Lingshan. Although he didn't know what had happened during her time away, he overheard her conversation with Yin Sha. After some hesitation, Xiao Yan quietly left Bai Lingshan's courtyard. Time quickly passed. As the sunset faded, the city of Tianxiang gradually lit up with street lamps. On a certain street, the voltage was unstable, causing some streetlights to flicker like hungry ghosts. A young man in a dark coat played with his dark red tail hair. After waiting for an hour, he finally saw the person he had been watching for. A woman dressed in black, with a proud and cold expression, looked very intimidating. When the young man in the coat stopped her, he took off her hat, revealing her chilling face. The proud woman didn't speak, but also didn't stop the young man from reaching out to ask for something. Under the flickering, chaotic streetlights, the scene was strange and frightening. The black mist surrounding the proud woman made the atmosphere even more tense. More terrifying than a sudden fight was the silence that tested their patience. It made the already scary scene feel even more dangerous. They stared at each other for a few minutes, but neither moved. The young man in the coat smiled softly and took off his half-mask, revealing his full face. Usually, he kept his face hidden, but now he showed his true appearance. His beautiful face was kind and polite, which made him more approachable. I heard that the cat girl went to Bibbo Park today. Did she see the sealed staff of the feather-falling book? He asked politely, but his direct question made the proud woman suspicious. But she replied, lifting her hand. Black mist gathered quickly to form a slender staff with a leaf-shaped ornament, about the size of a palm, floating in her hand. Who would have thought that a small spirit collector could influence the young master of the Spirit Crossing Kingdom? She said coldly, her long, black nails adding to her terrifying aura. The young man in the coat looked ashamed, and his expression grew serious. When the ghost world messenger in charge of the dead takes charge of human fate, aren't you afraid of punishment? He asked. The cat girl looked coldly at the blue feather in her hand, and then at the young man. I don't understand what the young master means. The young man in the trench coat smiled faintly and reached out again to express his thoughts. Although the fire flame won't attack on its own, that girl has no seal on her staff and can't be controlled. If this continues, her physical body won't last long. Removing her is only a matter of time. Such a heartless act. The young man in the trench coat spoke calmly, revealing the thoughts of the cat girl. The cat girl was confident in her strength. The escape of the symbol keeper indeed annoyed her, and the remnants of Lan Yu's pick in her hand were useless. The cat girl, am never afraid of trouble. If you want to go, then go. I respect you as the young master, for the sake of the fire spirit Lord God. At this moment, the cat girl seemed to sense an unusual aura from the other side and paused for a moment. Then, the Lan Yu's pick in her hand disappeared, replaced by a transparent diamond-shaped pattern. Words can sometimes fail us. I present you with what we've recently captured, which I believe the young master needs now, as a humble gift. Seeing the young man in the trench coat with a serious expression, the cat girl showed a rare, strange smile. The diamond-shaped pattern floating in her hand emitted a strange dark brown glow. Although it was clearly a talisman, it was noticeably different from the usual ones. Mirror Shadow is one of the top talismans in the Book of Falling Feathers. Do you, young master, know how to unlock these talismans? The cat girl spoke with meaning, her hand surrounded by black mist as she waved it, tossing the pattern into the center of their circle. Then, Lan Yu's pick reappeared, and several shining leaves flew out, rushing toward the diamond-shaped pattern wrapped in black mist. Under their watch, the diamond pattern vanished into the black mist, which then dispersed into a dark brown fog around them. The young man in the trench coat, with keen insight, noticed scattered crystal flowers growing on the ground, walls, and streetlights around them. The dazzling crystal flowers reflected various colors, adding an air of mystery to the environment. Then I wished the young master success in sealing the talisman. As the environment changed, the cat girl on the other side also disappeared into her own black mist. Red light flared up, forcing the young man in the trench coat into a combat stance. Looking at Lan Yu's pick approaching him, the young man's mind recalled the scene from that time. At that time, I will make arrangements. Remember, you only have 1 year. Deep in thought, he took the floating Lan Yu's pick before him and sighed quietly. The true purpose of the Book of Falling Feathers is really what? Looking at the mirror spirit symbol appearing nearby, the young man in a trench coat puts on half of his mask, hiding his bloodthirsty face. The battle begins. Half an hour is the longest he has fought the spirit symbol. Over the past month, he collected nearly 20 charms, and in this human world, he encountered 12. Until a few days ago, he finally saw the person holding the Book of Falling Feathers. At the same time, he also found her close friend, Black Moon Dust Peak. The young man in a red glow surrounded by light switches space and appears in front of Xiaoyan, who is gazing out the window. Seeing the young man arrive with the light formation, Xiaoyan quickly stands up to greet him. At this moment, Bai Lingshan is flipping through her charm notebook in her bedroom. Xiaoyan's quick movement startles her. Xiaoyan, did you see something? Bai Lingshan puts away her notebook and looks down from the window at every corner of the yard. Nothing at all. It's quiet, peaceful, with no unusual signs. The entire yard looks very normal under Bai Lingshan's gaze. Suddenly, the sound of a door closing breaks the silence. Bai Lingshan's mind sharpens, and her vision darkens. A power outage? She instinctively reaches out to feel ahead. Tonight, the moonlight is faint. Even standing at the window now, she can't see clearly inside the house through the dim light. Clang! Her hand swings back and forth wildly, hitting something like an obstacle. Startled, Bai Lingshan immediately stops her movement.
She is surprised.
She knows her house very well. If she moves in this direction, she should find her phone on the bed. Once she turns on the flashlight, everything will be safe. But how did she hit something? Can you really not see me? Or are you trying to do something to me? What? Bai Lingshan is stunned. The gentle voice of a man sounds, and Bai Lingshan feels it somewhat familiar.
Who are you?
Who? Because she can't see what's ahead, Bai Lingshan fearfully steps back a few paces. This step causes Xiaoyan's tail, hanging by the window, to be accidentally pressed down. Xiaoyan screams and jumps out the window. In her panic, Bai Lingshan accidentally bumps into a potted plant on the other side of the window. Crash! The potted plant fell to the floor and shattered. Bai Lingshan felt a wave of dread wash over her.
Ah!
The young man in the trench coat, seeing her exaggerated reaction, began to regret what he had done. Crash! When the light came on, Bai Lingshan's panic and strange behavior vanished. She finally spotted the culprit who had been teasing her. It's you. I didn't expect you to react like that. Sorry, the man said, adjusting the half-mask on his face. Looking at the stranger who had suddenly appeared in her room, Bai Lingshan silently cursed. This person could come and go as he pleased, and ever since she met him, everything had turned upside down. She knew Lan Yuji wasn't around and feared this man might send her somewhere strange again. What do you want? Bai Lingshan was a little afraid of him, but then she noticed something shocking.
You.
A trench coat, long hair.
A boy.
That night, it had been dark, so she had only seen his outline. But now, under the light, she could clearly see his face. Her mind went blank in disbelief. Her eyes widened. It was him. Although he was dressed differently now, his posture and build were unmistakable. Except for the mask covering part of his face, everything else matched perfectly. You. Bai Lingshan was speechless. Wasn't this the same person who had brought Xiaoyan here, the one who had completely disrupted her life? The whole situation felt absurd. She glanced at Xiaoyan, who was sitting on the floor.
You.
She stammered, her eyes darting between the mysterious young man and the child. But Xiaoyan wouldn't admit anything. He had been sent here by his benefactor to act undercover. As long as he stayed quiet and his benefactor ignored Bai Lingshan, she would have no proof. So, Xiaoyan kept playing by himself, while the masked young man looked confused, not understanding why Bai Lingshan kept staring at him.
What are you trying to say?
Seeing that he truly didn't understand, Bai Lingshan blinked in disbelief. Suppose he was pretending not to understand. But animals usually wouldn't just jump into their owner's arms, right? The disdainful look in Xiao Yan's eyes clearly told her he didn't recognize him at all. Bai Lingshan felt a bit awkward. She had overthought it. Why are you here again? Now, after this change, Bai Lingshan was no longer afraid of him and directly asked why he came. The young man in the windbreaker heard her, and a red glow appeared in his palm. A leaf-shaped staff materialized. Bai Lingshan's gaze fell on the leaf-shaped staff, and she froze in surprise. Is this yours? He asked. Then, the young man in the windbreaker handed her the Lan Yu Jishur. Bai Lingshan trembled as she took it in front of her. La Ni Uzi Si. Bai Lingshan looked at the object that had been gone from her for more than half a day. For some reason, when it returned to her hands, her previously restless heart suddenly calmed down. At this moment, Bai Lingshan felt a bit touched. Looking back at the young man in the windbreaker, it seemed no words could fully express her gratitude. Her dazed expression caught his attention. How can you lose something so important? Bai Lingshan was stunned. This person had thrown her into Tianhai City last time, then after recovering the mud-water talisman, he returned her. Now Lan Yu Jishur was missing. She had only told Insa and no one else. Yet now, he had brought Lan Yu Jishur back and returned it to her. It was hard for Bai Lingshan to tell if this person was good or bad. Why are you helping me? Their eyes met, and Bai Lingshan felt a bit overwhelmed. The young man in the windbreaker shifted his thoughts, and a serious look appeared behind his mask. I'm helping you because you are the holder of the Book of Falling Feathers. At this moment, Bai Lingshan saw that familiar staff again. The young man in the windbreaker raised the staff, and Bai Lingshan instantly understood what he meant. You. Here we go again. Sure enough, as Bai Lingshan predicted, a mysterious red glow appeared beneath her feet, forming a strange magic circle. She looked in shock at the symbol-marked circle on the ground, wondering what she was about to experience. So let's wait and see. As expected, whenever she met him, nothing good happened. After the third space switch, Bai Lingshan seemed to have gotten used to the brief dizziness it caused. Although her eyes were closed, she still held Lan Yu Jishur tightly with her hand. She was really afraid that Lan Yu Jishur would disappear again at any moment. This place is easier to talk in, she said. Startled, Bai Lingshan opened her eyes. It was dark everywhere, but since it was outdoors, she could see the night sky. There were only a few withered trees and dry branches. Nothing else was visible. Where is this? Why did you bring me here? She asked suddenly. Are there any charms? The young man in a trench coat, wearing a half-mask, seemed even more detached in this quiet, lonely environment. This time, I didn't bring you here to collect charms, and there are no charms here. Bai Lingshan looked confused.
Then,
You, young master. Sorry for being late. A blue-green light suddenly appeared and floated directly in front of Bai Lingshan and the trench coat young man. As the light faded, a girl in a light grass-green dress appeared. Let's begin, said the trench coat young man calmly. In an instant, he moved away from Bai Lingshan, creating some distance. Bai Lingshan was stunned. Begin what? She still didn't understand what was happening now, but she felt a strange sensation. All right, Bai Lingshan, the girl in the light grass-green dress greeted her, signaling the start of what was about to happen. According to your rules, let's start with a self-introduction. The girl's clear voice rang out. Bai Lingshan was at a loss. My name is Yao Luer. From today, I will be your training partner. Training partner? Bai Lingshan was confused. Are you ready now? After speaking, Yao Luer's eyes sharpened seriously. Before Bai Lingshan could respond, she suddenly lunged forward. Seeing her rush so quickly, Bai Lingshan panicked. Wait a minute. Bai Lingshan raised her hand to stop her. She couldn't care about anything else now. Wait. I'm busy, you know. As soon as she finished speaking, Yao Luer threw a hook punch toward Bai Lingshan's face. Bai Lingshan, panicking, bent backward to dodge the attack. Because it was so sudden, she staggered backward. Was she forcing her way in? Seeing Yao Luer's unreasonable attack again, Bai Lingshan quickly grabbed her arm to stop her. Getting close to Bai Lingshan's face, she finally remembered who Yao Luer was. It's you. That night in Tianhai City, She suddenly appeared and carried her into Insha's room. Yes, it's me. Bai Lingshan pulled her hand back and threw Yao Luo away. Yao Luo was instantly thrown several meters away. Yao Luo looked surprised and turned to focus again on the silly Bai Lingshan. Aren't you surprised? I was just following the young master's orders. Then, Yao Luo delivered a ruthless kick. But Bai Lingshan kept blocking with her hands. Maybe Bai Lingshan had become smarter or quicker, because when Yao Luo attacked again, Bai Lingshan ran away. Ran away? Seeing this, Yao Luo was furious. Bai Lingshan probably forgot she was a person with charms, but no matter how she ran, she couldn't outrun someone who could fly. Whoosh! Yao Luo spun and appeared in front of her, blocking her way. It wasn't a spin, but a streak of light. A blue-green glow. Yao Luo looked at the panicked Bai Lingshan. Have you not changed? What? Bai Lingshan was confused. The contracted person chose such a timid one. Hearing Yao Luo's teasing words, Bai Lingshan had nothing to say. Clearly, she was the one causing trouble. Enough, Yao Luo. A gentle male voice came. The young man in a windbreaker appeared beside Yao Luo with a flash of red light, holding some information about someone. Bai Ruoyin, is it you? Bai Lingshan was shocked after hearing this. She looked at the surprisingly bold young man in the windbreaker. Under half a mask, his eyes silently stared at her, revealing a deep confrontation that caught her off guard. When you were 3, you were very active, catching the attention of your coach uncle. At 5, you officially entered your uncle's taekwondo school to start training. Between 5 and 7 years old, after passing the jump level exam, you earned the red-black belt. Your uncle liked you very much. From that moment, he decided to focus on training you. Without neglecting your studies, you reached a level that most people can't surpass in less than 2 years. But due to your age, you were awarded the second black belt. I thought your excellent grades would keep improving and eventually lead you to the top of this path, but unfortunately, when you were 9 years old, you were involved in a large fight with many people. 7 people were hurt, including 2 adults. During that time, they kept coming to talk to you and your friends to reason with you. Afterward, you decided to withdraw. The words of the young man in the windbreaker made it seem like all those events from that year were happening again before her eyes. Back then, there was actually a hidden reason behind the fight. But how could she honestly say what the real reason was? She was unfairly blamed for starting the fight. That was all in the past, Bai Lingshan said with a sad look. The young man in the windbreaker smiled lightly and continued. As I know, you became the holder of the Book of Falling Feathers because you wanted to find that path again. Why are you now afraid to admit it when someone brings it up? Faced with his repeated straightforward questions, Bai Lingshan was stunned and had nothing to say. At that moment, the young man in the windbreaker suddenly released a bright red light, slowly dissolving and swallowing the document he was holding. Bai Lingshan didn't understand why he was telling her this, nor did she understand what he was doing now. After a brief pause, and once the tense atmosphere was eased by time, the young man in the windbreaker explained his purpose. I don't care what happened back then, whether you were right or wrong. What I want is for you to show the passion you had for that time, your efforts toward your goals, to face the current task of collecting symbols. The young man in the windbreaker didn't make any more moves. He just looked at her quietly.
I give you 6 months from now.
During this time, I will have Yao Luo be responsible for your training. Under his rule, Bai Lingshan saw Yao Luo's sharp gaze fixed on her. There are no geniuses in this world. It's just that some people work harder when others can't see. Are you willing to give up your efforts over a small matter? At this moment, Bai Lingshan thought about the past month. Although she performed poorly in collecting talismans, she had been diligently practicing how to use the existing talismans and memorizing their basic knowledge. This was to prepare for future symbol collection tasks.
But
is collecting talismans really as simple as it seems? The girl in the dream was guided by hints from the dream spirit, along with memories from its past life, and these strange events happening over the past few days. Bai Lingshan stared blankly at the young man in the windbreaker. He had brought her back the Lingyu relic and supported her in collecting the talismans.
But
she thought about what Han Qinfeng said to her today at the Fire Flame Talisman. Bai Lingshan hesitated, unsure of what to do. Time's running out. This is Xihua City. I can use my space magic to go back in a second. But since you have a talisman, figure out a way to go back yourself, said the young man in the windbreaker. Before Bai Lingshan could respond, he and Yao Luer turned and disappeared from her sight. Wait, hold on, Bai Lingshan blinked in surprise. Seeing the young man and Yao Luer suddenly leave, she was stunned. Xihua City. Although she usually didn't go out much, she still knew some place names. Xihua City. This was the first time she had heard of this place. She didn't have a phone, so she couldn't locate herself. Where is Xihua City? She wondered, suspecting she might have been kidnapped. Young master, although this place isn't far from her location, it might be a bit wrong for you to deceive her like this, Yao Luer said with confusion. In the end, she spoke up. The young man in the windbreaker looked somewhat confused after hearing her. What do you mean? Isn't this supposed to be Qinghe City? Yao Luer tilted her head and looked at the young man. His expression behind the mask looked awkward. So, Xihua City. Isn't the street here the main street of Jingdu Village in the western district of the Spirit Crossing Kingdom? The young man in the windbreaker still looked awkward. He had been through a lot recently and was a bit confused. Really? Forget it. If she can't even do this, then maybe I was wrong about her, said the young man in the windbreaker, ending the discussion. As for Bai Lingshan, he decided to let her figure things out herself. Okay, Yao Luer responded obediently. Am I being too harsh? The young man suddenly blurted out, which made Yao Luer feel a bit of a cute contrast. He chuckled softly. A little. Hearing this, the young man in the windbreaker smiled faintly and prepared to head back to the dark rainforest. After walking a few steps, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Underneath the black feathers, the person's expression was serious. For some reason, the young man felt a shiver of fear. Wait a moment. The young man in the windbreaker paused and looked at Yao Luer. She hasn't come back tomorrow morning. I'll go find her. Yes, young master. Since the young man in the windbreaker left, Bai Lingshan began to look for her way back. The place where the young man took her seemed to be an open area on a mountain, based on her observation. Using the foothold mentioned by Han Qinfeng, she employed a teleportation charm to descend the mountain in the simplest and most effective way. Under the moonlight in the mountain, shadows moved swiftly. Bai Lingshan followed the path down and saw a few houses built halfway up the mountain. Unlike the busy streets of Tianqiang City, here there were no roads or busy alleys. Beyond the mountain, it was just sparse, scattered homes, as if this place was a remote, isolated village. In Xihua City, Bai Lingshan had never heard of this city before. Maybe it was somewhere outside her province. But if that was true, wouldn't she be unable to return? When she used the teleportation charm, Bai Lingshan carefully looked around to avoid being seen. She didn't want to see on social media forums something like, "Look, I caught something strange." After 5 minutes of continuous teleportation, she finally reached a normal residential area with single-story houses. This was the longest she had used the teleportation charm. She felt exhausted. Bai Lingshan took a deep breath. Looking at each house, she sighed, wondering how she could go back. Suddenly, an idea appeared in her mind. Ask for help. People say if you have a problem, just ask. The nose is below the mouth, so if there's an issue, ask about it. But she hesitated. Although it wasn't very late, knocking on someone's door without warning might disturb them. But did she have any other options?
No.
To leave this place quickly and return to her home, she had to muster her courage and ask. She regretted not bringing her phone. What's the use of charms? A phone is the real key. With a phone, she could call Insha. With a phone, she could use Baidu to find her location. Knock, knock. Bai Lingshan chose a house that looked friendly and knocked on the door for help. Is anyone there? She asked softly. Knock, knock. Who is it? A middle-aged woman with short hair and wearing a casual yellow sweater and pants came to open the door. She looked at Bai Lingshan at the doorway with some surprise. Who are you? Hearing the woman ask about her, Bai Lingshan was about to explain that she was kidnapped? Who would believe that? At that moment, Bai Lingshan suddenly remembered what the woman had said when she took Xiao Yan to her house that day.
I
I am from Tianqiang City. I was here for sightseeing, but I accidentally lost my phone on the way, and now I can't find the others, so. Oh, you want to borrow a phone to call your friends? The woman said this, and Bai Lingshan quickly nodded, feeling a bit relieved. Yes, yes. You're from Tianqiang City? That's not far. It's about an hour away. The woman then took out her phone, unlocked it, and showed her. Where is this? This is Qinghe South Village. If you go west into the city, it's about an hour to Tianqiang City. She pointed in that direction. Bai Lingshan paid close attention, nodded with a smile, and said, Thank you. Bai Lingshan took the phone, dialed the familiar 11-digit number to Yin Sha. Hello? Hi. As soon as the call connected, Yin Sha's bright voice came through. Hearing her voice made Bai Lingshan feel a little comforted. It's me, Bai Lingshan. She replied to Yin Sha's question. Xiao Bai, did you change your phone number? Why are you still in Qinghe City? Qinghe City. It really is Qinghe City. When the woman told her this was Qinghe City, she was a bit skeptical. But why did the woman say it was Xihua City? That's a long story. Bai Lingshan didn't want to talk much about how she was left here by that person.
She just wanted to know how to get back.
How should she ask? After a moment of hesitation, Bai Lingshan asked, Let me ask you something. If you went somewhere you didn't know, how would you get back? Take a taxi? Xiao Bai, can you come back? Bai Lingshan felt a bit frustrated. There are no taxis available.
Then.
Don't you have a flying charm? Just use it to come back directly. Bai Lingshan feels like rolling her eyes at Yin Sha's words but has to add, I don't know the way. You don't know the way? Then, how did you come back? You don't have a taxi. Oh, right. Today, at Bibo Park, how did you let Qingxi Linglong know you were there? Hearing this, Bai Lingshan suddenly remembers something. Mud water. At Bibo Park, she used a mud water charm to send her location to Qingxi Linglong, which is how Qingxi Linglong found them. I understand now. I'll hang up first. Huh? You understand what? Yin Sha is confused, but Bai Lingshan already ends the call. She decides to tell her everything when she gets back. She puts her phone away and gives it back to the middle-aged woman. How is it? Dada, I know how to get back now. Thank you, Auntie. Bai Lingshan smiles and says goodbye. To use the mud water charm, she can only leave the residential area because once the spell appears, others can see it too. But how should she use the mud water charm this time? Send her location to someone else?
Who should she send it to? Yin Sha?
But even if she sends it to her, what's the use? Would she have her call a taxi to pick her up? That seems too strange. At this moment, Han Qinfeng's figure flashes through her mind, but she quickly dismisses it. Besides them, who else does she know well? Suddenly, she has another idea. Since the mud water charm can send her location to someone, maybe it can also bring her to the place she wants to go? But this is just her imagination. She even admires her own creative thinking. She calls forth the mud water spirit. She doesn't dare try other methods casually, so she plans to send her location to someone else, specifically Han Qinfeng. Actually, when she issued the command, she thought the chance of Han Qinfeng coming was small, especially after what happened during the day. But what else could she do? She can only shamelessly bother him now. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Time passed slowly, and the glow of the mud water talisman kept spreading, but no response came back. During the day at Blue Wave Park, Qingxi Linglong appeared in front of Bai Lingshan within a minute of her sending out a help request. Now, nearly 10 minutes had passed since the mud water talisman's message was sent. A deep feeling of helplessness grew inside her. Bai Lingshan felt disappointed. It seemed he really wasn't coming. Even as she prepared to send another help message to Han Qinfeng with the mud water talisman, she still held on to a small hope that maybe he would come.
Ah!
A long, clear cry of awe woke Bai Lingshan up a lot. That strange feeling of hope suddenly disappeared.
Ah!
She looked up and saw that the creature was on a tree, lamenting its current situation. It looked like a black bird. It was strange, with a crown of feathers and a long tail. From its call and color, Bai Lingshan guessed it was probably a crow.
Ah!
It called again and again, making Bai Lingshan think of something. It seemed that when people are unlucky, Crows really do appear to add to the sad atmosphere.
Ah, ah.
It kept calling. Bai Lingshan put away the mud water talisman and prepared to stay away from the bird-like creature, since crows are not usually friendly. Suddenly, just as Bai Lingshan took a few steps away, the crow's cry suddenly grew louder, giving her goosebumps. She froze and looked back. What the heck? The crow was about 5 meters away from Bai Lingshan, and she saw it staring at her with its helpless eyes. That feeling made her think it was trying to tell her something. Where to go? Crow. Bai Lingshan muttered softly, as if remembering something. Having a crow and this thing too. Xiao Bai, when did your family get a crow? Yin Shaw's words echoed in her mind.
Could it be that?
So there really is a crow. At this moment, Bai Lingshan was staring at the crow that kept squawking at her, lost in thought. She didn't understand bird language and found it hard to grasp what the crow meant. Suddenly, the crow flapped its black wings, and its long black tail spread out behind it. With a swoosh, it took off into the air. Follow it. For some reason, Bai Lingshan felt she was beginning to understand the crow's behavior, and she froze in surprise. Could it be trying to lead her back? Hesitating, the crow landed on a tree trunk a few meters away, and its call once again shocked Bai Lingshan. Ah, this scene seemed familiar. Last time, in Tianhai City, when Han Chinfeng used a teleportation charm. Wasn't it the same? And now, this crow. Bai Lingshan couldn't help but smile wryly. Why was she comparing this crow to Han Chinfeng? Ah, the crow made another sound that interrupted Bai Lingshan's daze and took off again. Seeing this, Bai Lingshan was stunned. She quickly cast the leap spell and followed the flying crow.
Wait.
Strangely, Bai Lingshan didn't know why she trusted the crow enough to follow it. But she also felt she had no other way to get back, so she decided to go with the flow. After 3 minutes of running, she felt she had reached her physical limit. Bai Lingshan thought that although using the leap spell could cover more distance efficiently, it also drained a lot of her energy. It was like running around the track 10 times. In her previous physical education classes, she could run a few laps without feeling tired. Even though she no longer practiced as deliberately as before, her basic fitness was still maintained. But when she used the Feather Fall Book's leap spell, she could clearly feel it drained her stamina and energy. She had known this since her first practice in the woods behind her house. However, she had never used it continuously for such a long time before, so her exhaustion wasn't as obvious. Exhausted, her legs felt weak, and she was beginning to lose consciousness. She couldn't continue, but the crow leading the way kept moving forward, making her give up on following it. She kept moving forward, but she couldn't go on. The flying talisman disappeared along with Bai Lingshan's exhaustion. She was grateful to the crow, but in the end, Bai Lingshan stopped to rest and steady herself. That familiar call once again reached her ears. She was surprised and happy to see the crow that had been watching over her. The crow was still about 5 meters away. She was amazed. It seemed like the crow was waiting for her to regain her strength and use the flying talisman again. So, Bai Lingshan followed the crow. The crow waited while she rested, walking slowly. Finally, Bai Lingshan saw her familiar surroundings, but before she could go home, the crow flew away. Bai Lingshan stared at the distant flying crow, lost in thought for a long time. This was also the most unforgettable thing that happened to her during this holiday. Xiao Qiu said that during the holiday, we would go to their workplace for an internship.
Wow.
I'm so excited. Now, Bai Lingshan and Yin Sha were on their way to the evening study session. They had returned to school early today, but since they were organizing their things, they only met in the classroom now. When they entered the classroom, Yin Xiaoqiu was already studying. As far as she knew, today was her cleaning day, so Yin Xiaoqiu had come to the classroom an hour before they arrived. Her desk mate, Xian Shuichen, was there because Yin Xiaoqiu had dragged her along. Xiao Bai, did you go anywhere during the holiday? I went to quite a few places. Xian Shuichen, although sharing a dorm with Bai Lingshan, had only met her today after returning to school, as she had gone to visit Yin Xiaoqiu right after coming back. Xiao Bai didn't go anywhere. She's not like you. always running around during breaks, Insha said, giving Xian Shuichen a quick look before sitting back at her seat. Xian Shuichen pouted, feeling a bit embarrassed. Bai Lingshan could only smile politely. She couldn't tell them that she had also been to many places. Just then, the back door creaked open, and someone entered who made Bai Lingshan and Insha's faces changed dramatically. Insha immediately stood up, and that person's gaze turned to them. Bai. The person looked at Bai Lingshan with surprise, as if they couldn't believe what they saw, with a hint of panic. Insha saw Wu Tong, and her expression changed dramatically. Before Bai Lingshan could think of anything else, Insha quickly ran in front of Wu Tong. Even if Wu Tong was a few inches taller than Insha, it didn't lessen Insha's anger at all. Wu Tong, you still dare to come. Are you surprised to see Xiao Bai? Unfortunately, Xiao Bai is still alive. At this moment, Insha was just venting her anger. She reached out and grabbed Wu Tong's collar, looking like a tough older sister, shocking everyone in the classroom. Insha's words made Wu Tong immediately understand what she meant. This incident at Bibo Park, Insha had already asked Bai Lingshan about the details. Insha, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? What misunderstanding do you have with me? Seeing Wu Tong not admit it, Insha glared angrily. When Xiao Bai had trouble, why didn't you think it was a misunderstanding? Wu Tong was stunned by Insha grabbing him like that. He really couldn't see how fierce Insha could be. Do you know what you're doing? You're helping the villain. Helping. Hearing Insha's words, Wu Tong's mouth twitched. Supporting the bad guys. A criminal, Insha shouted loudly, making Wu Tong look embarrassed. He glanced at the people in the classroom watching the scene and blinked sadly. Is it really that serious? Besides, she's fine now, isn't she? Still denying it, Insha couldn't stand these people who did wrong but refused to admit it. Her fiery temper flared up, and she threw a punch directly at Wu Tong's face. It shocked everyone. Bai Lingshan quickly stood up. Insha. Bai Lingshan tried to stop her, but it was as if an invisible barrier appeared, and Insha didn't seem to hear her. You. After Insha punched him, Wu Tong felt a buzzing in his head. Hit without hitting the face? Insha, you're breaking the rules of fairness. Wu Tong rubbed his already red cheek and looked at Insha with surprise at her strength. He had never experienced such a sharp pain before. Seeing Wu Tong like this, Insha let out a light snort and prepared to continue. Her anger was so intense, she could have beaten him until even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Have you ever heard the saying? Young people shouldn't break the rules of fairness. Insha, what do you mean breaking the rules of fairness? How impressive. After a short break, the classroom couldn't handle you anymore. Are you going to cause chaos? Just as Insha was about to take action, an unexpected person appeared in front of them. This surprised Wu Tong, who had been beaten by Insha, and made him happy. The person was none other than the homeroom teacher. At this moment, not only Insha and Wu Tong became quiet, but everyone in the classroom was forced to focus on studying. Go stand outside, Wu Tong. You too? No, I didn't do anything wrong. Go out. The homeroom teacher gave a tired look to Insha and Wu Tong. Then he looked around at the other students who were about to cause trouble. Young kids fighting in elementary school? If I see this again, I'll make you all stand on the stage and fight it out. The teacher was very angry now, and everyone in the class silently sighed, feeling a bit guilty. On the other side of the wall, Insha felt very upset. If the teacher hadn't appeared, she would have already beaten him up. Insha, you've practiced martial arts. You're so strong. That's none of your business. Seeing Insha's frustrated look, Wu Tong couldn't help but praise her. Wow, you're so cool. After Wu Tong finished speaking, he saw Insha give him a fierce look. What cool? I'm B2. Hee hee. Wu Tong chuckled. Are you reading a novel? No time. Insha turned her head away, showing she didn't want to talk to him. Hey, can't you be a bit nicer? I really don't want to cause trouble. Humph. So, what do you want to do? Wu Tong felt helpless about Insha's attitude. Being with someone like that, you're not a good person either. Who do you mean? The homeroom teacher suddenly appeared and interrupted. Insha glared at Wu Tong. Just that person. But when she looked at Wu Tong, He gave her a look that said someone was coming, so In-sha immediately stopped talking. At this moment, the teacher was very close. In-sha saw the teacher and lowered her head. "Why did you fight?" In-sha was not afraid of anyone, but she was very scared that the teacher would tell her parents about her fight. So she stayed silent. Wu Tong was surprised by In-sha's quick surrender. He thought to himself, how powerful must the teacher be to make her so scared? "Teacher, it's me. I upset her, and she hit me because she's impatient. It was my fault." Wu Tong started his apology mode, explaining to the homeroom teacher what had just happened. The teacher gave Wu Tong a sidelong glance after hearing his explanation, then looked at In-sha. "Still, you can't hit people. I'm sorry." Although In-sha was unhappy, she could only act obedient and compromise. She wanted Wu Tong to see that she truly knew she was wrong. "Go to my office and write a self-criticism of 1,000 words. Hearing about the strict requirement of 1,000 words, In-sha was stunned. She felt it was too hard. Even writing 100 words was impossible for her.
"What?"
"If you don't write, you'll never learn. Hurry up." Thus, Bai Lingshan waited in the classroom for the entire evening study session, but In-sha didn't return. During the second half of the session, In-sha and Wu Tong came back from their confrontation. "I didn't expect you to write a self-criticism so well." In-sha praised Wu Tong's behavior in the office. She didn't really understand Wu Tong, and although she was still upset about the incident at Bibo Park, she could admire his effort in helping her write the self-criticism. "Hee, that's right. Have you written it before?"
"I think you might have," In-sha said.
"Hey, Wu Tong smirked dismissively, indicating he didn't care. Although he usually appeared to sleep in class and be lazy, he was actually a web novel writer. "Xiao Bai, you think I didn't notice?" In-sha ran up happily, teasing him because Bai Lingshan didn't greet her warmly. Bai Lingshan shook her head helplessly, not knowing what to say about their interaction.
"No, Bai Lingshan replied."
She couldn't understand the big change in In-sha's attitude toward Wu Tong, and she had no idea what had happened in the office. Time quickly passed, and it was time for the next evening study session. "Xiao Bai, Han Chenfeng really didn't come today." On the way back to the dormitory, In-sha quietly mentioned that Han Chenfeng hadn't attended the evening class. Bai Lingshan just shook her head lightly. She didn't know why Han Chenfeng was absent, and no one had told her what was going on. The next day marked the first day of school after the holiday. Students were coming and going on the way. "Where did you go during the holiday?" Seeing the cheerful greeting, In-sha also looked happy. "Wow. Tianhai City. That's a famous, mysterious city. Has anything scary happened there?" The greeter, Huang Yun, became interested when In-sha mentioned Tianhai City. In-sha looked confused, and Bai Lingshan, curious, also lifted her head to look. "Are you very familiar with it?" Huang Yun grinned after hearing this. "My uncle works there. He's in the criminal investigation team." Police, Yan Xiaoqiu, sitting in the back, suddenly joined their conversation. "Actually, it's the criminal investigation unit." "Wow, that sounds impressive." The two girls, one after the other, made In-sha and Bai Lingshan seem like obstacles blocking their view. "Every time he comes, he tells me strange stories about cases he worked on there. It makes me not want to go there anymore. Tell me about it when you have time." "Sure." Suddenly, Huang Yun and Yan Xiaoqiu reached an unspoken agreement, leaving In-sha to just smile politely like Xiao Bai. "Xiao Bai, where did you go?" Bai Lingshan was surprised and a little hesitant. "Nowhere." "Oh, staying at home is so boring. Our Xiao Bai is too delicate. Next time when you're free, come find me to play. I can take you anywhere. Haha." Bai Lingshan and In-sha looked at each other helplessly, understanding each other's feelings. As for Huang Yun, when Bai Lingshan and In-sha first met her, they thought she was a quiet, shy person. But after spending more time in the dorm, her nervousness was completely revealed. "Be quiet." At this moment, the homeroom teacher entered, and the classroom instantly quieted down. Today is the first day after the holiday, and this month, like previous years, is the internship month at their company. During this time, we will learn about their work basics, such as sewing machine operation and some practical skills. At this point, the classroom buzzed with noise, and the teacher immediately clapped to restore order. "There's one more thing, about our classmate Han Chenfeng." Bai Lingshan's heart trembled after hearing this. Perhaps everyone in the class is now focused on their upcoming internship, but she only wants to listen carefully to every word the homeroom teacher says. The family has some matters to attend to, so he has taken a week off. The internship is very important, so I hope everyone will try not to ask for leave. The teacher spoke calmly, but it gave Bai Lingshan an invisible pressure.
What?
He took leave. I heard that asking for leave during the internship will result in many points being deducted. Why did he take a week off? Besides hearing about the internship from Yan Xiaoqiu, In Sha also learned about the things to pay attention to during the internship. When In Sha asked Bai Lingshan, she saw that Bai Lingshan looked sad. Xiao Bai, what's wrong? In Sha asked with concern, puzzled by her friend's mood. Bai Lingshan shook her head. It's nothing. At that moment, she thought about the accident that happened at the Violent Flame Talisman place, involving Han Qinfeng. Bai Lingshan, what exactly did you do? Is this the reason you asked me to come here? So you admit it yourself, back then Han Qinfeng suddenly fell and was injured. He said things to her that she didn't understand. Maybe his current leave is because he doesn't want to see her. No wonder he didn't respond during the long use of the mud water talisman that night. It turns out he really disliked her. Starting today, there will be no morning self-study for the next month. Come directly to the line at 7 o'clock. Also, since we will be going somewhere else for the internship, there will be no morning exercises, and the Monday class meeting will be cancelled. But we still need to come back for evening self-study. Yes, the uneven voices of the students responded to the teacher. All right, go line up. There will be teachers to guide you once you arrive. The students in the classroom started to leave one after another, and Bai Lingshan and In Sha also prepared to go. At this moment, Bai Lingshan made a firm decision. She will collect the talismans and definitely won't cause any more trouble for Han Qinfeng. Actually, on the day she returned from Qinghe City, she had already made up her mind. She planned to continue collecting talismans following the Wind Coat Boy, but now she had one thing she needed to focus on first: the issue of physical exhaustion when using the talismans. How can she endure greater consumption? Her uncle's advice was that only by increasing exercise and improving her physical fitness could her body handle more without obvious exhaustion. So, she planned to use the hour after evening self-study to run on the school track. Xiao Bai, are you crazy? Why? Because of exercising. Since In Sha had been following Bai Lingshan would notice any unusual behavior. Are you going? Yes. Every night after self-study, the other students went back to their dorms, but the two of them headed to the track. The school track is only a minute or two walk from the classroom building. As the name suggests, the track is used for PE classes and sports days. It's wide open with a soccer field in the middle. The track is 300 meters per lap, so 10 laps equal 3,000 meters. There's also space outside the track for other activities. 10 laps, or even 20, as long as she could run that much, she would plan accordingly. But now, she only set a goal of 10 laps because persistence is key. From now on, she would run these 10 laps every day. Just running, Bai Lingshan could do 5 laps easily, but after 7 laps, her stamina clearly started to weaken. Xiao Bai, wait. You said we'd run slowly. When Bai Lingshan heard her complain behind her, she stopped. It's okay to go slower. In the past month, her morning runs and break time exercises only covered 4 laps. When someone pushes their limits again, the first time is always tough. Even if she managed to push through the first time, once her muscles relaxed, she would feel intense pain. So, when In Sha decided to run with her, Bai Lingshan confirmed several times. But running like this wasn't new to her. Since returning from Qinghe City, the man in the windbreaker had appeared at her home regularly, then taken her elsewhere. She could precisely locate her home with her phone, so what was she afraid of? It was just the recovery time needed after using the flying talisman. Strangely, in the past 2 days, that man in the windbreaker hadn't appeared again. After 3 days of running on the playground after evening study sessions, In Sha stopped. In Sha would rather stand aside and enjoy the cool breeze than run again with Bai Lingshan. Bai Lingshan told her to go back first, but In Sha refused. This left Bai Lingshan with no good options. In Sha didn't know that Bai Lingshan's decision to exercise was because of the incident with the boy in the windbreaker. She thought Bai Lingshan was reacting to the class teacher's comment that Han Chenfeng had taken a week off. Yin Sha secretly decided that if she saw Han Chenfeng, she would ask him for an explanation and make him return the little white doll. Time flew by. During this week, without receiving a talisman, Bai Lingshan went to the internship base during the day to study, and at night, she and Yin Sha went to the playground to complete their running plan. On the fourth day, she received a tip from Lan Yuji sure that there was a spell near her school, but she didn't go. She remembered what Han Chenfeng had told her, and not going didn't mean he wouldn't go. Thus, the second week of her internship began. But Bai Lingshan still hadn't seen Han Chenfeng's figure. Somewhere, a dark mist was cut apart by an arrow's light. Purple glow flickered randomly within it. Han Chenfeng held a black feathered arrow, fighting to win against a dark creature. Suddenly, just as the dark creature used its own black mist to sneak attack Han Chenfeng, he shifted behind it. With a flash of light, a black feathered arrow appeared and shot straight into the creature's belly. The attacker's cold, emotionless eyes showed no mercy. At this moment, the black creature was hit in a vital spot and killed by Han Chenfeng. As it died, it shattered into black powder. Following a light point called from the air, the black powder gathered and finally formed a transparent diamond-shaped symbol. The crescent moon's stone flickered, and Han Chenfeng's surroundings returned to normal. Watching him fight the spirit talisman, Qingxi Linglong ran over to congratulate him. Great job, Qingxi Linglong excitedly praised Han Chenfeng's combat skills. In less than 2 weeks, Han Chenfeng had successfully recovered 8 talisman numbers. Han Chenfeng put away the talisman number without replying to Qingxi Linglong's other words. He just stared at the place where they had come from, lost in thought, as he often did. Qingxi Linglong originally didn't think Han Chenfeng's dazed behavior was strange, perhaps because he had just finished a fierce battle and was calming his mind. But after a long pause, Qingxi Linglong couldn't help but notice something unusual. "Hey you, why do you always stop for a moment after finishing a talisman?" Faced with Qingxi Linglong's question, Han Chenfeng paused briefly, then spoke about what he was thinking at the moment. "It's been a week. I should go back." Hearing this, Qingxi Linglong's expression changed from confusion to puzzlement. "Isn't it okay for us to gather talismans like this? Why do we need to go back? If we collect enough talismans and then go back to retrieve the Book of Falling Feathers, wouldn't that be better? Plus, this way, we're making faster progress, so there's no need to return, right?" Seeing that Han Chenfeng didn't reject her words, Qingxi Linglong continued, "And your heart feather, once everything is over, you can get it back then. Do you remember the sealing spirit bead?" Han Chenfeng mentioned this matter calmly, reminding Qingxi Linglong, which made her pause slightly. "Since it's related to Bai Lingshan, it's better not to go back. Do you want to keep an eye on her all the time?" Regarding Qingxi Linglong's opinion of Bai Lingshan, Han Chenfeng reaffirmed his next move. "It's already been investigated."
He asked Tsen to go. Tsen.
"He's coming too?" Qingxi Linglong was surprised again after hearing this. "So, it's time to go back." With that, Han Chenfeng activated a teleportation and disappeared in front of Qingxi Linglong. At this moment, it was Thursday of Bai Lingshan's second week of internship. Bai Lingshan, like usual, went to the sports field after evening self-study. However, today Yin Sha was feeling a bit unwell, so she went back to the dormitory with Yan Xiaoqiu. On the way back, she saw Han Chenfeng in school uniform standing in the middle of the road. Yin Sha was already feeling dizzy and thought she was hallucinating when she saw Han Chenfeng. "Yin Sha, where's Bai Lingshan? Didn't she come with you?" Seeing Yin Sha ignoring him, Han Chenfeng stepped forward to stop her. "You?" Yin Sha blinked in disbelief. "You're back. Where's Bai Lingshan?" Seeing Han Chenfeng talking with Yin Sha, Yan Xiaoqiu also stopped beside them. "Where have you been all these days? Why did you just come back?" Yin Sha's words made Han Chenfeng's expression change slightly. "What do you mean? It's already so late and because you didn't come this week, Xiao Bai." "What's wrong with her?" Han Chenfeng asked, feeling a bit scared after hearing Yin Sha's words. "Xiao Bai has gone crazy. She stays on the playground running laps after evening self-study, not returning to the dorm. If you don't come, she just keeps running. When you call her, she doesn't answer. Is she playing hide-and-seek?" Yin Sha was getting a little angry. When Yen Xiaoqiu heard that something was wrong, she immediately stopped Yin Sha from causing trouble. Han Chenfeng didn't understand what was happening, so he left quickly, heading to the playground with a curious mind. His deep thoughts were as tight as when he predicted Fu Ling's position. Although he only took a few minutes to get there after leaving Yin Sha, those minutes were enough for him to feel anxious. As he approached the playground, Han Chenfeng started looking for Bai Lingshan without realizing it. He didn't know when, but he felt uneasy because he couldn't see Bai Lingshan when he finished collecting the charms. He remembered that he used to dislike seeing Bai Lingshan during his charm collection. Suddenly, he saw Bai Lingshan running on the track. Her tense face relaxed a little. Maybe she sensed someone watching her, and she looked directly at Han Chenfeng. Surprised, Bai Lingshan stopped running. Han Chenfeng, seeing her stunned expression, Han Chenfeng gave a faint smile. "Wait a moment." Bai Lingshan suddenly called out, startling Han Chenfeng. He continued walking toward her, puzzled. "Don't come any closer." Bai Lingshan raised her hand to stop him. "Don't come over. What if? What if you turn into that again?" Bai Lingshan didn't understand why Han Chenfeng appeared in front of her now, but she didn't want a repeat of what happened that day. Hearing her words, Han Chenfeng smiled faintly. But he wouldn't listen to her and would use a teleportation charm to prove straightforwardly that he wouldn't turn into that again. "Are you feeling guilty?" Seeing Han Chenfeng activate his familiar teleportation, Bai Lingshan felt anxious. They were only a few steps apart now. No, it's not." At this moment, Han Chenfeng's calmness reassured Bai Lingshan. Staring blankly at Han Chenfeng, who was nearby, Bai Lingshan asked, "You?" Han Chenfeng's face showed rare gentleness. He raised his right hand, and a flash of light appeared. A dark red bead materialized in his hand, but it was now marked with a yellow glow that wasn't there before. Bai Lingshan naturally didn't understand what Han Chenfeng was doing. "It's because of this," he explained, showing her the bead and letting her see what it looked like. "Also, I chased away that thing from your house," he added. Bai Lingshan was surprised. Her first thought was about the cat that someone had sent. That cat? Han Chenfeng was surprised by her way of referring to it. Could it be that crow? Bai Lingshan muttered to herself. "What?" Han Chenfeng didn't catch what she said. "Are you saying I am?" Suddenly, he saw the surprised look in Bai Lingshan's eyes and felt a moment of fear. "You mean that bird is a crow?" Han Chenfeng's expression became a little awkward, and his words lacked confidence. What if not? At this moment, Bai Lingshan was thinking silently. A crow, so what if it is a crow? That night, it was still that crow that brought her home. "Have you confiscated the talisman recently?" Bai Lingshan was stunned when she heard this, and responded calmly. "No." "Why?" Han Chenfeng looked at her with a calm face, but there was concern in his eyes. The surrounding silence was complete, only the wind blowing gently. Bai Lingshan's gaze darkened a little as she remembered how cold Han Chenfeng had been when dealing with the burning flame talisman. "It's not what you said," she replied. Hearing this, Han Chenfeng was stunned. "That's so obedient." At that time, he said those words because there was some dangerous factor around Bai Lingshan. Until he figured out what it was, he needed to keep a certain distance to avoid being hurt by the sealing spirit pearl. And he didn't really believe that Bai Lingshan would truly listen to what he said. "Yin Sha told me you've been coming here every night lately. Running?" Bai Lingshan nodded when she heard this. At that moment, Han Chenfeng thought of something. "You can." Both almost spoke at the same time about something, but out of politeness, Han Chenfeng let Bai Lingshan go first to tell her story. White Lingshan was slightly surprised. When they both stopped like that, she found herself unable to speak. "Sealed charm, can you take me along?" Originally, White Lingshan didn't think this request was hard to say, but after she spoke, she felt something was strange, for no clear reason. "Come with me to a place." Han Chenfeng initially wanted to say that it was just running, and her presence wouldn't help much. But since she had already spoken, he decided to get straight to the point. White Lingshan was surprised and asked, "Where to?" "Jump with the charm, follow me." After speaking, Han Chenfeng's purple light flashed beneath him, and a familiar operation appeared, something White Lingshan knew very well. White Lingshan found it very difficult. She really wanted to tell him that every time he wanted to go somewhere, couldn't he just use a normal way? Also, this was a school, and she couldn't openly jump around using flying charms in the campus. At this moment, the unnamed person in a trench coat was also included in her thoughts. Do these two know each other? Muttering to herself, Whiteling Shan activated the jump charm and ran toward Han Qinfeng's direction. Somewhere on a street, a shop called Love and Fate Flower Shop was open. The glass wind chimes in front of the window made a clear, cheerful sound in the breeze. Han Qinfeng pushed open the vintage wooden door, and everything inside the shop came into Whiteling Shan's view. Confused, Whiteling Shan watched as Han Qinfeng fixed the door. Young master, you're here. Young master? Whiteling Shan looked blankly at Han Qinfeng beside her. Maybe she didn't find it strange that Han Qinfeng brought her to the flower shop, but the fact that the people inside called him young master caught her attention. Han Qinfeng, hearing this, felt awkward. Since Whiteling Shan was present, he just rolled his eyes at her. The person, named Sin, was someone from Han Qinfeng's circle. Seeing this, Sin realized he had spoken incorrectly and quickly corrected himself. Young master, you've arrived. Now, Whiteling Shan was even more surprised. At this moment, Han Qinfeng looked at Sin with a serious expression, as if saying, if you speak again, you'll be in trouble, causing Sin to tremble slightly with fear. Sir, stop talking. Where is Qing Si Ling Long? Han Qinfeng didn't want to bother with this guy now. He brought Whiteling Shan here for an important matter to ask about. Waiting for Sin to reply, Sin stayed silent because he was told not to speak. Han Qinfeng felt helpless. Whiteling Shan watched this scene with a sense of helplessness as well.
Han Qinfeng.
You're here, Qing Si Linglong exclaimed, seeming to have received some news, and ran out from the back room. Seeing Qing Si Linglong appear, Han Qinfeng finally could ignore Sin. I mentioned this to you before, he said briefly. He had told her earlier that he would bring Bai Ling Shan, so she could confirm. Qing Si Linglong was stunned for a moment, then suddenly understood. Okay. At this moment, Qing Si Linglong looked at Bai Ling Shan, making Bai Ling Shan a bit confused. What are you doing? Bai Ling Shan clearly didn't understand what they were talking about. Suddenly, a green light burst from Qing Si Linglong's hand, transforming into countless threads that unexpectedly attacked Bai Ling Shan. Clang! Bai Ling Shan instinctively raised her hand to block, but it was no match for the protection from the five-pointed star pattern on her wrist. After successfully blocking the green threads, she was surrounded by golden stars. Everyone present was surprised by this scene. But Bai Ling Shan wasn't shocked, because she already knew about this situation from the fire symbol talisman. Just as I thought, Qing Si Linglong confirmed the matter using her familiar method. Han Qinfeng listened, seeing it with his own eyes, but still had doubts. Does the star protection mark have special abilities? Of course. When the talisman symbol appears, even without using its spell, it can automatically protect the wearer when in danger. Usually, a person can only use one spell, but someone with this mark can use an additional spell outside of the mark's ability, using two at once. Han Qinfeng was amazed. Yes, her current star protection is like an innate ability. Got it. Han Qinfeng understood the question now. What? Although Han Qinfeng understood the answer to this visit, Bai Ling Shan, as an observer, was still stunned by what she heard. Han Qinfeng took a deep breath, realizing his previous worries were unnecessary. Perhaps having Bai Ling Shan help him collect talismans would make the task faster. Plus, with her there, fighting spirit beasts wouldn't be so boring. Didn't you say you were collecting talismans? It's fine now. Hearing this powerful voice, Bai Ling Shan felt a bit overwhelmed. Ding! Ding ding! It's an unfamiliar phone ring, but Bai Ling Shan is sure it's her own phone. Hesitating, she reaches into her pocket and takes out her phone. Since the incident at Bibbo Park last time, Bai Ling Shan changed her ringtone to something else because she was really frightened then. This call is from Een Sha. Hello. Little Bai, where are you? You shouldn't be back at this time. As soon as the call connects, Een Sha starts chatting. Seeing everyone in the room staring at her, Bai Ling Shan feels a bit embarrassed.
I just remembered. I saw Han Qinfeng.
Is it him? Did he kidnap you? Een Sha yells and complains loudly. because her voice is loud. Bai Lingshan feels a little awkward. Insha, are you out of your mind? I took my medicine.
I'm fine.
Where are you now? I'm at. Bai Lingshan suddenly forgets the name of the place when asked by Insha.
Kinyan flower shop, han kjenfeng softly mens her.
Bai Lingshan feels a bit embarrassed and responds to Insha on the other end.
Ching.
Qingyuan Flower Shop.
What?
Little Bai, what are you doing there?
Han kjenfeng.
Han Chenfeng answered the phone. Hearing Insha's loud and frantic voice, Bai Lingshan looks at Han Chenfeng. Helpless, Han Chenfeng takes the phone. Are you coming? I can come pick you up. Han Chenfeng sighs quietly at Insha's unreasonable behavior.
Bah, scumbag.
Hurry up and bring Little Bai back. Beep, beep, beep. The call is hung up. Just like that, it's over.
What?
Han Chenfeng is about to say something, but Insha forcefully ends the call. Bai Lingshan, listening from the side, feels even more awkward. She secretly glances at the phone in Han Chenfeng's hand, thinking she might turn around and disappear from their sight. But she can't run away. Helplessly, she looks at Han Chenfeng, who has a confused look on his face because of Insha's actions, and lowers his head to apologize. Sorry, Insha has a cold today. She has a bit of a fever. Bai Lingshan hopes Han Chenfeng can understand her, given Insha's usual behavior. At this moment, Han Chenfeng's expression is strange, as if a question is bothering him. Scumbag? What does that mean? Han Chenfeng instinctively asked Qing Si Linglong for an answer. Qing Si Linglong raised her eyebrows slightly and thought for a moment. Oh, a popular internet term, meaning flirtatious. Regarding these fancy words used by people, Qing Si Linglong occasionally studies them. Flirtatious, which flower's core, Han Chenfeng naturally understood that Qing Si Linglong meant flirtatious, but to ease the awkward atmosphere, he deliberately made a joke. However, Han Chenfeng's casual remark made Sin laugh out loud. At this moment, not only Han Chenfeng but also Bai Lingshan was secretly watching Sin with a playful look. Is that funny? Although lightening the mood is good, Han Chenfeng didn't expect that the first person to laugh would be Sin based on his understanding of Sin. That laugh was definitely mocking himself. No, Your Highness. Sin's expression suddenly changed as he accidentally stepped on a sensitive topic. He quickly explained, No, Your Majesty. At this moment, Sin realized that speaking here would only cause more trouble. He looked serious and lowered his head, looking like a frightened little child who no longer dared to speak. Not funny. Puffed. Bai Lingshan couldn't help but laugh after seeing this series of strange reactions. But she didn't realize how serious the situation was, so she quickly stopped herself. She tried to hold back her tears easily, but holding back laughter was uncomfortable. Soon, Bai Lingshan's face changed color. Han Chenfeng clearly saw this. Watching Bai Lingshan avoid attention on purpose, Han Chenfeng hesitated and wanted to speak but didn't. It's getting late. I should go back. Bai Lingshan suddenly felt the strange atmosphere and decided to break the silence to restore normalcy. I'll go back with you. Bai Lingshan was surprised.
What?
Just as Bai Lingshan was worried about Han Chenfeng's surprising words, Qing Si Linglong interrupted. Wait, Han Chenfeng, if you leave, what about Sin? Han Chenfeng looked at Bai Lingshan's words, and Qing Si Linglong was not happy. When Han Chenfeng looked at Sin after hearing Qing Si Linglong's words, Sin nodded sadly. Speechless, Han Chenfeng found it hard to decide. Xiao Bai, you can go back by yourself, right? At this moment, Qing Si Linglong began to look at Bai Lingshan again. Bai Lingshan, of course, hoped to go back alone, so she had no problem. No, I can go back by myself, she said, quickly waving goodbye to them and turning to leave. After Bai Lingshan left, she activated a flying charm and quickly blended into the night.
Han Chenfeng Sahid.
He really needed to stay now because he hadn't fully resolved the issue with the sealing pearl. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and the dark red pearl reappeared. Sin, take it and destroy it. Then you can go back. Yes, Sin replied, taking the pearl and putting it away. Tonight, Sin's behavior surprised him quite a bit. He didn't want a secret to be exposed because of it. So it was better for Sin to go back. At this moment, Han Chenfeng glanced out the window, lost in thought. The next day was the last day of the week. Bai Lingshan stood with them as usual, ready to go to the internship base. Xiao Bai, he made you sad for so long. Can a flower really fix that? Yin Sha saw Han Chenfeng walking over and tugged at Bai Lingshan's sleeve. Last night, Bai Lingshan went home and found Yin Sha already asleep.
She only saw her this morning.
What? Bai Lingshan was confused by Yin Sha's words. Wasn't it the flower shop last night? Bai Lingshan was stunned and then understood. No, it's not what you think. What do you mean it's not what I think? I get it. You only went to the flower shop to cheer yourself up, Yin Sha said confidently. Bai Lingshan was speechless. It's because Qing Xilinglong was there. What? Her, Yin Sha was surprised. Well, she was there because I had something to ask her, Bai Lingshan explained, looking at her helplessly. That. I think I scolded him. Yin Sha shrank back, glancing nervously at Han Chenfeng in the back row, afraid to speak loudly. That I was reckless. So, what happened after last night? When Bai Lingshan heard Yin Sha mention this, she remembered their strange conversation and reactions at that time. She responded to Yin Sha with a sigh. Not much. After leaving school, it was a 10-minute walk to their internship site. At this moment, the intern teacher had been waiting at the door for a while. Today is the last day of the week. After this week, our internship will be halfway done. During this time, some students who practice quickly have already moved on to the third part of their studies, while others haven't started yet. White Lingshan immediately knew who the teacher was talking about without needing to think much. Those students who are slower should learn more from the faster ones, the teacher said. After looking around at the class, the teacher continued. Class dismissed. Han Chenfeng, please stay behind. The teacher stopped Han Chenfeng, and Xian Shuichen smirked, thinking, good, no bad mood today. Luckily it's not me, she said happily when she saw the teacher call Han Chenfeng. If you fall behind again, just tell the teacher. Ha, you're not even here, Xian Shuichen replied. Over the past 2 weeks, everyone in the class knew that the intern teacher was very strict. They understood that she cared about their practical learning during this precious month. Their internship was related to sewing machines. During this month, they started from the beginning, learning how to control the machine speed, sew stitches, thread the needle, and practice basic sewing lines. Every morning, the teacher would give them a new piece of fabric, and their task was to fill it with their achievements. At this moment, White Lingshan had already learned the third basic stitch and completed a 0.1 straight line across the fabric using the flat presser foot. Little Bai, can I borrow a moment of your time? When White Lingshan sat down and was about to start sewing, the intern teacher approached her with Han Chenfeng. White Lingshan was confused by the teacher's actions. She saw the teacher point to an empty seat beside her. You're quick at learning. You can help him. Maybe the intern teacher simply didn't want to teach herself and randomly chose someone to help. But when White Lingshan saw that it was Han Chenfeng, she immediately wanted to tell the teacher, I don't want to. But how could she dare say that to the teacher? And after seeing Han Chenfeng's calm, indifferent eyes, White Lingshan suddenly remembered how obedient and attentive he was during the design teacher's class. Okay, she replied reluctantly. But the teacher, unlike them, didn't overthink things. She simply handed Han Chenfeng over to White Lingshan. You're so unwilling. White Lingshan thought about which method to teach first when Han Chenfeng suddenly spoke. White Lingshan paused, surprised, and smiled.
No.
I was just thinking about which one to tell you first. Han Chenfeng nodded silently. Over the past 2 weeks, he had been outside collecting charms. Suddenly changing his study place felt a bit strange. Why are we learning this? White Lingshan found it hard to explain. Because we need to. At this moment, she decided to start with threading the needle. White Lingshan picked up the thread from the sewing machine spool, first threading it through the hole in the spool holder, then passing it through various guides on the sewing machine head. She was careful and detailed, explaining the names of the different parts of the sewing machine as she guided the thread. Han Chenfeng watched her earnestly teaching, feeling a bit lost. During their previous charm collection, White Lingshan was present, but he never paid much attention to her. Now, seeing her carefully explaining things to him, his attitude started to change a little.
That. Got.
When did it go to your house? Han Chenfeng had been meaning to ask about the fire leopard demon since yesterday, but hadn't found the right moment. Now, with the noisy sewing machines around, it was a good chance to chat quietly. That cat. White Lingshan hesitated and paused her work. It's the one I was asked to take care of after I returned from Tianhai City. Han Chinfeng nodded, understanding roughly. By the way, why doesn't Insha remember what happened in Tianhai City? White Lingshan asked Han Chinfeng. Since Han Chinfeng hadn't told her about it, she had forgotten. Now that she remembered, she wanted to ask him if he knew what was going on. Hearing her question, Han Chinfeng hesitated. White Lingshan noticed something was off and glanced at his distracted expression. You should still remember, right? White Lingshan blinked uncertainly. After a moment of hesitation, Han Chinfeng gave a faint smile. I'm not quite sure about that, he replied, seeming unsure. That night in Tianhai City, he used a memory-erasing spell to remove the memories of those summoned to the sea by the charm spirit. He had gone back to find her then, but when he reached the sea, White Lingshan was already gone. Later, he went to her house and found her sleeping peacefully in bed. At this moment, White Lingshan had finished threading the needle. Try it yourself, Han Chinfeng nodded to show he understood. Surprisingly, Han Chinfeng completed Bai Lingshan's request perfectly, without any mistakes. Bai Lingshan was a bit shocked when she saw this. Then, practice sewing faster. Bai Lingshan first operated the machine herself, then let Han Chinfeng try. The slower, the better. Following Bai Lingshan's advice, Han Chinfeng nodded and placed his foot on the sewing machine pedal. Virum. A loud, high-speed noise suddenly burst out. Bai Lingshan chuckled secretly, but she knew that it was very normal for someone trying sewing for the first time to have a mishap. She clearly remembered that on their first day here, the loud noise of the machine startled even the calm and steady intern teacher, making him run away. At that moment, the sewing machine Han Chinfeng was operating seemed to be under some gentle spell, and its speed slowed down evenly. Is it like this? Yes, Bai Lingshan replied, surprised that Han Chinfeng quickly mastered the machine's speed. Then, I'm going to find the teacher. So, Bai Lingshan found the teacher. After checking Han Chinfeng, the teacher also gave him some guidance. From that moment, Han Chinfeng quickly caught up with them, and their wonderful internship days continued smoothly. That day, Bai Lingshan was at home. Without little Yen, her time felt much more boring. She looked out the window at the gate, as if she might see little Yen suddenly jump out at any moment. Suddenly, a person caught her eye and made her jump up from her chair in surprise. Bai Lingshan rubbed her eyes, making sure she wasn't seeing things. Han Chinfeng, how is he here? What is he doing here? Seeing Han Chinfeng knock a few times on her gate, Bai Lingshan hesitated. Was she imagining things? After hesitating several times, Bai Lingshan decided to go down and see him. Why are you here? She asked, confused about why Han Chinfeng came to her house, especially since she hadn't told him where she lived. How did you know where I live? Just bringing you something. Han Chinfeng mysteriously lifted a cage from outside the wall. Bai Lingshan clearly saw that it was a bird cage, with a black bird inside. Han Chinfeng quickly handed the bird cage to Bai Lingshan, who was surprised as she caught it just before it fell. The bird inside was chirping softly. What does this mean? Bai Lingshan was puzzled by Han Chinfeng's strange action. What are you doing? I'm worried that someone grown up now might not recognize a crow, so I went to the trouble of bringing you one. What? Bai Lingshan was speechless. You did all this just for that? Yes. Next time I need a talisman, I'll call you. With that, Han Chinfeng suddenly disappeared with a flash. Bai Lingshan was stunned. She stared blankly. Looking at the shiny black crow in the birdcage, Bai Lingshan only had one thought. Is this person crazy? At this moment, it was almost time for Insha to come to her house. Bai Lingshan, puzzled, hung the birdcage on a tree branch in front of the window. Such a conspicuous large birdcage. Even if Insha was blind, she would see it. Sure enough, as soon as Insha entered her yard, she saw the birdcage hanging on the tree. Insha looked at the black thing with surprise and stared at it for a long time. At this moment, Bai Lingshan was coming out of the hall. Xiao Bai, explain what this is. Bai Lingshan looked at the black crow that stunned Insha and calmly replied, A crow. Insha was shocked upon hearing this, her eyes wide with disbelief. You caught it. Bai Lingshan shook her head. Han Shinfeng gave it to me. Seeing Yin Sha's puzzled expression, Bai Lingshan was a bit confused. Didn't you tell him about it? Yin Sha was surprised. I'm not sick. Why would I tell him about this? Huh? If it wasn't Yin Sha who told Han Shinfeng about the crow at her house, then who did? At this moment, Yin Sha noticed something strange. The bird she saw earlier in Bai Lingshan's bedroom was different from this one in several ways. No, I feel like it's a bit different from that one. But Yin Sha only glanced at it roughly, so she wasn't sure what the bird looked like exactly. Hearing Yin Sha say this, Bai Lingshan also realized the differences between the two birds. She clearly remembered that night when the bird that led her back had beautiful crest feathers and a long tail, but the crow did not have these features. I think so too. Bai Lingshan began to observe the crow sent by Han Shinfeng. Are you sure this is a crow? Yin Sha asked again to confirm the species of the bird in the cage. The crow suddenly made a hoarse sound, startling both of them. It seemed to be saying, "Do you dare to question my identity?" At this moment, Yin Sha was momentarily stunned and hesitated before asking Bai Lingshan, That bird, Bai Lingshan didn't quite understand why the two birds looked different. Maybe it's a mutation, she said, listening to the two birds that sounded identical. She didn't want to delve into this matter further. The weekend holiday came quickly and went just as fast. Han Shinfeng, who lived at the Love Flower Shop, had nothing to do these days, so he went to Bai Lingshan's house again. But when Han Shinfeng wondered what Bai Lingshan was doing all day at home, he saw her feeding the crow he had given her. In that moment, Han Shinfeng was speechless. He gave her that crow just to help her distinguish it from the other bird, not to let her raise that so-called crow. So, after careful consideration, Han Shinfeng decided to make a chance encounter. On a Sunday afternoon, as Bai Lingshan was heading back to school, she saw Han Shinfeng standing at the school gate. I heard you're raising that crow, Han Shinfeng said with a puzzled tone. Bai Lingshan was surprised. Do you know what it eats? Han Shinfeng continued. Confused, Bai Lingshan recalled the feed she had put in the cage. I fed it regular grain. At this, Han Shinfeng felt a bit speechless and said softly, Starve it for a few days. See if it eats or not. Bai Lingshan sensed something was wrong and tilted her head to look at Han Shinfeng's face. She didn't understand the meaning behind his words. Han Shinfeng's expression was very cautious and wise, as if he had noticed something. Following Han Shinfeng's gaze, Bai Lingshan also saw a sparkling green light on the tree branch. A transparent diamond-shaped pattern was surrounded by a few bright leaves. Bai Lingshan recognized not only the shape of the pattern, but also the glowing leaves. The diamond pattern is naturally a talisman symbol, and the glowing leaves are the marker tags used by her friend Lan Yu in the spirit realm to locate spirits. Using these markers helps find the spirits more quickly and accurately. However, what she saw now was something she had never encountered before. Suddenly, several cracking sounds rang out as the glowing leaves around the diamond pattern burst like fireworks. The diamond pattern disappeared, replaced by a strange green whirlpool. In the next moment, a strong gust of wind burst out from the green whirlpool, pulling everything around into a fierce battle. Is this a real scene spell? Bai Lingshan quickly raised her hand to block the sudden storm, shocked by this unexpected attack. Hurricane! Han Shinfeng's steady voice entered Bai Lingshan's panicked mind, calming her down. Is it a real scene spell? It's in a semi-sealed state, Han Shinfeng replied cautiously. In Bai Lingshan's current understanding, she only knows two types of spell states, illusion and real scene. She had heard of semi-sealed spells when she first learned about spell symbols from Luo Shui. Now, the spell acting wildly before her was actually a semi-sealed spell. Hurricanes are natural element spells, with the spirit being the wind spirit. You know that, right? Han Shinfeng suddenly explained, making Bai Lingshan blink in surprise. Isn't it a spirit? Han Shinfeng paused slightly. Yes. To control it, do you need to defeat the spirit? Bai Lingshan wondered, recalling that in her usual experience, she could only reclaim a spell after defeating its spirit. But Han Shinfeng shook his head to deny her idea. Spirits in natural elements are invisible. We can't touch them, so we can't defeat them. Earlier, spells that required defeating spirits to reclaim belonged to spirits with unusual qualities. But what they saw now was an elemental spirit of nature, an invisible being with powerful energy control. For example, wind has a wind spirit, water has a water spirit. But Bai Lingshan had never encountered these symbols before. Her understanding of talismans was only based on notes, commands, and descriptions from the talisman book she studied. How do I recover it? Since she didn't understand the current situation with the talisman, she could only ask others for help. While thinking, Han Qinfeng remembered a talisman that was in a semi-sealed state and was present when Bai Lingshan was nearby, the Wind and Sand Talisman. Do you remember the Wind and Sand Talisman? Seeing Bai Lingshan show a hint of understanding, Han Qinfeng continued. The Wind and Sand Talisman is also a natural element talisman. It required a lot of effort because it lacked a way to suppress it. Now, you happen to have a talisman that can suppress the wind. Me? Bai Lingshan was surprised and pointed at herself. Han Qinfeng then gave a reasonable explanation. The Mud and Water Talisman is a soil element talisman that can suppress the wind. As he spoke, he looked at the glowing creatures in the air that resembled wings. Why? Bai Lingshan asked, noticing Han Qinfeng's serious gaze on the flying, glowing creatures. A ring in her hand flashed, and the ancient scroll floating with the feathered book appeared around her. Mud and Water. The Mud and Water Talisman, glowing with a grayish aura, flew out from the feathered book. Bai Lingshan prepared to activate the talisman.
Gravitussuppression, Han Qinfeng advised.
As the Mud and Water spirit appeared, the originally restless atmosphere in the air instantly became suppressed. The moment Yulu opened her eyes, it was as if all the chaos in the world would calm and stop at that instant. The steady power of the earth element could suppress all unstable factors. Gravity suppression? Yes. After Han Qinfeng confirmed again, Bai Lingshan remembered the spectacular scene of using force to press something into the ground. So, she knew what to do. Bai Lingshan focused her energy and looked at the flying wind spirits. Yulu, press them to the ground. Although Bai Lingshan issued the command, the Mud and Water spirit transformed into a force of gravity. The wind spirits, which had been flying freely in the air, suddenly fell to the ground and could not move. What Bai Lingshan didn't notice was that not only the wind spirits fell to the ground, but Han Qinfeng beside her also looked stunned, face pressed to the ground. In this scene, there was no panic, only surprise. At that moment, Han Qinfeng threw himself to the ground. He hadn't thought that Bai Lingshan's understanding of gravity suppression would be like this. And he became a victim without any warning. Bai Lingshan was stunned when she saw this, completely frozen. She didn't understand Han Qinfeng's actions at this moment, nor did she understand that his behavior was caused by the mud-water talisman she used.
Han
Qinfeng. Seeing Han Qinfeng unable to move due to the force of gravity, Bai Lingshan felt like laughing, but to prevent him from retaliating after he got up, she had to hold back. Han Qinfeng stiffly moved his body parts, trying hard to find a way to break free. But because the gravity from the mud-water spirit was too strong, he finally gave up. Bai Lingshan always felt like Han Qinfeng was joking with her in this scene. It's not that serious, right? Try it yourself, Han Qinfeng said, unable to move and too lazy to argue with her. But he was full of helplessness towards her. Isn't the mud-water spirit supposed to suppress the wind? Why are you? Bai Lingshan was confused about this strange move. She clearly remembered Han Qinfeng telling her that using the mud-water talisman to suppress the wind spirit would work, but why did the mud-water's power also affect Han Qinfeng in the same way? Han Qinfeng almost rolled his eyes when he heard this. Could it be that the command, "You're taking the chance to get back at me"? Han Qinfeng weakly complained about Bai Lingshan's idea. He had told her before, but it was necessary to give clear instructions to the mud-water spirit before it acted. Didn't he teach her that during the blazing flame spell? Order, Qing Sealing Long at that time, was the last command Han Qinfeng gave just a joke to her? It was obvious that Bai Lingshan hadn't taken his words seriously. Bai Lingshan felt helpless. How could she have guessed this? In her helplessness, she explained her innocence. No, that's impossible. Also, Bai Lingshan would never want to retaliate against him. Why would she? Han Qinfeng at this moment no longer wanted to stay even a second longer. As soon as Bai Lingshan's suppression was lifted, He immediately activated the teleportation spell. Then hurry up and end it. Hearing Han Chenfeng say this, Bai Lingshan was startled and blinked her dazed eyes. Oh, at this moment, Bai Lingshan turned to look at the wind spirits they had long abandoned. Their heavy wings seemed soaked like waterlogged blankets, helplessly lying on the ground, waiting to be controlled. Bai Lingshan unlocked Lan Yu's collection, sighing quietly at how the wind spirits had lost their agility and freedom after being suppressed by muddy water. Book of Falling Feathers. At this point, the previously dull atmosphere was broken by a strange scene. Bai Lingshan's Book of Falling Feathers emitted a glow around her. Talisman match. A blank page in the book flashed, and the suppressed wind spirits disappeared instantly from Bai Lingshan's sight. Now a new talisman appeared in the book, a hurricane. The talisman was successfully collected, and the task was complete. After the Book of Falling Feathers vanished, Bai Lingshan stored Lan Yu's collection. Only then, after everything was finished, did the muddy water talisman stop working. Han Chenfeng was forgotten by others, but he didn't think that way. He wanted Bai Lingshan to first release the gravity suppression of the muddy water talisman. Now he was lying alone on the ground, watching Bai Lingshan complete the talisman collection process.
Why?
Why are you still on the ground? When Bai Lingshan looked at Han Chenfeng again, she was startled by his still posture. I think. Han Chenfeng hesitated, then helplessly got up from the ground. When he looked at Bai Lingshan, she appeared innocent and pitiful in his eyes. Han Chenfeng paused, feeling like he wanted to say something but couldn't. Still, he needed to remind her about her actions earlier. Remember, using muddy water to suppress is for controlling wind spirits. This kind of area ability like muddy water needs specific commands. Since the matter was over, Han Chenfeng didn't want to say more. But Bai Lingshan had no intention of ending the topic. But I'm fine. You have a Star Guardian, so of course you're fine. Han Chenfeng couldn't help but comment, thinking that the saying fools are blessed applied here.
Oh.
Hearing Han Chenfeng's words, Bai Lingshan recalled what they had discussed at Qingxi Linglong flower shop that night. Originally, Han Chenfeng wanted to go to school with her, but now it seemed he had lost his mood. The campus was empty now, and he could still confidently use teleportation to stay far away from Bai Lingshan. Seeing Han Chenfeng vanish in a flash, Bai Lingshan collected her scattered thoughts. As she entered the school, she hadn't walked far when a girl with straight hair and a gentle demeanor approached her kindly. Hello, classmate, the girl said with a bright smile. She looked delicate and lively. Bai Lingshan was surprised by her sudden appearance. Who are you? Bai Lingshan asked, feeling curious about her. But the girl didn't answer directly. Instead, she asked something that shocked Bai Lingshan. I heard you're in the same class as Han Chenfeng? Yes, Bai Lingshan nodded. Do you have his contact information? The girl continued. Bai Lingshan shook her head, not thinking much about it. No, not even in the same class? What do you want to do? Bai Lingshan felt the girl was a bit strange, so she looked at her carefully. The girl hesitated for a moment, seeming very curious. What does he like to eat? Bai Lingshan was stunned. She wondered how she could know what Han Chenfeng liked to eat.
I don't know, she replied.
Does he have any hobbies? Hobbies? Bai Lingshan thought seriously for a moment. Besides using a magic charm to disappear in front of her, she couldn't remember any hobbies. But she couldn't tell others about the charms. I don't know. After hearing Bai Lingshan's answers, the girl kept thinking. Can I meet him? She asked. Bai Lingshan was surprised by her expression, which caught the girl's attention. Why not? Bai Lingshan felt awkward. She didn't have the power to decide such things. You should ask him.
I can't help, she said.
Xiao Bai. Come back. What are you doing? A window opened from a dorm room in the dormitory building, and Yin Sha waved her hands desperately. Bai Lingshan was stunned for a moment, then said goodbye to the girl, who looked so curious. An hour later, Bai Lingshan and Yin Sha were sitting in the classroom. After evening study started, everything became quiet. Bai Lingshan didn't know why she suddenly thought of the girl who asked about Han Chenfeng, or why she felt a little sad. Han Chenfeng was also in the classroom, quietly writing something. Xiao Bai, Ling Yuxi returned. She usually went back to the student council meeting half an hour before evening study, and tonight she was back first to discuss their investigation about early dating. This time, Ling Yusi was very happy. "Xiao Bai, you're amazing," she said, then ran to sit in the empty seat in front of Bai Lingshan. "What?" Insha was confused and surprised by her words. Bai Lingshan also didn't understand what Ling Yusi was talking about. "Did someone ask you something today?" Ling Yusi looked expectant, hoping to get some information from Bai Lingshan. "I thought their sneaky tricks would expose you guys, but I didn't expect your methods to be even harsher. Xiao Bai, I really admire how clueless you are." Xiao Wei didn't find out anything, and now she's starting to doubt her life. But, the two of you being caught by her 3 times shows how careless you are. At this moment, Ling Yusi really wanted to tell them everything she had heard from the student council. Mu Xiaowei was responsible for monitoring Han Qinfeng and Bai Lingshan, who were suspected by the student council of being a couple. The student council wanted to prevent early dating and came up with many plans. So far, the most successful one was to appear as a third party around them to find out the truth. The plan was that if the monitored person was found to be alone with someone on campus 3 times, the monitor would carry out the plan. However, when Mu Xiaowei tried to carry out this plan with Bai Lingshan's cluelessness made Mu Xiaowei feel confused. By the way, she probably also asked someone about Han Qinfeng. "I'll go ask him," Ling Yusi said eagerly, then ran over to Han Qinfeng. At that moment, Han Qinfeng was seriously doing the homework assigned by the teacher, copying notes for the teacher. "Han Qinfeng, can I ask you something? Did anyone ask you questions today?" "No." Han Qinfeng clearly refused to answer Ling Yusi's question and continued working on his assignment. Actually, someone did ask him about Bai Lingshan at that time, but because of Bai Lingshan's water talisman curse, Han Qinfeng immediately denied knowing her. Then he walked into the dormitory without looking back. "Ah?" Ling Yusi was stunned after hearing this. Seeing that Han Qinfeng didn't want to talk to her, she quietly went back to sit in front of Bai Lingshan. "What did he say?" Insha, feeling curious from Ling Yusi's reaction, asked eagerly. Ling Yusi shook her head after hearing this, indicating she couldn't find out more. "He said he didn't." Bai Lingshan didn't respond at all, listening carefully to Ling Yusi's words, but she had a feeling of relief that it was all a false alarm regarding that Mao Xiaowei matter. "Xiao Bai, are you guys doing something secret that others don't know about?" Suddenly, Ling Yusi lowered her normally loud voice, her expression serious as she looked at Bai Lingshan's act of pretending to be naive. Bai Lingshan was surprised when she heard this. As she exchanged glances with Insha, a tense atmosphere quietly settled in. At this moment, Ling Yusi grinned, showing a playful attitude. "Haha, I was just joking." Bai Lingshan and Insha looked at each other, breaking out in cold sweat, almost believing it. They both smiled helplessly, secretly sighing. She really knows how to joke. Recently, Huang Yun has been playing on her phone all the time. During the day, she interns, and in the evening, she has no homework. Besides listening to some news at the student council, I don't have much to do. Ling Yusi helplessly glanced at Huang Yun beside her. Usually, Huang Yun didn't play with her phone much, but somehow she started playing on it. There's nothing fun about phones. Insha now hardly touches her phone either. When she has free time, she'd rather be with Bai Lingshan to watch her practice talismans. That's more interesting. "These past 2 days, I read a novel and got totally hooked," Huang Yun said when she heard someone talking about her. "Another novel? What's so good about it?" Insha looked dismissive. No, this one's different. I feel like the story is about things happening in Tianhai City." Hearing this, Bai Lingshan became a little interested. Tianhai City, that mysterious and strange Tianhai City. That city where water charms are used to recover. Yeah, it's about a ghost world envoy appearing at a disaster scene, collecting bad luck powers. But it's a bit scary. "Xiao Bai, you better not read it." "Oh," Bai Lingshan was stunned. She didn't like reading novels, so when she first heard about it, she wasn't very interested. "Insha, I recommend it to you. It's full of strange and evil stories." The title is Catwoman. Catwoman? Insha considered it. But after hearing the name, Bai Lingshan felt that it sounded strangely familiar for some reason.
Catwoman.
Bai Lingshan thought for a moment and searched for Catwoman on her phone browser. Suddenly, a book description appeared. Title: Catwoman pen name. Under the Wutong tree summary. On a blood-red night, a cat is watching you somewhere. Bai Lingshan looked at it and was surprised, confused. But she didn't open the table of contents to read more. She just closed the browser. Maybe I'll check it out another day, Insha said reluctantly, then turned on her phone screen. That night, because of the weather, Bai Lingshan didn't go to the playground. After evening study, she went back to the dorm with her friends. As time quickly passed, only a week of internship remained. That day, they stood in line as usual outside the teaching building, ready to go to their internship site. But halfway there, fog appeared around them. At first, the fog was light and no one paid attention. But soon, Bai Lingshan noticed something strange mixed in the fog. Suddenly, the fog grew thick. The 30 or so students were startled. The normal white fog turned into a scary black color and eventually swallowed them all.
Ah!
It's Catwoman! A terrified scream rang out, making Bai Lingshan jump. Insha quickly scolded behind her. Hurry up, Huang Yun. Huang Yun looked innocent and didn't know what was happening. She just heard someone shout. Ah, it's Catwoman, but she didn't say that. She wasn't that crazy. She liked the novel, but she wouldn't react like that. I didn't say anything, Huang Yun said, giving Insha a look. Bai Lingshan looked around at the dark fog that was swallowing her. In this strange atmosphere, she felt helpless. The density of the black fog seemed to be increasing. Now, she could only see herself. Everyone else was gone. Suddenly, something grabbed her arm. Bai Lingshan was startled and froze. Because she had been reading some Catwoman stories with Insha these past days, she almost fainted from the shock when she was grabbed. It's me, Han Chenfeng said, releasing her hand quickly after her body jerked. Don't be afraid. Han Chenfeng had never read the so-called Catgirl novel, so he didn't understand their current mindset. Another half-sealed talisman. At this moment, Han Chenfeng confirmed their environment. The thick black fog was actually a natural element talisman called the Mist Confusion Talisman. Fog, Bai Lingshan finally regained her senses. She realized that this strange black fog was not the ominous black mist from the novel about catgirls, but the Mist Confusion Talisman from the Book of Falling Snow. According to the talisman description in the book, it is a fog that blocks vision and restricts movement. It's the Mist Confusion, Bai Lingshan exclaimed, as if awakening from a dream, responding to Han Chenfeng. Are all natural element talismans in a half-sealed state? Having experienced two such states, she couldn't help but associate the half-sealed state with the natural element talismans. Han Chenfeng immediately denied her idea. The extreme flash talisman is a real scene. He then continued. The half-sealed state refers to a certain seal set when the falling snow book disperses its feathers. Also, the seal of falling snow gradually disappears over time, and those powerful talisman marks can break through on their own. So, the appearance of talisman marks is unpredictable. At this moment, Han Chenfeng looked at Bai Lingshan, who seemed to be looking somewhere else. Talisman marks won't wait for us to recover them one by one. We will face many opponents in the future. Han Chenfeng's expression seemed to have already accepted everything. When he decided to work with Bai Lingshan to recover the talismans, he had already thought of these possibilities. Perhaps, now they are only dealing with ordinary natural element talismans, but in the near future, they might face others like themselves who are also recovering talismans. But the future is still far from now, and they will gradually grow stronger. Then do we also need to use mud-water talismans to suppress it? Bai Lingshan remembered that last time, the hurricane talisman was used with the gravity suppression of mud-water talismans to restrict movement and recover. Now, facing the mist confusion, the same method could be used. Earth can't hold it, Han Chenfeng said calmly. The fog is formed when water cools and crystallizes. It doesn't contain spirits, unlike the wind spirits in the wind, which can be suppressed with mud water that has Earth's spirit power. Use wind, Han Chenfeng suggested to Bai Lingshan. Bai Lingshan suddenly understood. Blow the fog away. Although blowing away the fog with wind is possible, the fog enchantment is not ordinary fog. Even a strong wind spell like a hurricane charm can only temporarily push it aside for a few seconds. The The fog enchantment is very strong and cannot be blown away with wind. Then, at this point, Bai Lingshan was confused. If wind can't disperse it, what is wind used for? Use wind to make them leave here, Han Chenfeng replied helplessly, ignoring Bai Lingshan, who had already forgotten about the whole class. Suddenly, Bai Lingshan remembered their presence. Oh, wait a moment. Before Bai Lingshan's feather-falling spell appeared, Han Chenfeng interrupted her. Bai Lingshan looked at Han Chenfeng in surprise. What are you doing? While she was waiting for Han Chenfeng to reply, a flash of yellow light crossed the black fog. Bai Lingshan clearly saw that the yellow light was Han Chenfeng's crescent stone. She could now feel that Han Chenfeng was using the crescent stone to activate his special protective ability, the black feather shield. Da-da. Bai Lingshan found Han Chenfeng's actions a bit confusing. Han Chenfeng then explained, to prevent accidental injury. These 4 words sounded very sarcastic to Bai Lingshan. Last time, when she used a mudwater spell to suppress the wind spirit, Han Chenfeng was also affected. Although she felt sorry about that, she never expected him to be so cautious now because of her carelessness. Feeling speechless, she wanted to tell him, I could even blow you up into the sky. But what if? Now, Han Chenfeng not only used the black feather shield for himself, but also cast it on the other 30 or so people besides Bai Lingshan. I'm afraid 30 people falling from the sky is something you can't handle, Han Chenfeng said. Hearing this, Bai Lingshan felt even more helpless. Because of the black fog, Han Chenfeng couldn't see her. She rolled her eyes at him playfully. Hurricane! Bai Lingshan clenched her fist, and at this moment, her power surged. The wind ability from the hurricane's spell struck instantly. Bai Lingshan was surprised at how strong her wind was, which helped her calm her mind. Otherwise, Han Chenfeng might be right. Wind, disperse the fog around us. At this moment, the wind spirit suddenly appeared in the world, swirling and flying wildly among their group. Insha noticed the strange dispersal of the black mist. Working together from inside and outside, she became the guide to find a way out. Follow me from here. Insha knew that the strange appearance of the black mist was definitely caused by Bai Lingshan and Han Chenfeng. But they couldn't stay here now. Leaving was the best help they could give themselves. At the moment Bai Lingshan used the hurricane spell, Han Chenfeng activated a teleportation charm. As soon as Bai Lingshan cast her hurricane spell, he would grab her and teleport her to a place others couldn't see. This was also to prepare for their next step of collecting charms. However, after Han Chenfeng suddenly grabbed her, Bai Lingshan almost lost her balance and fell. She didn't want Han Chenfeng to see her look so clumsy again. The last time at the beach was really embarrassing. Since the mist is water, can the firestorm charm work? Fire can heat and evaporate water. Usually, morning fog disappears once the sun rises. So, the firestorm charm should work. No, an Chenfeng rejected again. Why? Bai Lingshan asked, confused by his refusal. Fog is a natural element charm. Burning it with a firestorm might damage the essence of the fog itself, Han Chenfeng explained. Bai Lingshan suddenly understood. Han Chenfeng's words seemed reasonable. That might be true. Regarding the fog charm, the wind from the hurricane couldn't disperse it, and the fire from the firestorm might be too strong. Bai Lingshan wondered if there was anything in the world that could control the fog.
So,
what should we do? She asked. Not all charms can be recovered by us. If we don't take them, others might find them, Han Chenfeng said suddenly, breaking Bai Lingshan's usual thinking.
Not
to recover them? She asked in surprise. Instead of wasting unnecessary time here, it's better to hand them over to someone else, Han Chenfeng said confidently. At this moment, his teleportation charm flashed, and based on his memory of the direction he had just identified, he led the distracted Bai Lingshan away from the fog charm's range. He was being so reckless now. They decided to abandon the fog charm. Anyway, in future charm battles, they wouldn't worry about missing this fog charm. When they went to their internship location, the other students had already gone back. The teacher, unaware of what had happened, punished them for being late to class by making them run laps. However, Bai Lingshan didn't think this was a real punishment because when Insha asked if she was going to run that evening, Bai Lingshan told her it didn't count and that she would continue running at night. Hey, little Bai, you're too stubborn. That evening, during self-study, some classmates who usually liked to gossip started a teasing session about the Catgirl novel, making one person in the class feel very awkward. In a forest somewhere, the Catgirl suddenly found a light blue crystal gemstone. When she held it in her hand, she felt it looked familiar. Seasoned gemstone. The Catgirl was surprised and called out its name because she remembered this gemstone. Xiao Shui. At that moment, the light blue crystal gemstone in the Catgirl's hand shimmered. At the same time, a fog appeared around her, swirling like a mist, spreading outward like ripples. Suddenly, a cold wind blew in. A freezing wind arrived, and snowflakes danced lightly in the air. The Catgirl didn't usually feel hot or cold, but now, her confused eyes showed fear of where she was. Suddenly, the light blue crystal gemstone slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. The Catgirl, as light as the wind, turned and left. That night, every corner of Tianqiang City was covered with snow. It was an unusually quiet night. In the early morning, the snow canceled the morning run, and now it was time for Bai Lingshan to go to the classroom. The notice says the internship is ended early due to the weather, the homeroom teacher posted in the group chat. At this moment, Bai Lingshan stepped out of the dormitory building. She was surprised. The feeling of stepping on the snow was like falling into a pit suddenly. Bai Lingshan was puzzled by this snow because it seemed very strange. Although November had already entered winter, it usually took a long time for snow to fall. Yin Sha, who was walking with Bai Lingshan to the classroom, tugged at her sleeve. Don't you think the snow is very strange? Snow in November was unusual for past years. And this snow didn't seem like it would stop anytime soon. Yin Sha knew, and Bai Lingshan also knew. Upon hearing Yin Sha's suggestion, Bai Lingshan took out the Lanyu Shi from her pocket. The delicate Lanyu Shi looked like a beautiful hairpin. Following their usual method of using a detection spell, she touched the Lanyu Shi to the falling snowflakes. There was no unusual reaction. Xiao Bai, what are you doing? Suddenly, a loud voice startled Bai Lingshan, and she hurriedly hid the Lanyu Shi back into her pocket. Who are you scaring? Yin Sha immediately shouted at Xian Shuichen, who had come along. Xian Shuichen felt wronged by Yin Sha's sudden shout. She pouted and replied, Why are you shouting at me? Then she glanced at Bai Lingshan's pocket, which she was covering with her hand. Her curiosity overcame her surprise. Xiao Bai, what did you hide just now? Bai Lingshan smiled awkwardly. Nothing. Xian Shuichen made a dismissive face, clearly not believing her. Who would believe that? At this moment, Han Chenfeng was already sitting at his desk.
Xia Han.
Quickly, let me use your phone. Wu Tong hurried over and reached out to take Han Chenfeng's phone. What for? Han Chenfeng looked confused. Come on just for a moment. Hurry, it's urgent. Yours? Out of credit. Wu Tong looked anxious, like a hot potato, which made Han Chenfeng feel helpless. He handed his phone to the worried Wu Tong. Wu Tong beamed with joy, quickly unlocking the screen and starting to browse through every app. But as his fingers moved, his smile gradually froze. Xiao Han, what kind of phone is this? It doesn't even have any apps. For those of them who loved using phones, missing apps was the hardest thing to tolerate. Forget it, I'll download some myself. Han Chenfeng sighed, realizing how difficult it was to even borrow his phone. After a few minutes of skillful operation, Wu Tong successfully returned the phone to Han Chenfeng. Done. Hey, the author just posted a minute late again. A wave of complaints suddenly swept through the classroom, and Wu Tong almost rolled his eyes in frustration.
Han Chenfeng looked surprised.
The author. Wu Tong quickly stopped his thoughts, sensing Han Chenfeng's sharp insight. Xiao Han, some things are better left unasked. At this moment, Bai Lingshan and her group entered the room. Every time Bai Lingshan enters the classroom, she has a habit of observing the surroundings. This time during her scan, she noticed a new face. Following Bai Lingshan's gaze, Yin Sha also saw the person. Wow, isn't that person from our class? He's so handsome. They heard some noise at the door, and the person looked up. Bai Lingshan was surprised when she saw him. It's him, the one who brought Xiao Yan to her house. But how is he here? The person smiled at Bai Lingshan, and this scene was fully captured by Han Chenfeng, who was nearby. After Bai Lingshan responded to the person, she and In Sha moved to a different seat. Xiao Bai, do you know him? In Sha whispered, secretly eyeing the handsome boy. She had heard many words describing handsome guys, but at this moment, she couldn't find a suitable word to describe his calm and elegant aura. Bai Lingshan hesitated for a moment, thinking whether to tell In Sha about this. He's the one who takes care of the cats. She thought In Sha might tease her about it, but unexpectedly, In Sha's eyes lit up instantly. As expected, handsome people tend to have unique pets. Bai Lingshan chuckled. She had never experienced such double standards before. In Sha really is hopeless. Wu Tong, who sat next to Han Chenfeng, saw In Sha's infatuated look and rolled her eyes at her. Meanwhile, Han Chenfeng was staring intently at the handsome stranger. Actually, Han Chenfeng had noticed him when he first entered the classroom, but since there was nothing strange about him, he didn't pay much attention. Now, Bai Lingshan knew him. As thoughts shifted, Han Chenfeng looked out at the snow falling outside, lost in his own thoughts. The snow suddenly appeared out of nowhere and fell continuously for 3 days. It wasn't until the 4th day that it stopped. Bai Lingshan once asked Han Chenfeng if there was anything strange about the snow, but he only shook his head, saying he didn't know what was going on. Additionally, Bai Lingshan finally learned the name of the person who was taking care of her cats, Yu Hongya. This name became something Han Chenfeng paid special attention to. When Han Chenfeng asked Bai Lingshan how she knew him, she mentioned the cats. Han Chenfeng naturally thought of the spiritual pearl that had caused him serious injuries, which was related to Yu Hongya. So, to Han Chenfeng, this person definitely seemed suspicious. This weekend, Bai Lingshan did not go home. On Friday afternoon, Han Chenfeng saw Bai Lingshan just leaving the school building. There's a talisman appearing. Should we go? Han Chenfeng seemed to have other thoughts while speaking. Yes, Bai Lingshan nodded in agreement. Of course, she would go to collect the talisman. Invite Yu Hongya. Hearing Han Chenfeng's plan, Bai Lingshan was confused. Why do we need him to collect the talisman? Don't ask why. Just find a way to handle everything else. Why? Hurry up. Bai Lingshan didn't understand the situation, but she was worried Han Chenfeng wouldn't take her to collect the talisman, so she went to the classroom to find Yu Hongya. Do you need something? Recently, Han Chenfeng kept giving her strange tasks, and these tasks somehow involved Yu Hongya. Although she wasn't unfamiliar with Yu Hongya, they weren't very close either. Xiao Bai, what do you want to talk to me about? Yu Hongya greeted Bai Lingshan with a smile, hesitating. Bai Lingshan could tell what he was thinking. Did Han Chenfeng send you? Bai Lingshan felt a bit embarrassed and nodded shyly. What are we doing this time? Seeing Yu Hongya pack up his things, Bai Lingshan smiled helplessly and forced herself to ask, You'll see when we get there. Yu Hongya chuckled silently and followed Bai Lingshan out of the school building. When Han Chenfeng saw them arrive, he turned away dismissively. Follow me. This time, because of Yu Hongya's presence, Bai Lingshan finally didn't have to deal with that exhausting teleportation ability. Now, the 3 of them had left the school gates. Where are we going? Bai Lingshan asked curiously when she saw Han Chenfeng stop right outside the school. Usually, they went to a specific place to collect the talisman using charms, but now, with Yu Hongya involved, that method didn't seem to work anymore. At this moment, Han Chenfeng stopped a taxi. The taxi pulled up in front of them. Han Chenfeng sat in the front passenger seat, Bai Lingshan and Yu Hongya sat in the back. When the driver asked for the destination, Han Chenfeng responded calmly. Nan Village, Qinghe City. Wait. Bai Lingshan was surprised. He just said Nan Village in Qinghe City, the same place the young man in the windbreaker took them. Why are they going there? Bai Lingshan blurted out, Are you asking knowingly? Then she glanced at the confused Bai Lingshan. You're paying the money. At this moment, Bai Lingshan suddenly woke up as if from a dream. The car had been driving for an hour before arriving at Nansuan, Qinghe City. After Bai Lingshan paid, the 3 of them stood on the land of Nansuan, Qinghe City. Bai Lingshan felt helpless about taking a taxi here again, and even more helpless about returning to Nansuan. Let's go. Han Chenfeng sighed quietly and led the way. Bai Lingshan and Hong Yi quietly followed behind. Just as Bai Lingshan was sighing at the strange atmosphere, Hong Yi thought of a casual topic to talk about. That day I visited your house. I saw you raising a crow? Bai Lingshan looked back at Hong Yi after hearing this. Don't you know that raising crows can bring bad luck? Seeing Hong Yi looking confused, Bai Lingshan smiled awkwardly. It's okay. At this moment, Hong Yi glanced at Han Chinfeng, who looked a little different ahead, and smiled slightly. Someone lost my cat, so I also helped you get rid of that crow. With a light tone, he seemed interested in this topic. Han Chinfeng listened to their conversation calmly, without reacting. Hearing this, Bai Lingshan was surprised. Lost? Seeing Bai Lingshan's surprise, Hong Yi continued. If you like raising birds. He hesitated, then looked at Han Chinfeng leading the way. Those days near your house, I often saw a black bird that looked like a crow, and its call was similar. I could catch it, and then you could raise it. What do you think, little Bai? Hong Yi said seriously, as if this was the most important thing he wanted to say. Bai Lingshan blinked her surprised eyes and shook her head with a smile, refusing. No. I won't raise it. Raise it, catch it, and why not? Suddenly, a commanding voice made Bai Lingshan feel caught off guard. When she heard Bai Lingshan refuse to raise the bird, Han Chinfeng finally couldn't help but speak for the first time. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. Han Chinfeng stared at Hong Yi beside Bai Lingshan for a long time. Since he got out of the car, his attention had been on these two. Starting with Yu Hongya talking about crows and then mentioning that black bird, Han Chinfeng listened very carefully. He could even guess their thoughts based on their tone of voice. However, Bai Lingshan knew nothing. She didn't understand why Han Chinfeng suddenly interrupted or why Yu Hongya was talking about raising birds. Now, Bai Lingshan could only be passive and let them do as they pleased. Seeing Bai Lingshan stunned by his words, Han Chinfeng calmed himself and turned to continue walking toward their destination. After 15 minutes, they arrived at a quiet street. It was already dark, and besides the snow on the ground, there was no one around. Han Chinfeng looked back at Yu Hongya's deep, thoughtful eyes and gave an order to Bai Lingshan. Bai Lingshan, open the door to the spirit realm. Hearing this, Bai Lingshan was again surprised. Open the door to the spirit realm? Did she hear him wrong? Did Han Chinfeng mean for her to use the lawn you pick in front of Yu Hongya to open the spirit realm door? If so, wouldn't they be exposed? What are you waiting for?
Han Chinfeng prompted again.
Bai Lingshan was confused and unsure. Okay. Seeing Han Chinfeng so confident, Bai Lingshan could only follow his instructions and use the lawn you pick to open the spirit realm door. Unsealing the lawn you pick and summoning the spirit realm door took several seconds. During this time, Han Chinfeng and Yu Hongya exchanged subtle glances. So you already knew? Yu Hongya's sharp eyes showed surprise at Han Chinfeng's insight. Just as he was about to say more, Han Chinfeng suddenly warned him. Was it you who sealed the spirit pearl? Hearing this, Yu Hongya felt guilty and smiled. The spirit pearl sealing was aimed at you, so you wouldn't mistake Bai Lingshan. A silent force seemed to emerge quietly. However, Han Chinfeng looked wary and frowned. So, what is your relationship with Bai Lingshan? Yu Hongya saw Han Chinfeng's serious expression and playfully smiled. Guess. He didn't know why, but every time he saw Han Chinfeng serious and focused, he felt like teasing him. It used to be, and still is. But he hadn't yet recognized himself. At this moment, Han Chinfeng didn't speak, but inside, he was furious. If it weren't to help Bai Lingshan recognize friend from foe, he wouldn't have brought him along when collecting the talismans. At this time, Yu Hongya approached Han Chinfeng with a smile and said, I don't just have a special relationship with Bai Lingshan, I also know you. As she spoke, she observed the subtle change on Han Chinfeng's face and softly smiled. Xianyu. Her voice was low and powerful, shaking Han Chinfeng's unsettled heart. The words Xianyu felt so long lost. Han Chinfeng's brows furrowed. Who exactly are you? What are you doing? Just as Bai Lingshan turned her head, she saw Han Chinfeng and Yu Hongya standing very close to each other. Suddenly, the atmosphere changed. Bai Lingshan's question interrupted their tense confrontation. After Han Chinfeng looked coldly at Yu Hongya, he turned and walked toward the door of the illusionary realm of talismans beside Bai Lingshan. Yu Hongya, with a helpless smile, followed behind. Inside the illusionary realm, Bailing Shan began to observe Yu Hongye. Seeing her calm and confident appearance, Bailing Shan suddenly understood something. Since Han Qinfeng invited me, how could I not come? Yu Hongye replied with a faint smile, admitting she also knew about the talisman. However, the current illusionary realm of talismans contained a static talisman without any spiritual energy. From the moment Yu Hongye entered, she sensed that this static talisman was not simple. The three of them circled the entire space once, but they didn't find any sign of the talisman, making Bailing Shan, who already didn't know where she was, even more confused. What's going on? This is probably a device talisman. Yu Hongye sensed something unusual. Device. Talisman. Bailing Shan was still confused. She had never heard of a device talisman before from Yu Hongye. This isn't it. Han Qinfeng denied Yu Hongye's suggestion because he knew that a static talisman couldn't be equated with a device talisman. He had also heard about device talismans from Qing Si Ling Long, but he didn't know the details. After seeing a certain object, Yu Hongye, with a clever smile, seemed to understand everything. Currently, this isn't it, but there are two talismans here. Yu Hongye seems to have already decided that the static talisman in front of them is an easy target to recover. However, the hidden spirit talisman behind it is not something simple to handle. At this moment, just as Bailing Shan was about to ask them what they meant, their environment suddenly shattered. The illusion of the spirit realm broke apart, revealing the real surroundings. This is... Bailing Shan was shocked by what she saw. Han Qinfeng, are you calling me here just to create trouble? Yu Hongye looked at Han Qinfeng, who was nearby. After she finished speaking, a strong, strange aura appeared around them. The sky changed suddenly. A dark, twisted glow appeared not far from them. In front of the three of them, a very fast figure appeared. It was a pair of cold weapons that looked like deer antlers. In a flash of breaking air, someone suddenly appeared out of nowhere and caught them steadily. After a perfect display of combined martial arts, they landed smoothly. Bailing Shan was clearly stunned after seeing this. She looked at the young martial artist a few meters in front of her, but her attention finally focused on the weapon in his hand. The young fighter was ready to attack, with a cold and dark expression. The weapons he held made people feel chills. But Bailing Shan recognized that weapon. The four blades with different lengths and tips were the mark of the deer antler sword. She also knew that someone using such a weapon would be a close combat expert with exceptional agility. Deer antler sword, Bailing Shan exclaimed in surprise at what she saw. Yu Hongye also looked shocked. A weapon from the human world. Do you know about this? Han Qinfeng asked, noticing her surprise, and looked at Bailing Shan. I've seen it before. Bailing Shan blinked blankly, confused by Han Qinfeng's surprise. Just then, the martial artist who was ready to fight had already locked onto his target. In a few quick steps, he aimed at Bailing Shan, who had called out her name.
Bang!
Just as Bailing Shan was caught off guard by the sudden attack, a familiar figure appeared in front of her with incredible speed. I'll handle this. The one who responded was Han Qinfeng. After blocking the young fighter's quick attack, Han Qinfeng held a black feather arrow and forcibly kept the young fighter a few steps away from Bailing Shan. Whiteling Shan instinctively took a few steps back, creating distance from them. She was a bit confused about what was happening. Why did the man holding the deer horn knife suddenly attack her? And weren't they here to collect talismans? What's going on? Whiteling Shan looked at Han Qinfeng and the fighting young man, then asked Yu Hongye, who was standing nearby and not doing anything.
Who is he?
She asked. Seeing Whiteling Shan in a daze, Yu Hongye smiled gently. He's using a special talisman. A special talisman? Whiteling Shan stared blankly, looking at the man who seemed like a martial arts master. She felt confused and overwhelmed by everything happening. Recently, she learned about natural element talismans from Han Qinfeng. She also read about talismans that help with abilities in a book. Now, there was something called a special talisman. The Book of Falling Feathers. Yu Snow had taken the Book of Falling Feathers for herself. What unexpected things might be hidden inside? Suddenly, White Ling Shan remembered how she had forcibly broken the illusion of the talisman spirit into reality earlier. Is this real? Yu Hongyi replied, special talismans from the Book of Falling Feathers are always in real scenes. White Ling Shan was again shocked. She had never heard about these special talismans from the Book of Falling Feathers before. So, she knew nothing about the special talisman. Seeing White Ling Shan still confused, Yu Hongyi smiled modestly. These special talismans are different from others. They choose their owners on their own. It seems the deer horn knife has taken a liking to you. White Ling Shan was confused. She couldn't fully understand this sudden knowledge about the special talisman implanted in her mind. I thought it was because of my connection with Han Qinfeng that it appeared, she said.
But I didn't expect.
Yu Hongyi looked at her with slight surprise, seeing her at a loss. No one told you? Maybe they thought you wouldn't be in danger from this kind of talisman, Yu Hongyi explained patiently. After hearing Yu Hongye's explanation, White Ling Shan began to understand a little. But at the same time, she felt a strange sense of familiarity with Yu Hongyi. Meanwhile, Han Qinfeng had already stopped the fighting young man from attacking several times. Han Qinfeng couldn't quite understand why the fighting young man's opponent was clearly himself, yet that person still tried to attack him while looking for a way to slip toward Bai Lingshan. Can you all stop standing there? Han Qinfeng finally said, unable to hide his frustration after blocking the fighting young man's attack. Hearing Han Qinfeng's helpless tone, Yu Hongye smiled quietly. Let me help you. With that, a red light emitted from Yu Hongye's palm, and a familiar staff, so familiar it was almost impossible to mistake, magically appeared in her hand. The moment Yu Hongye held the staff, Bai Lingshan was completely stunned. Conceal. A diamond-shaped symbol of white light flashed and attached itself to Bai Lingshan, Yu Hongye, and Han Qinfeng. Seeing the strange change on her body, Bai Lingshan looked at Yu Hongye in disbelief. You, conceal, an aid spell, can make you invisible with a command, Yu Hongye explained in a tone similar to Han Qinfeng's. Then her expression shifted from serious to cautious. You recognize me now, right? After hearing this, Bai Lingshan was at a loss for words. Of course she recognized him. Last time in the bedroom, she had already suspected him, but Xiaoyan hadn't given her a chance to react, so she didn't think further about it. Back then, Bai Lingshan wanted to ask why he pretended not to know her, but Yu Hongye shook his head and smiled. You didn't ask anything at the time, so I didn't say anything. Now, Yu Hongye clearly told her through the staff that he was the true identity of the young man in the wind coat. So, hush, just as Bai Lingshan was about to ask, Yu Hongye gestured to stop her. Can't you two just help out a little? Although the fighting young man battling Han Qinfeng couldn't sense Bai Lingshan's aura, Han Qinfeng, hidden and invisible, could still be accurately located by the young man through some kind of aura detection. The fighting young man's footwork and body movements were extraordinary. Under his control, the deer-antlered sword with many blades had reached an incredible level. Han Qinfeng, skilled in close combat, still felt wary of the young man's strange and unpredictable sword strikes. After hearing Han Qinfeng's scolding, Yu Hongye simply smiled and said, You're so powerful. Do you still need our help? Thinking about how Han Qinfeng usually suppresses Bai Lingshan, Yu Hongye looked at Bai Lingshan with a gentle, protective gaze, surprised by her stunned expression. Han Qinfeng rolled his eyes at her words, but when he looked over, his eyes caught sight of Yu Hongye's staff. The staff was wrapped with fine red silk threads, which made Han Qinfeng think of someone. At that moment, Han Qinfeng quickly cast a teleportation spell, shifting positions multiple times. The young martial artist closed his eyes and used his best skill, listening to sounds to locate his opponent, to break Han Qinfeng's strategy.
Bang!
Crack! Black feather arrows and deer antler knives kept clashing, making a series of scratching sounds. Not far away, Yu Hongye, who had been calmly watching the fight, suddenly noticed something strange about the deer antler knife. Yu Hongye knew Han Qinfeng would end the fight as quickly as possible, and at this moment, Han Qinfeng was definitely not intentionally holding back against the spirit of the deer antler knife. Something's wrong. Yu Hongye's casual expression turned serious. Although the problem was subtle and invisible to the naked eye, with his current abilities, he could sense a faint anomaly. but now he found nothing unusual. Then, Yu Hongye remembered the static talisman spell that Bai Lingshan had used to open the spirit realm door. Holding his staff, he laid it flat in front of him, parallel to the ground. His dark eyes emitted a strange red glow. Under Bai Lingshan's watchful gaze, a red light rune array appeared beneath Yu Hongye's feet, dazzling her. Red light. Barrier. A deep, solemn voice echoed, and visible red silk threads spread out with the expanding barrier, controlling every breath in the area. Yu Hongye's red light barrier was similar in function to the Spirit Guardian talisman in the spirit realm, but while the Spirit Guardian controlled the overall pattern, he controlled all the flowing energy. With Yu Hongye's precise insight, countless red silk threads passed through Han Chenfeng and then into the young martial artist's body. These might seem normal to others, but in Yu Hongye's eyes, he could see through everything, like an X-ray scan. Since Yu Hongye activated the red light barrier, Bai Lingshan saw that, besides the red silk threads entering the two bodies, there were also countless red silk threads hidden around them. At this moment, looking at the martial arts boy again, after being covered by the red light, everything appeared normal except for a strange blue flashing pattern on his forehead. Yu Hongye used the red light barrier to find the source of this anomaly. My forehead. Surprised, Yu Hongye looked at Bai Lingshan, who had interrupted him. Can you see my red light? Yu Hongye looked confused, as if Bai Lingshan's current state was a mirror of his own. Bai Lingshan was stunned by his question. Aren't you talking about the red light barrier? She blinked, confused about why Yu Hongye asked. Yu Hongye was surprised. His red light barrier was just a name, but not everyone could see his red light threads. He looked toward Han Chenfeng, where the two were still fighting evenly. Is it really the same? He thought quickly. The red light threads were attached to the martial arts boy's forehead, constantly illuminating the blue pattern that was originally hidden. Yu Hongye wasn't surprised by this, but he was puzzled that Bai Lingshan could see it too, besides himself. How could she see it? At that moment, he remembered something the Lord had told him before. His gaze turned toward Bai Lingshan, who might brighten his path ahead. Wait a moment, carefully, Yu Hongye told Bai Lingshan to wait, then gave an order to Han Chenfeng. Han Chenfeng. Han Chenfeng turned to look at Yu Hongye, confused. Can you hear me? Yu Hongye returned to his usual smiling face. Han Chenfeng looked at him with a strange expression. Yes, I can hear you. The static talisman is attached to the deer horn sword spirit's forehead. First, subdue it. The deer horn sword spirit is no match for you. Han Chenfeng was fighting the deer horn sword spirit. He could tell that the deer horn sword spirit was no match for him. The static talisman he had found earlier was simple and easy to use. But what was strange was that after the deer horn sword spirit cleverly used this static talisman, it became a powerful helper for him. This was a 2-on-1 fight. Thanks to the static talisman, the deer horn sword spirit greatly improved its accuracy and prediction in combat. Good. During the agreement, a sharp gaze turned cold. The crescent moon's stone flickered, indicating that Han Chenfeng was about to recover the talisman. Based on the static talisman he mentioned earlier, which could be directly recovered, Han Chenfeng carefully removed the static talisman from the forehead of the martial arts boy after creating some distance. Without the static talisman as support, the power of the deer horn knife spirit clearly weakened. Han Chenfeng easily recovered the deer horn knife spirit with a wave of his hand. Unexpectedly, Han Chenfeng quickly defeated the deer horn knife spirit and recovered the breeze breaker talisman, which contained the deer horn knife spirit, along with the stabilizer talisman that helped it in battle. After putting away the breeze breaker, Han Chenfeng approached Bai Lingshan and Yu Hongye. His gaze, which had just turned away, was now fixed on Yu Hongye. Seeing Han Chenfeng's serious and deep look, Yu Hongye couldn't help but feel a shiver of surprise and gave a nervous smile. Do you want to thank me? Han Chenfeng, still looking serious, made Yu Hongye laugh awkwardly. Who are you scaring? Red light barrier. Han Chenfeng's cold and stern expression seemed to deliberately remind Yu Hongye, as if he had already seen through everything. Suddenly, an odd aura appeared. Hearing Han Chenfeng's suspicion, Yu Hongye's expression also changed strangely. This made Bai Lingshan, who was unsure of the situation, feel even more awkward.
You.
You all. Bai Lingshan didn't mean to interrupt their serious atmosphere, but she couldn't just leave them behind either. Han Chenfeng glanced coldly at Bai Lingshan, who had interrupted, then shot a cold look at Yu Hongya. I'm going back first. You two should head back together. As he turned to leave, he threw the stabilizer talisman, which supported the deer horn knife spirit, to Bai Lingshan. Bai Lingshan stared blankly at the stabilizer talisman that Han Chenfeng abandoned, feeling confused. She looked at Yu Hongya, who was awkwardly trying to explain. But at this moment, Yu Hongya didn't want to explain anything to Bai Lingshan. After putting away her red silk staff, she relaxed her body and mind. You should ask Han Chenfeng about this. I have other things to do, so I'll take my leave. With that, she suddenly disappeared, leaving Bai Lingshan alone. This person. Bai Lingshan watched the two leave in opposite directions and sighed softly. During this time of collecting symbols, she didn't understand the meaning of the spirit talisman or the spell, nor did she clearly see what was going on with these two people. The only thing she knew now was that she had to go back alone. She was returning to Qinghe City for the second time. She still remembered the black bird that led her back last time. This time, she brought her phone with Baidu navigation to Xiangyu Vocational College in Xiangyang City. The teleportation spell flashed with purple light and attached to Bai Lingshan's feet. Once again, a long marathon of sudden jumps was about to begin. When Bai Lingshan returned, it was already completely dark. After the snowy run, she firmly decided she didn't want to go to Qinghe City a third time. She entered the dormitory, and the teleportation spell was still active until she reached the dormitory building, where it finally disappeared, freeing her from the unusual jumping spell. Now, the teleportation spell was no longer a formal tool for her. She mainly used it to speed up her running, since no one in real life could walk on walls or fly. She opened the dorm door and turned on the light. She was about to take out her meal card to get food from the cafeteria. After her trip to Qinghe City, she was cold and hungry. Xiao Bai, a fierce shout suddenly rang out. Bai Lingshan was startled and turned around, almost scared by Yin Sha's shout. It took her a moment to react. Seeing Yin Sha jump out like a ghost, she was shocked. What are you doing? Today, hardly anyone was in the dorm building. Most had gone home after school. Because of the snow, Bai Lingshan and Yin Sha decided to stay in the dorm with their family's permission. On the third floor where Bai Lingshan was, she saw that almost all the rooms were dark, including Yin Sha's dorm. She had just been wondering where Yin Sha had gone to play, and didn't expect her to be hiding in her own dorm to scare her. Are you in the dark? Bai Lingshan didn't understand Yin Sha's strange behavior, but Yin Sha still looked angry. Where did you go? I called you, but you didn't answer. Bai Lingshan was surprised. You called me? Yin Sha called herself? Bai Lingshan blinked in confusion. She remembered her phone didn't ring either. Did you go out with Han Chenfeng again? Is there a spell involved? Why didn't you take me with you? Faced with Yin Sha's questions, Bai Lingshan looked helpless. Am I more important, or is he more important? Yin Sha looked sincerely at Bai Lingshan, waiting for her response. Bai Lingshan was left speechless. Bai Lingshan thought that she went out with Han Chenfeng to collect talismans and didn't tell Yin Sha because Yu Hongya was involved and she truly hadn't received any calls from Yin Sha. Why are you only just remembering now? You should have told me confidently that I am the most important, Yin Sha said, her expression hurt by Bai Lingshan's thoughtful look, as if a sharp arrow had pierced her heart. She felt like crying. Bai Lingshan was at a loss for words. She had forgotten she was there to get her meal card to buy food at the cafeteria. What kind of talisman did you get this time? Let me see, Yin Sha said quickly, her anger from earlier about Bai Lingshan going out fading. Now, she just wanted to see what talisman Bai Lingshan had received. She looked at Bai Lingshan's right hand, where the star shift stream ring was, with curiosity. Bai Lingshan smiled bitterly and, following Yin Sha's suggestion, took out the stability talisman that Han Chenfeng had given her. A flash of blue light appeared, and a transparent diamond-shaped symbol showed up on Bai Lingshan's right hand. Bai Lingshan didn't fully understand the two talismans Han Chenfeng had collected in Qinghe City, so she didn't tell Yin Sha about them. She only showed her the stability talisman. Stability. Stability? So it means steady and balanced. Insha looked surprised at the strange name of the talisman. Although Bai Lingshan didn't know how to explain it, Insha's response seemed to make sense to her. Something like that. By the way, Yan Xiaoqiu asked me to go see a movie later. Are you coming? At this moment, Insha suddenly shared some happy news. Seeing Bai Lingshan's lack of reaction, she felt a little upset and immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. What's with that look? Is there something you're hiding from me? No, nothing, Bai Lingshan said, shaking her head in surprise. Xiao Bai, you're pretty strange, Insha said, acting like a detective, observing Bai Lingshan thoughtfully. But did Bai Lingshan have any thoughts? She just heard that Yan Xiaoqiu wanted to go to the movies with her. What else could she be thinking? Bai Lingshan felt she wasn't strange. Insha was the real one who was strange. Suddenly, Insha's phone rang. It was Yan Xiaoqiu, who arrived as promised. I'm leaving now, Insha said after taking a phone call, then she left Bai Lingshan. Insha's sudden change in attitude in just a few seconds left Bai Lingshan feeling confused and unsure of what was happening. What's going on? After Insha left, Bai Lingshan felt as if the entire dorm building had become very quiet. She always felt something was strange. Insha's presence was like a dream, coming and going suddenly. But the calm balance talisman in her hand still glowed faint blue, clearly telling her that everything just now was real. There's something strange going on. Right now, since no one was in the dorm, she decided to test what the calm balance talisman really did. In the past, after recovering a talisman, she would check her talisman notes to learn what abilities it had. But this time, she didn't want to do that. She wanted to see for herself what the talisman could do. She closed the door, cutting herself off from the outside world. She wasn't worried about being discovered while using the talisman. Bai Lingshan closed her eyes and focused. She slowly raised the calm balance talisman above her head. She didn't say anything during this process, but the blue light in the room spread quickly and visibly. Then, the blue light disappeared. Nothing else in the room changed, except for a blue flashing icon appearing on her forehead. She also surprisingly felt a strange, external power present. Even with her eyes closed, she could sense the positions of all the objects in the room. She wasn't actively thinking about where they were, but she still knew their directions. Bai Lingshan opened her eyes in surprise. Out of curiosity, she began to think about how many people were living on her floor in the dorm. But just thinking about it scared her. At this moment, she not only knew that there were people living on this floor, but she also knew exactly how many. However, she didn't know what they were doing. That was beyond her current ability. The calm balance talisman gave her a way to see and sense others. But while she was spying on others, she felt a strange fear that others might also discover her thoughts. In panic, Bai Lingshan quickly withdrew the talisman. Today, she was going to the cafeteria to buy food. She stored the calming talisman into the Book of Falling Feathers. Bai Lingshan took out her meal card from under her pillow and headed to the cafeteria. Tonight was very quiet. There was no visit from the young man in the windbreaker, no noise from Insha, and no sudden attack from the talismans. However, in her dream tonight, she saw the girl in red who had left a deep impression on her. In the dream, she saw the girl in red standing nearby. Not only that, the girl in red even greeted her after a long time. All of this confused Bai Lingshan. The weather was sunny and clear, with blue skies. But the strange coldness at night over the past few days kept the snow from last week still on the ground. Today, she encountered another strange situation. Usually, during physical education classes, if there was snow on the ground, the class would be moved indoors for study. Could it be that the teachers here are especially different? Insha didn't understand this, and Bai Lingshan didn't either. You never know what the PE teacher is thinking. It's so cold, and they still want to do activities outside, Insha said straightforwardly, criticizing the PE teacher's idea. I thought the weather was good today, so I chose to hold the class outside. The class monitor took my keys to the equipment room to get 4 items, the teacher explained. While everyone was puzzled, the class monitor ran to the nearby sports equipment room. The teacher continued, next week, there will be a jump rope competition. 15 students from the class will participate, 2 will shake the rope, and 13 will jump. Everyone is encouraged to join. Come to me to sign up later. After speaking, the students started to chatter excitedly. Xiaobai, are you joining? Insha asked Bai Lingshan curiously. Bai Lingshan shook her head. She wasn't going to participate. Why not? Insha was surprised. Based on her understanding of Bai Lingshan, she thought she probably wouldn't join. Just because, Bai Lingshan replied. The boys in our class aren't many, and if I don't sign up, I'll just be called out myself, the teacher added. At this moment, Bai Lingshan suddenly imagined a scene of Han Chenfeng and Yu Hongye shaking the rope. It was such an awkward and discordant scene.
Hey.
Xiaobai, what are you thinking about? Insha poked Bai Lingshan, who was lost in thought, looking puzzled. Bai Lingshan was stunned, feeling a bit embarrassed. Those who don't sign up can do whatever they want. Class dismissed. When the sports teacher finished speaking, everyone dispersed. Xiaobai, let's play shuttlecock, said Insha. As soon as they broke up, she ran to the class representative and got a feather shuttlecock. The 4 feathers were tied together and placed on the ground, making it a popular exercise tool. Bai Lingshan agreed naturally when she heard this. She didn't oppose playing shuttlecock and knew many ways to kick it. Playing with just 2 people is boring. Why not add me? Yu Hongye smiled softly. After carefully observing Han Chenfeng's gaze, she approached Bai Lingshan. Xiao Yu, you want to play too? Insha looked a little starry-eyed when she saw Yu Hongye coming over. Add him, and me too. Insha was happy for a short while but was suddenly interrupted by a voice. Having interacted with Han Chenfeng for a while, his voice was quite recognizable. Insha didn't understand why Han Chenfeng would come over on his own.
You
want to play too? Insha looked at Han Chenfeng in disbelief. Han Chenfeng didn't say anything, but his actions already explained everything. Seeing Han Chenfeng quietly following her, Yu Hongye secretly smiled. Unfortunately, Bai Lingshan, who was observing them, caught her in the act. Looking at Yu Hongye smiling at her, Bai Lingshan felt a bit confused. Puzzled, she moved to the suitable spot for the 4 players. Now, the 4 formed a square, each at a point. The shuttlecock started in Insha's hand, who naturally passed the first shuttlecock to Bai Lingshan, the second position. Han Chenfeng was on Insha's other side, directly opposite Bai Lingshan, and the remaining spot was for Yu Hongye. At this moment, the shuttlecock was handed to Yu Hongye. Instead of immediately kicking it to Han Chenfeng, he looked curiously at this magical feather shuttlecock. Then, a strange smile appeared on his face. Xiaobai, do you think if this shuttlecock used the wing feathers of that black bird, it would fly farther? What? Not only Bai Lingshan was surprised, but the other 2 were equally shocked. Then, Yu Hongye looked at Han Chenfeng on the other side. His expression suddenly became serious. He threw the shuttlecock into the air and kicked it with a spinning move toward Han Chenfeng. Han Chenfeng immediately became alert. The shuttlecock was coming very fast. He used his skill to slow it down first, then caught it firmly in his hand. Their actions, silent until now, suddenly made a big impact. Wow. This scene left Insha and Bai Lingshan stunned. Insha couldn't help but curse out loud. Is this how you play shuttlecock? In shock, Insha thought about the next move, Han Chenfeng kicking the shuttlecock at her. She felt a bit scared. Be gentle, she warned Han Chenfeng with her hand. If he dared to ignore her, she would tell her little white to ignore him. Playing shuttlecock with normal kicks is so boring. I remember Wu Tong said you're pretty good at this, Insha. What? Insha shot a sharp look, making Wu Tong, who was hidden in the crowd, feel a chill down his back. Get ready, Han Chenfeng said seriously. He started kicking the feathered shuttlecock in different fancy ways, keeping it steady. Since Insha couldn't tell when he would strike, she was very tense.
Bang!
The shuttlecock was kicked. Insha was shocked. Han Chenfeng didn't aim at her, but at Bai Lingshan. And, sure enough, Bai Lingshan, caught off guard, was hit on the head by the shuttlecock. Luckily, she had a protective pattern that automatically shielded her, or she might have been knocked out cold by Han Chenfeng's shot. Oops, Han Chenfeng said casually. Oops, that wasn't an accident. He clearly aimed at Bai Lingshan's head. Taking so long to cast the charm, but your reaction is still so slow. After Han Qinfeng's surprise attack, Bai Lingshan looked at the poor shuttlecock falling into her hand. She really wanted to fight back against Han Qinfeng. Charm spell? Insha was surprised. She wondered why Han Qinfeng would mention charms in front of Hong Yi. But before she could ask more, Hong Yi spoke up for Bai Lingshan. Xiao Bai, isn't it because your teaching isn't good? Tension rose instantly. Han Qinfeng looked coldly at Hong Yi, who was smiling, and a strange anger grew inside him. Me teaching? Hong Yi chuckled. If I were the one teaching Xiao Bai, the results would be totally different. Although he was speaking to Han Qinfeng, there was a hidden meaning in his words. Bai Lingshan, standing nearby, was stunned when she heard this. Maybe Hong Ye's words were hard to understand for others, but Bai Lingshan could tell what he meant. They exchanged knowing looks. But all along, Yu Hongye's teachings have been in secret. Is he planning to make it public this time? Han Qinfeng still doesn't know about that incident between them. Really? Han Qinfeng said sarcastically, recalling the muddy water gravity suppression used by Bai Lingshan at Hurricane. Then you teacher. Han Qinfeng's tone sounds indifferent. His indifference is like a ball in his hand, ready to be thrown to anyone. But there's a condition. The person catching must be on his team. Bai Lingshan was stunned and lost in thought. Xiao Bai, come here. I'll return the favor. Yu Hongye signaled Bai Lingshan to kick the shuttlecock over. Bai Lingshan nodded after receiving the message and kicked it toward Yu Hongye. When the shuttlecock reached Yu Hongye, he didn't let it stay with him for a second longer. Instead, he swiftly attacked Han Qinfeng again. This time, Han Qinfeng caught the feathered shuttlecock aimed at his head with his hand, sighing softly, boring. Another impressive move. Insha clicked her tongue. She understood now. These two weren't here to play shuttlecock. They were showing off their fighting skills. Why do you two have such a deep grudge that you can't let go of the shuttlecock? Insha looked at the deformed, feathered shuttlecock, which Han Qinfeng had squeezed out of shape, and spoke up for it. Poor quality, Han Qinfeng said helplessly, denying that he had used too much force just now. Of course, the feather quality isn't good. The feathers of a black sparrow should be similar. Yu Hongye joked again about that black bird. But now, it was as if there was a barrier in the air. Han Qinfeng didn't react to this, which surprised Yu Hongye. Black sparrow? What's that? The black bird that often visits Xiao Bai's house, Yu Hongye explained as a reminder, wanting to see Han Qinfeng's facial expression after hearing this. However, Insha's mind had already mistaken that black bird for a crow, due to her preconceived notions. Her first reaction was to call it a crow. Crow? Oh no, it's black. What bird? Not a fool bird, it's a black sparrow. Just as Insha's mind got stuck, Bai Lingshan suddenly blurted out. This made Han Qinfeng focus his attention. Fool bird? Han Qinfeng frowned and glanced at Bai Lingshan, who seemed unaware. He felt a desire not to see them and threw the disabled shuttlecock at Insha, who had started this silly topic. Then he turned and left. Seeing this, Yu Hongye was a bit surprised. What's wrong? What happened to him? Insha looked at Yu Hongye, who was approaching them, and asked. Yu Hongye shook his head with a half-smile. Who knows? Xiao Bai, I'll come find you tonight, Yu Hongye said with a meaningful look at Bai Lingshan. Bai Lingshan was momentarily stunned but nodded. She understood that Yu Hongye wanted her to have a fight with Yao Luer to improve her fighting skills. But Han Qinfeng's sudden departure confused her. Based on her sixth sense, she believed Han Qinfeng was definitely angry. But where was his anger coming from? How could she know? Sigh, you four. Han Qinfeng had only taken a few steps when the PE teacher caught him. Jumping rope is short of people. Come help. Seeing that none of the four moved, the PE teacher approached them himself. Han Qinfeng saw the PE teacher walking toward Bai Lingshan and the others, so he instinctively turned back. Since we're short a rope jumper, I saw you playing shuttlecock quite well, so go jump rope, the PE teacher said, pointing at Han Qinfeng. But this remark made some people secretly happy. Teacher, a few days ago I hurt my hand and couldn't use much strength, so I probably can't jump rope. Sorry to disappoint you, Han Qinfeng said softly, lowering his head as he responded to the teacher. His sudden excuse almost made Insha choke. Han Qinfeng was very skilled at collecting charms, and his excuses still made others look at him differently. The PE teacher hesitated after hearing this. Since there were others available, he decided to let it go for now. Then you try, the teacher said, looking toward Yu Hongye near by Lingshan. Yu Hongye looked thoughtful, and then looked regretful. I get dizzy when jumping rope. Dizzy? The teacher asked in surprise. I was bitten by a snake when I was a child, so I get dizzy when I see thick ropes, Yu Hongye said with a guilty expression, touching the people present. Only Han Chinfeng looked speechless. The physical education teacher sighed. 2 good students, 1 injured and 1 carrying emotional baggage, and in the end, hope was placed on Yin Sha, who usually performed well in class. Xiao Yin, are you okay? When the teacher called her, Yin Sha thought, no, they all aren't participating. I'll just make up an excuse like Han Chinfeng did. Suddenly, she remembered the days she had a cold, so she quickly coughed a few times. Teacher, I've had a cold these past few days and haven't recovered. I'm still coughing. Yin Sha looked uncomfortable, coughing and holding her forehead. And I feel dizzy too. If they just wanted an excuse not to join, that would be fine. But Yin Sha's excuse was a bit too exaggerated. The teacher felt awkward. All right. Forget it. You don't have to participate. Xiao Bai. After glancing at Yin Sha, the teacher looked at Bai Lingshan at the end. Just as Bai Lingshan was about to speak, Han Chinfeng interrupted and pointed out to the teacher. She bumped her head while playing with a shuttlecock earlier, so it's better not to let her join. The teacher was surprised and hesitated, observing these 4 students who looked fine but seemed useless. He shook his head helplessly. Okay, I'll find someone else. Seeing the teacher walk over to other students, Bai Lingshan looked at Han Chinfeng, who had just saved her. When their eyes met, Bai Lingshan wanted to say something. Wasn't it you who kicked it? Han Chinfeng seemed to understand her expression and casually said, it's all the same. Then he continued to walk away from the field. As Han Chinfeng left, Bai Lingshan blinked helplessly. Xiao Yu, have you ever been bitten by a snake? Yin Sha suddenly asked, starting a new topic. Bai Lingshan looked surprised as well. It's just an excuse. Yu Hongye smiled slightly. Time flew by quickly. Before they knew it, sunset turned into night, and the day passed in the blink of an eye. After finishing evening self-study, Bai Lingshan went to the playground to meet Yu Hongye, as they had arranged. Xiangyu Vocational College has a rule that boarding students are not allowed to leave the school after evening self-study. To make things easier, Yu Hongye came to pick her up on campus, and they chose the playground as their meeting spot. Because of the cold night, Bai Lingshan prepared a thick coat and a towel before evening self-study. Her outfit surprised Yu Hongye, causing him to pause and exclaim, "You're wearing so much." "Yes," Bai Lingshan replied awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Yu Hongye smiled faintly, unable to hide his thoughts. He had noticed the recent change in the weather and knew that people's feelings could sense the coldness more clearly. So, how could he let Bai Lingshan experience discomfort while teaching her? Because of the weather, we're going somewhere special this time. Special place, Bai Lingshan blinked in surprise. Cold winters and hot summers mark the changes in the world, but because of this, many things are left to fate. There is a place where it's spring all year round, unaffected by seasons. From afar, it's covered with red maple trees, creating a beautiful view. That place is the dark rainforest. After a moment of hesitation, Yu Hongye responded to Bai Lingshan, "My home." The 2 simple words shocked Bai Lingshan, leaving her a bit confused. Then, a magic staff appeared in Yu Hongye's hand. Using his usual teleportation method, in the blink of an eye, their location changed. The familiar playground transformed into a wide, open grassland filled with spiritual energy. At the edge of the grassland, there was a stunning red scene. On the other side of the red maple forest is my home. Let's stay here tonight. As Yu Hongye briefly explained the place, a streak of blue-green light flew over. When it landed, the light dissipated into a girl dressed in light-colored clothes, wearing a cloak that covered her dress, looking ready to go on a journey. Young master. The girl was Jiao Luer. Seeing someone else with Yu Hongye, she quietly approached and whispered to him, "Young master." Because Jiao Luer spoke softly, Bai Lingshan, even though she was not far away, couldn't hear anything. "Go handle that first." Yu Hongya said thoughtfully, responding to Jiao Luer. She looked a bit anxious and said, "This matter is very important, and they need you to go personally. Go ahead first. I will handle things here." Yu Hongya decided carefully, asking Jiao Luer to leave. After hesitating a few moments, Jiao Luer nodded and left. "If you have something to do, you can go ahead and take care of it." Whiteling Shan saw that Hong Yu was deep in thought and felt that her involvement was making him unable to free himself. "Don't worry," Yu Hongyu replied calmly. Whiteling Shan didn't speak after hearing this. Usually, her training partner was Yao Luer, but this time Yao Luer had left due to some matter, so she couldn't immediately understand why Yu Hongyi had brought her here. "Because of the appearance of the magic talisman last time, your training partner will no longer be Yao Luer," he said, and a flash of red light crossed his hand. A gray glow appeared and, witnessed by the two, flew into the air and gathered into a ball. Surprised, Whiteling Shan saw a woman in dark clothes holding a folding fan emerge from the gray mist. The woman waved her folding fan, dispersing the gray fog that covered her body. As the fog disappeared completely, the woman in dark clothes landed steadily. Whiteling Shan looked at this strange figure standing before her in shock. Under heavy makeup, she was stunningly beautiful, with a graceful figure. Even if she was dressed in plain, simple clothes, anyone who saw her would be captivated and obsessed. Mirror Shadow Talisman, Artifact Talisman, Broken Blade Fan. Its spirit is called Dark Fragrance. Dark Fragrance, Whiteling Shan murmured to herself. At this moment, Yu Hongyi sensed something was wrong and asked her. "Xiao Bai," hearing Yu Hongyi call her, she snapped back to her senses. "What's wrong?" Yu Hongyi looked puzzled at Whiteling Shan's actions. Whiteling Shan blinked blankly. "Is this guy, of course, obsessed with my beauty?" At this moment, a heavenly voice sounded in her ears. Whiteling Shan was shocked to find that this artifact talisman not only could speak, but also had such a beautiful voice. But what was she saying? What does it mean to be obsessed with her beauty? Whiteling Shan looked at the artifact talisman casually waving its fan. Although it wasn't really cold here, there was no need for a fan. Broken Blade Fan. Whiteling Shan suddenly remembered what Yu Hongyi had just told her about. Regarding the artifact talisman, after recovering the deer horn knife and the steady balance talisman from Qinghe City, Whiteling Shan had taken out her talisman introduction book that night. After carefully examining it, she indeed found a talisman called Wind Breaking for the deer horn knife. She was surprised to see that the description of the deer horn knife was the same as the one she saw during the holiday for the Mirror Shadow Talisman. The same name was written again for the artifact talisman. There were also 23 other talismans with identical descriptions. If the previous Windbreaker was a spiritual talisman, then the current Mirror Shadow Talisman is also a spiritual talisman. Therefore, the remaining 23 talismans listed in the introduction book should also be spiritual talismans. In other words, the Book of Falling Leaves contains a total of 25 spiritual talismans. However, when she checked how many talismans were listed in the introduction book this time, she was surprised to find only 79. She remembered that Snowdrop had told her there were 104 talismans in the Book of Falling Leaves. So, where did the remaining 25 go? Broken Blade Fan, with 11 main bones and 48 core bones. The main bones are tough, mainly for defense, while the core bones can be removed. This is the main attack method of the Broken Blade Fan. Since the last time the cat girl opened the Mirror Shadow, Yu Hongye personally experienced how cold and sharp the attack of the Broken Blade Fan could be. This time, she took out the Mirror Shadow to help Bai Lingshan adapt more quickly to the strange ways of attacking with spiritual talismans. Xiao Bai, she is your training partner. Mirror Shadow was recovered by Yu Hongye, who admired her strong and steady ability to recognize him as her master. But when she heard that the person in front of her was going to be her training partner, she looked at her with disdain. She's not qualified. Mirror Shadow rejected Bai Lingshan and looked down on her. This statement from Mirror Shadow surprised Yu Hongye a little. The spiritual talismans in the Book of Falling Leaves were once real weapons in the world. Back then, they chose their masters, and after passing certain tests, they would fight alongside their chosen masters. After becoming spiritual talismans, Although they aimed for this when they were captured, once defeated, they could only regretfully become one of the talismans in the Book of Falling Leaves. Although this is harsh reality, their original intention remains unchanged. However, after becoming spiritual talismans, there is a way for them to fight alongside the person who defeated them before, by unsealing the Spirit Seal mode.